What is life? A teenager is rushing through the thick snow. Still the question is what life is. While running, the teenager was stabbed through the leg with a sword, causing fresh blood to splash. Life is like an egg. Another leg of the teenager was shot through by an arrow. Life is no different from a boiled egg. The teenager could no longer run and fell face down on the snowy ground. The teenager's eyes widened. He thought to himself, what does that mean? What does that mean? While thinking, a sharp sword was placed on the teenager's neck. The person holding the sword had a beard on his edge. He commanded in a cold voice, search him. Life was like that. No matter what you did, it was all meaningless. After searching for a while, someone shouted, I found a sacred object. On the ground were a few objects such as a bag of money, a hand wrapped in cloth, and in the hand of the person who had just spoken was a sparkling gold cup, surrounded by rare gems. After searching, the bearded man raised his sword high, aimed at the teenager's neck and slashed down. Before touching the cold blade, the teenager thought to himself, I fought until my tricks were exhausted. In the end, the train of thought was interrupted. Hot blood gushed out like a stream. A murderous sound echoed in his ears. The teenager's head was separated from his neck, but he could still open his mouth to speak. Don't get angry, dear mother of corruption. It is necessary to die here once. Speaking of this, the hand wrapped in a cloth bandage emitted a blue light from the ground and rushed to grab the shirt of the headless body of the teenager. His head is in one place and continues to talk to the person who just beheaded him. If you are worried about the divinity of the relic, haven't you thought about the fact that I already took it? As soon as these words finished, the headless body of the teenager walked over and reached out to pick up the head. The young man put his head on his neck and said in a cold voice, that's why there's no need for people to follow me. After attaching the head, the teenager smiled and adjusted the collar to make it smooth. Then the young man reached out and grabbed the hand wrapped in cloth in front of his chest and said softly, but I did lose some money. He mused and lamented about his life, how his life when he was around 20 years old made him too busy and tired to play games. That's why I've always compromised with reality by using editing software. I don't remember the name of the game or why I bought it, but I still played it. To be able to play the role of a corrupt monk. What is a corrupt monk? It's the hardest role to develop, it's the hardest role to play, it's the role to perform the worst. But what should I do when my heart always beats very fast when playing this game? During that time, I lost all of my career development items and completed all of my job's missions. I have become a corrupt monk. And fell into this game. The bandaged hand on the teenager's chest continuously made several killing sounds. The teenager smiled and narrowed his eyes, thinking, this thing that keeps screaming like a metal singer is the goddess I serve, the corrupted mother. It all started 5 years ago when I started serving the corrupted mother. When I woke up in the game, I only had two things, a rope from the corrupt society. And the hand of the corrupted mother lies on my chest. Because of the enormous presence I could feel through the connection with the hand, I was able to easily accept that I had fallen into this game world. Quite quickly. According to the game description, the corrupt monk is a human genetically modified by medicine. That means I have the ability to enhance my physical strength and enhance my senses. And a body can only be killed by a god. And it seems like there's something wrong with my brain. But I can't stand blood. Even watching these horrible scenes had no effect on me at all. The only problem was that my body couldn't feel, or even taste, food of any kind. Leaving the snowy forest, the teenager found a guild. After declaring, the receptionist at the counter immediately said, this is your identification card, Monk Marck. The young man's name was Marck. He took one look at the receptionist and then cautiously asked, by the way, is there any job I can accept at this time? The receptionist named Aaron heard that, turned around to look for documents and said softly, wait a minute, we will probably have a job for a monk serving the guardian goddess like you. Hearing that, Marck immediately smiled and waited silently. He raised his head to look at the chandelier on the ceiling, thinking, here, after entering the northern city of Guise, I decided to take on the identity of a member of the Guardian Angel Association. If I were in another guild, the moment I assumed the identity of a member of another guild, my god would become extremely angry and mark me. A seal that only members of that guild could see, a seal of punishment. However, our mother is merciful towards such acts of name-calling. The Alienation Society is the enemy of all, and I, the one hated by everyone. The only follower of the corrupted mother. Aaron searched for a moment, then pulled out a piece of paper and smiled and said, here it is, this, Monk Marck. Marck took the paper and bowed his head to read. Aaron continued to say, I am very happy to work with you. The content of the paper was written: notice, bandits or monsters hunting. Recently, the number of peasants who went missing while going to Guise City is gradually increasing. Those who can find the reason for this disappearance and destroy it will receive 30 silver coins for each head. Even if you don't destroy anything, you will also receive 1 silver coin from the Lord of Guise. After reading it once, Aaron continued to say, most of the other adventurers will ask me to read them all. Hearing that, Marck immediately replied, this is not a special skill. After saying that, he thought, the moment I came to this world, I was able to understand how to read and write words in the language of this world. Thinking for a moment, Marck asked Aaron a little cautiously, by the way, can I receive part of the reward in advance right now? Aaron was quite surprised to hear this. What 3 words did she utter? On the snowy mountain road, a convoy of vehicles is slowly moving forward. Marck walked and thought to herself, she really likes to talk a lot. Dear mother, you remember what Aaron said just now, I'm only doing this for you, even for you, you still have to pay an extra fee if you submit it late tomorrow. Suddenly I saw the hand in my chest move, and heard the corrupted mother say kill. Marck immediately reassured me, I will not fall in love, mother, if you keep talking like that I will be very angry with you. While thinking, someone suddenly called from behind, Monk Marck. Marck turned his head to look back. Behind him was a blond man. This person smiled and said, I'm sure you come from somewhere other than Guise, can you tell me where you come from? By the way, if we keep going along this road, we will soon reach my village, I hope my parents are well. Hearing these words, Marck thought, he just introduced himself as Pierre, right? Pierre walked next to Marck. As he walked he continued to talk, of course, I know that my parents will be able to get through the winter thanks to Captain Galad's great help, but why do I still feel so worried about them? Besides, did you know Monk, there is a rumor that the thing that kidnapped the farmers on this road is not a monster, but a ghost. Marck listened silently, thinking in his heart, he said too much. While we were talking here, someone called out, Pierre. Hearing that call, Pierre immediately turned to Marck and said, it seems I need to move forward, I will be back soon. Marck nodded slightly. The corrupted mother's hand made a few killing sounds again. Marck raised his hand and clasped it tightly in front of his chest. He frowned and said, why do you keep telling me to kill everyone? If everyone died, it would be a problem for me. You didn't say anything when I returned to the Guise, right? Your child is in dire need of those 29 silver coins. I want to spend my winter time in warmth, thank you. Hearing him say that, the corrupted mother's hand in Marck's chest calmed down a bit. Seeing that, Marck sighed again. He said softly, it seemed like I was being a bit too harsh, there was no need to be so sad. The hand of the corrupted mother suddenly opened wide. Seeing that, Marck immediately asked, by the way, how many fingers do you judge people? The corrupted mother raised 2 fingers to Pierre, 3 fingers to the person who just called him. At this time Marck thought to himself, it seems like there is no one special. If I can kill them and offer them to the corrupted mother, I can receive divinity based on the number of fingers they are judged on. 1 finger is 10 divinity, 2 fingers is 100 divinity, 3 fingers is 1000 divinity, 4 fingers is 10,000 divinity, 5 fingers is 100,000 divinity. And if I can get 10,000 divinity, I can get 1 perk. Thanks to the system, I was able to absorb the divinity of the sacred object and I received a privilege. Looking at Pierre, who was being questioned about something by the person next to him, Marck didn't pay much attention and continued with his train of thought. Now there were only 12 holy objects left. The mother told him that if he could collect enough of the divine properties of the holy objects, all his wishes would be granted. First, I will restore my taste buds. Thinking about this, Pierre has returned, he said, the captain told me not to bother you too much. If you keep saying that since early morning, it will be very troublesome, he said. Hearing that, Marck shook his head and replied, I'm okay. Don't worry about me too much. Having said that, Marck's eyes suddenly opened wide. The incident happened so suddenly, I don't know where the arrows came from and shot straight at the members of the team. Pierre's captain was immediately shot in the neck. When he saw that, he was worried and wanted to run over, but Marck quickly held him back. He waved his hand and pushed Pierre to one side to avoid an incoming arrow. In the distance, sharp arrows were still shooting through the wind. There were 2 arrows shot straight into Marck's arm. Pierre saw this and cried out in worry. In the woods, a group of people with their heads covered were collecting bows and arrows. Marck was bleeding profusely and fell straight to the snow. His mouth was full of blood. He thought to himself, it must be a robber. It seems like the person who wanted me to fake my death later absorbed their divinity when I had the chance. That's the easiest thing to do right now. Thinking so, Marck clenched his hands on the snowy ground to gather strength to stand up. He said, "But, do you know?" Asking this question, Marck had already stood up. He glanced at the sword, not knowing whose it was, stuck right next to him. Marck didn't think much, so he pulled out his sword and held it in his hand. He slashed his sword, silently saying in his heart, "From the beginning, I have been doing things like this." Looking at the sword stuck in the ground, Marck thought to himself, "Even so, you don't know." Stopping for a moment, Marck raised his hand and pulled out the sword. He slashed his sword and said softly, "From the beginning, I did that." The person who was covering his head and shooting arrows in the forest saw this scene and was a little scared. In just a blink of an eye, the sharp blade in Marck's hand slashed straight at this guy's body. The other guys hiding in the forest were all terrified. A person with blonde hair and a scar on his cheek swore angrily. He turned to the people behind him and gave orders, leaving the priest to me. The others came to help me after I took care of the rest. On the other side, the Marck's eyes flashed a blue light. The blonde man came out of the forest holding a sword and slashed towards Marck. He reacted very quickly and immediately pulled out his sword to block the attack. A loud rumble rang out. The two people stepped back at the same time, a long distance apart. Marck took a defensive stance and quietly asked the corrupted mother, Finger, which category she classified him as. On the other side, the blonde man smirked and asked contemptuously, "What the hell are you talking about?" Saying that, he rushed forward again. The two swords collided with each other, sparks were flying. Feeling the hand of the corrupt mother in his chest, Marck slightly frowned and muttered, 2.5 fingers. I'm just a bandit but on the same level as the cavalry slitting my throat. This game is so unbalanced. Facing Marck, the blonde suddenly showed a strange smile. Immediately after, the first half of the sword was cut off and flew straight up. The broken blade was stuck in the ground a distance away from the Marck. Looking at this scene, he mentally scolded, "What a bastard." The blonde man carrying the sword on his shoulder let out a few obnoxious laughter. He said, "That's why I used the stars as a price." Marck didn't pay any attention. He looked at the broken sword in his hand and curled his mouth in exclamation, "Ha, what a waste of a weapon." The blonde took one look at Marck and said, "Since it seems like you're nothing special, I'll let you go. Anyway, I have planned the last job to leave that place. That's why we don't consider the debt finished and leave smiling." Hearing these words, Marck curled his mouth and smiled. He pointed to the carriages behind him and said, "Let me make another suggestion, stop robbing and leave here immediately. Then I will treat you more gently." Seriously, the blonde raised an eyebrow and asked, "Do you really think we can just talk and leave?" "That's not it," Marck said with a smile. Before he could finish his sentence, an arrow came straight at his head. The blonde man curled his mouth and said, "You're late, you bastard." He then turned to look at the direction the arrow was shot and shouted loudly, "I think he's about to kill me." A person holding a bow and arrow stepped forward and said, "Don't meddle with us, I saw the person cutting the priest's sword in half." The blonde man shrugged and replied, "I calculated quite accurately to cut that sword smoothly." Another person heard that and opened his hands and said, Yeah, you're the best." At this time, the blonde man asked again, "Anyway, have you killed the other guys?" The person being asked replied, "I have definitely eliminated all of them." As soon as these words ended, a cold voice suddenly rang out, "Is it really that clean?" Marck, who had just been hit in the head with an arrow, slowly sat up. He looked at the blonde man's frightened face and asked faintly, "What are you guys so surprised about?" A survivor after taking an arrow to the head. Seeing it for the first time, Marck immediately reached out and pulled out the arrow stuck in his head and smiled brightly. He thought to himself, "I thought that was it." After thinking about it, Marck clasped his hands together. A blue light flared around his body. He said, "I have given you a chance. But you answered with an arrow straight to my head." The blonde man was now extremely scared and his face turned pale. He quickly ordered the archers to shoot, aiming straight at him. The sharp arrows roared forward and stabbed into the Marck's body. He didn't bother to pay attention, but still clasped his hands and closed his eyes and said, "Mother of corruption, your son is in danger. I am so surprised and scared to know what to do. If you are with me, please witness." Seeing the sky and earth begin to darken, the group of people cried out in fear. It couldn't be, he was a monster. Marck continued to tell the corrupted mother, "Isn't this the right time for you to save me?" The blonde man saw that something was wrong and quickly gave orders, retreated, and ran quickly to these bastards. The crowd began to run away, but after only running a few steps, they ran into an invisible wall. They cried out in panic, "I can't go further, an invisible wall has been erected." Marck opened his eyes. In his eyes were blue pupils. He thought to himself, this is the barrier that life cannot penetrate. A form of authority that corrupted priests perform before displaying their power. It prevents opponents from escaping and conceals their corrupted divinity. Marck smiled cruelly. He curled his mouth and said, I really like this authority, my god. The crowd couldn't get past the invisible wall. The blond man kept swinging his hands down. He was sweating and said, I have no choice, pull out my sword. Just cut down the barrier. The words suddenly fell silent. A rumbling sound rang out right where the blond man was standing. The remaining people saw this scene and cried out in fear, Captain. At this time, in the middle of the invisible wall, a corrupt giant that Marck summoned appeared from nowhere. Its terrifying fist punched the ground, creating a deep hole. The crowd did not know what creature this was. Everyone was scared and quickly retreated back. Their faces were all pale and cold sweat was flowing profusely. The corrupt giant stuck out its red tongue, jumped up and rushed straight towards the crowd. Rocks and soil followed its movements and flew in all four directions. These people were all crying out with tears in their eyes, please save us. Please, let us live, we will never rob again. Marck didn't care. He coldly ordered, except for their heads, do whatever you want. Hearing this order, the corrupted giant immediately massacred the group of people, red blood flowing on the white snow. After dealing with these robbers, Marck slowly walked to the carriage. He stood still, looking at the corpses scattered around. Marck asked the corrupted mother, do you want to gather divinity? If you take divinity from their body, they will disappear. If you do that, members will come to investigate. Think carefully before doing it. Speaking of this, Marck suddenly paid attention to one side. There, Pierre was lying in one place, with an arrow stuck deep in his chest. Marck said, I will pack it up so you can rest in peace. At this time the corrupted mother raised a finger. Marck said again, I will try my best to save this guy. It will be beneficial for my reputation. So I need help, mother. Treat his wound. In another place, a woman with blue hair is holding a gilded cup in her hand, surrounded by gems. She opened her mouth to ask, what happened to the person who stole the relic? Hearing this question, a man immediately replied, I heard they were beheaded. What about the body? The woman asked. The man immediately replied, there was nothing they could take, they had no choice but to return to the relic. Pausing for a moment, seeing that the other person didn't say anything, he softly called the priest twice. The blue-haired woman heard that and immediately said, you can come back. Look from here. I want to embark on a pilgrimage to the Holy Land even more. Pilgrimage, the man exclaimed in surprise, so suddenly. Don't tell me that's a prophecy. Yes, the blue-haired woman replied, nodding, because of the prophecy. And someone we need to meet. At this time in the forest, it was already dark. Marck carried Pierre on his shoulders and was walking towards the city gate. 10 years ago, every religion received a prophecy. The end of the world will take on the guise of life and bring the world to the brink of destruction. The two gatekeepers saw someone approaching and quickly ran out to help. After giving Pierre to them, at this time a voice rang out from Marck's hand, Priest Marck, you can come back now. Erin didn't know when she appeared in front of him. She raised two fingers and narrowed her eyes and said, I have permission from the guards. In the distance, two guards carrying Pierre walked away and exclaimed, how could he carry a person as heavy as himself with one hand? Inside the city, Erin talked as she walked, I never guessed anything based on appearance. But it seems you are much stronger than expected. Hearing that, Marck laughed and replied, I think it's just quite a bit. As if remembering something, Erin said, oh, also. The head in your hand, I heard is the source of the problem. Rather than just going back and forth with it, I think you should let us handle it from here. It sounds reasonable. Marck immediately passed the head wrapped in a cloth bag to Erin. Erin took the head, smiled and asked, by the way, do you have a place to sleep? Hearing that, Marck immediately asked again, do you think there isn't a place for me in this city? I'm looking for it. Erin heard this and quickly said, you don't need to look. After saying that, she raised a finger to her mouth, mysteriously saying, if you think it's okay. Maybe you should stay at my place temporarily. As soon as these words ended, the murderous sounds of the corrupted mother resounded in Marck's ears. He opened his eyes wide and looked at the other person, silently saying nothing. Erin raised one finger and said softly, if you're okay with it. Would you like to sleep temporarily at my place? As soon as these words ended, the murderous sounds of the corrupted mother resounded in Marck's ears. He opened his eyes wide and looked at the other person, silently saying nothing. The sound of killing and killing echoed continuously in Marck's ears. In the room that Aaron prepared for him, Marck lay on the bed. He held the hand of the corrupted mother, patted it, and softly said, "I knew it all along. I knew very well, that's why I accepted. Mom, I don't have any bad intentions towards that kind red-haired girl." Having said that, Marck thought, all she said was that she would let me sleep in the living room for the guild's mercenaries. As he was thinking, there was a knock on the door from outside, and Marck opened his eyes wide in alertness. Right after that, Aaron poked her head in and smiled and said, "Hello, priest. I want you to rest as long as possible, but there are still a few things I need to ask you." Hearing that, Marck sat up, put on his sandals, then said softly, "Don't worry." Going to open the door, Marck scratched his head and asked, "What's the matter?" Aaron smiled and replied, "It seems the Lord wants to see you." "Star-Lord," Marck exclaimed, quite surprised. Then he asked suspiciously, "Do you know why he called me?" "Well," Aaron said hesitantly, "Captain Galad from the mercenary squad who passed away was actually the Lord's adopted brother." The next day, Marck came to the palace. A butler took him inside and reported, "My lord, the priest has arrived." The lord, sitting at the table, nodded in order, retreated. The butler bowed his head and replied, "Yes, sir." The Gwese lord, named Triton Filion. He looked towards Marck and asked, "So you were the one who saw the moment of my brother's death?" "Would you like some tea?" Triton asked, smiling. Marck remained silent and said nothing. He felt the hand in front of his chest making a sign and his whole body tensed. In his heart, he thought, when his mother first saw the Lord, she drew an X. Marnick's eyes flashed with a blue light. He smirked and replied, "What's that like, living a fake life as a human?" "That demon." As soon as these three words were uttered, Triton's whole body immediately exuded a cold killing intent. Looking at this expression of the other person, Marck thought, when mother was hiding in her bag, there was only one reason why she drew a big X on the Lord when she saw him. That's because he is not a living creature, and among them, there is only one species that can disguise itself as a human. That's the devil. While demons are stronger than all other species, they are evil creatures but cannot do anything on their own to interfere with the human world. And to be a part of this world, they have no choice but to make contracts with entities inside this world. That's why demons like living creatures so much. However, the gods they hated demons. The gods finally declared their war upon all living creatures. From now on, such beings will be called demons, and all of them are present for evil things. And that's when it began the priest's demon hunt. Now that I think about it, a contract demon is an extremely difficult job and many people even try to avoid it. I remember because the fake contract was the second job I played. The atmosphere in the meeting room fell silent. I don't know how long it took. Triton smacked his lips and rubbed it for an hour. He said slowly, "Thanks to the dead Galad, I was able to meet an important guest. Plus I see that you can see through my disguise like this. I don't think you're really a priest under the guardian goddess's command." Triton's eyes flashed. He put his hands on the table and curled his mouth to continue, "You can say I'm lying down and waiting." Hearing these words, Marck put his hand on his left chest and smiled, introducing himself, "I am a priest serving under the corrupt mother. You can call me Marck." Triton changed his position, leaning back on the chair, and exclaimed, "I thought they were extinct. I can't believe there is still a child of corruption. Please sit down, we are the only ones here after all." Marck smiled and sat down opposite. At this time, Triton continued to open his mouth to speak. "To be honest, I didn't call you for any specific reason. Galad, the captain of the mercenary team that was with you at that time, can you tell me exactly how he died? I will definitely pay you back." Hearing that, Marck pursed his lips and smiled softly. He nodded and replied, "Okay, it's okay." Leaving the castle, Marck looked up at the clear blue sky. Remembering the words that Triton had said earlier, he thought to himself, it was a series of unfortunate events. This winter, after complaining that he had nothing to do, the Lord tried to give him some work to do, but who would have thought that he would die in the process? That's what people call life. It's quite difficult. Opening the small red bag in his hand, there were 2 gold coins in it. Marck groaned for an hour. He held the gold coin in his hand, muttering softly, "The Lord will not bribe you with this gold. This gold is just a symbol that he really wants to know the truth of the case. I'm not a monk greedy for gold, Mom, you're going too far about that. By the way, you know, gold doesn't decompose." Pausing for a moment, Marck held the hand of the corrupted mother, then he continued to say, "Mother, please listen to everything I am about to say before you get angry. The most important thing is to listen from beginning to end." After saying that, Marck immediately raised his hand to cover his mouth and coughed several times. He continued, "There is another thing that does not rot over time and lasts as long as gold. Do you know what it is? That is the love I have for that person, mother." Having said that, Marck put both hands tightly around the hand of the corrupted mother. He placed his hand on his chest, the sounds of killing still ringing in his ears. Marck smiled and said, "To you, you will always be the most important. That's why there's no need to worry about such things." Returning to the guild, Erin narrowed her eyes and smiled in greeting. "You're back, Priest Marck. Why don't you say hello to the other priests from the church that serve the teaching God?" Following the direction Erin's hand looked, Marck narrowed his eyes and smiled at those people. He thought to himself, "God taught me from the church, I don't want to talk to those crazy heretics right now." While thinking about this, Marnick's eyes suddenly opened wide. He felt something surrounding the priests of the church for the gods to teach him. Marnick's face suddenly became worried. He immediately took a stance to prepare for action. Marnick's face suddenly became worried. He immediately took a stance to prepare for action. He thought to himself, "As soon as I saw them, my mother told me, one of them. Bring one relic." One of the group of priests lifted his foot and walked forward, not too fast or too slow to speak, devoted to a life of righteousness. "I never thought I would see a priest protecting me here. I am the one who carries the burden on the balance of revenge. You can call me Orvis." The person who came forward placed his hand on one side of his chest, his face covered with scars, and slightly bowed his head to introduce himself. After speaking, Orvis raised his head and smiled at Marck. Then he pointed to a white-haired man with a horn on his forehead and said that the big man over there was Cornu. "And this person is Patina." Orvis refers to the only girl of the introduction group. Hearing that, Marck also placed his hand on one side of his chest. He also bowed his head slightly and replied, "Nice to meet everyone. I am a priest serving the goddess of protection. My name is Marck." Erin stood behind the reception desk with one hand on her chin and said, "It seems the priests of the Church of the God of Teachings are also here today, just like you, Marck Directory Link." Hearing this, Marck breathed a sigh of relief, thinking, "That means not even having to act now, I still have quite a chance to steal their relics. The only problem is that when I absorb the holy magic from the relic, some corrupted holy magic will inevitably leak out. Do I have to steal again? I'm not like a corrupt priest but more like a corrupt robber." While thinking, Orvis held out a hand in front of Marck and said, "We need to say hello to the Lord for a moment. We can talk more next time we meet." Without waiting for Marck to respond, the three people immediately left. Looking at their backs, Marck thought to himself, saying hello to the Lord. While thinking about this, Erin standing behind suddenly asked, "Our guild often provides shelter for priests at a cheap price." Hearing that, Marck immediately asked, "Does that mean you will force me to pay for yesterday?" Erin shrugged and replied, "Why should I do that? You think I let you stay here because I'm interested in you? I let you stay here because you're also a priest." "Of course not," Marck said, blushing slightly. At this time, he listened to Erin again, "But I also had the intention of expressing my desire to help him. If possible, to prevent food from spoiling." Erin hesitantly said this, then stopped. She suddenly leaned close to Marnick's ear and then finished the second half of the sentence, "I wonder if you can cast protection magic on food." Hearing this, Marck panicked and took a few steps back and screamed, "Why did you whisper in my ear just to say that?" Erin didn't say anything but put her hand over her mouth and smiled. Then she absent-mindedly raised her chin and asked, "I wondered why." While talking about this, a voice rang out in the distance. It seemed like the two of them were quite compatible. Marck heard that and immediately turned his head to look over. Seeing who was coming, he curiously asked, "Aren't you going with that person, Priest Cornu?" Cornu smiled looking at Marck. He said, "I had no other choice, because of my background. Many lords from the north did not have a very good impression of me. I'm just showing my respect." Hearing that, Erin immediately said, "I don't think Lord Treeden cares about such things." She smiled and said, "Although he seemed cold to others, he was extremely good at his job. He clearly differentiates between his work and personal life because there are many people supporting him at this guise. I suggest that you should not speak impolitely to the Lord because it will be very dangerous for you." Hearing that, Cornu scratched his head and replied, "I will remember that. By the way, can you tell us more about your lordship?" Cornu was full of anticipation and stroked his chin. Erin and Marnick smiled and looked towards him. The three people were silent for a moment. Marnick was quite curious and asked Cornu, "Why did everyone decide to go see the Lord first?" Cornu pursed his lips and was silent for a moment. Then cautiously said, actually, following the prophecy we received 10 years ago. Priest Orvis thinks that the end of the world is hiding behind the shell of life, that the end will wear the shell of life and fall on this world, referring to a demon. When Marck heard that, he was a bit startled and asked, so everyone is here because everyone thinks the Lord is a demon? Cornu heard that and shook his head and replied, of course not. Mr. Orvis was just checking for himself. Because his ability is to check whether someone is a devil or not. By using his relics. In the meeting room, a demon opened its red mouth. There was a loud explosion, a burning fire rose up, Marck and Cornu both looked warily in the direction of the fire. A giant demon with sharp teeth destroyed the room and rushed out. Marck frowned as if thinking about something. Cornu standing behind him was also concentrating highly. The giant demon with sharp teeth rushed out. Marck and Cornu both looked warily in that direction. On the other side, Orvis took out a hammer and then shouted, "Oh, balance of punishment. Die," he said as he swung the hammer downward. The demon was hit in the middle of the top of the head. There was a loud rumble all around. Orvis gritted his teeth and scolded, "You stupid monster. Die, devil." There was smoke and dust everywhere. Cornu took a few steps forward and said nervously, "That was Priest Orvis's punishment hammer. It seems like they're fighting demons, we have to go help them right away." As soon as these words ended, he saw Marck rushing forward, leaving only one sentence, "I'll go first, I'll be there soon." Rushing towards Aaron, Marck called out. Aaron quickly replied, "Priest Marck, what's going on?" Marck stood there and asked, Where is the medical center where Pierre is being treated? Tell me, where can I find him?" I asked him while quickly picking up Aaron. Marck's footsteps were very hasty. Running out the guild gate, Marck jumped high with Aaron and then quickly rushed away. His speed was extremely fast, the places he jumped down to gain momentum were all broken. In Marck's heart, Aaron was terrified. The people's cries for help and escape rang out non-stop. The demon controlled by Orvis roared angrily. Aaron cried out in fear, "Priest, monsters. The monsters are entering the city center." Hearing her say that, Marck also shouted impatiently, "Forget about it, tell me, where is Pierre?" Aaron tried to calm down. She pointed in one direction and said, "Over there, he's over there." Marck immediately followed the direction Aaron pointed. He was extremely worried and called Pierre's name. Very quickly, the two people ran to the place and rushed inside. Marck saw Pierre lying quietly on the hospital bed. Aaron breathed a sigh of relief. Marck also said with a sigh of relief, "I struggled to save him, I couldn't let him die in this tragedy." Putting Aaron aside, Marck quickly walked over and lifted Pierre onto his shoulder. He turned around and said to Aaron, holding on tightly, "I can't carry you with both arms anymore." Listening to his words, Aaron immediately hugged Marck's neck tightly. Marck swung his leg and the ground immediately cracked. Using momentum, he took Aaron and Pierre and rushed away. On Marck's back, Aaron sensed danger approaching. Remembering something, Aaron said softly, "Priest, I know a secret path." "Where?" Marck asked urgently. She pointed towards a house and said, "We have to go that way. That house has a secret passage leading to the outskirts of Guise, but the door is locked." Without saying much, Marck ran to the front door of the house. He lifted his foot and kicked hard on the lock on the door. Seeing the door open, Aaron smiled with relief. Marck immediately took her and Pierre inside the house. On his back, Aaron was still extremely scared. She turned her head slightly and looked back and praised him, "He is really strong." Going deeper into the house, seeing that it was quite safe, Marck immediately put Pierre and Aaron down and advised them to follow that secret passage if the situation worsened. "What about you?" Aaron asked bewildered. Marck turned away and said, "I need to go back." Seeing that he was immediately about to leave, Aaron hurriedly called after him, "Priest." Marck did not ignore the calls and immediately ran straight out. He ran quickly to the center of the battle. Seeing the person lying on the ground, Marck was extremely frightened. Cornu was covered in blood and barely breathing. Marck sat down and called, "Pastor Cornu." Cornu's face was covered in blood. Hearing the call, he opened his eyes and weakly said, "It's you, Priest Marck." Marck observed Cornu for a while. He frowned and thought to himself, "His wound is too deep. I can't do anything. If I leave him like that." Thinking about this, Marck was a little worried and quickly asked, "Where are the other priests who went with him?" Cornu's lips moved weakly. It took a long time before he uttered a name, "Patina." Cornu looked to one side. only to see that Patina's whole body was covered in blood lying flat in one place. He sadly said 2 words and died. Hearing that, Marck asked again, "Is there any way to defeat the demon?" Cornu thought for a moment and then spoke intermittently, "The relics we brought with us. The white sword that Priest Orvis stabbed into the demon's head. If you can take that sword and stab it deep into its brain, the demon will die." Saying this, Cornu's pupils immediately dissolved, his arm fell straight to the cold ground. Cornu was dead. Marck stood up and took a step back. Immediately after that, he half knelt down on one knee. A blue aura began to radiate around his body. He respectfully said, "O corrupted mother, I would like to collect the holy magic from this man. I don't know how long it will take. The game notification sound will sound. You have received 100 achievements." In another place, Orvis' whole body was covered in blood and he screamed loudly. He continued to pound the scales of punishment on the demon's head. The demon painfully opened its mouth full of teeth and let out a pitiful scream. It struggled as hard as it could to escape the balance of punishment. At this moment, below the ground, Orvis's legs pumped with all their strength. The opportunity has come. Orvis held the white sword in his hand and rushed straight towards the demon's head. The sharp blade pierced through his head, and fresh blood immediately gushed out like a stream. With this one stab, he silently praised with satisfaction that this white sword was all it took. At this time, in a corner not far away, Marck had already come here, holding a shiny sword in his hand. A loud rumble erupted in the center of the battle, rocks flying into the sky. Marck was a little conscious, only to see that the demon was still able to stand up with a sword in the head. Marck worriedly thought to himself, "Don't say that." Halfway through thinking, the giant demon rose up, its body covered with a layer of red murderous aura. It sent Orvis and Marck, who were standing near it, flying a distance away. He felt his body spinning. Marck gritted his teeth and cried out, "A death roll." With a loud bang, the ground exploded. Marck was knocked down and fell flat in the deep hole. He groaned softly. Hearing the sound of the corrupted mother ringing in his ears, Marck smiled a little reassuringly. "I'm fine, mother." "Yes, Mom also said that blessings come with disasters." Saying this, he pursed his lips slightly. Seeing a sparkling stone next to him, Marck said with satisfaction, "This is truly an interesting event." Having said that, he immediately reached out and held the stone in his hand. Marck laughed happily and said, "Mother, I would like to give you another relic. Please give me new authority." Holding the stone in his hand, Marck smirked and said, "Please release your seal, mother." As soon as these words finished, from the stone in Marck's hand, a few streams of blue air flowed out. Feeling this aura, Marck thought to himself, "It seems like every relic has enough holy power for authority." The stone soon shattered. Marck's current holy power was 11,723. He smirked and said, "Another seal was removed. Can you tell me how it is different from before?" Speaking of this, the hand of the corrupted mother in Marck's chest suddenly rushed out. Marck asked in confusion, "What's wrong?" Seeing the corrupted mother's hand blocking a rock for him, Marck happily exclaimed, "I'm glad that you can support me from afar like that, but I don't think that removing a seal with a relic like that is a bit small. I'm just happy for your development." Hearing these words, the mother's hand seemed angry. Marck quickly comforted, "Just joking, don't be angry." The corrupted mother heard that and once again crawled into Marck's chest. He sat up and said, "Since I'm not in the best situation right now, I'll stop joking for a bit." After saying that, he closed his eyes and concentrated his mind to chant, "O Mother of Corruption, I would like to offer you 10,000 holy powers. Please give me a new authority." Around the Marck's body is a blue halo. Looking at the documents in front of him, Marck thought, "So it's this. The word of alienation. The influence of this authority is simple but powerful. The moment the word of luxury is activated, blue-black metaphysical tattoos will appear all over your body. And it will help amplify his power. A new authority isn't bad, Mom." Pausing for a moment, Marck hugged the corrupted mother's hand in his chest before continuing to speak. It was extremely useful in this situation. Quickly standing up from the rubble, Marck looked down at his feet and said softly, "It seems like my cursed leg has also been healed." After walking a few steps, Marck noticed a side not far from him. There, the handle of the balance of punishment lies quietly. Right next to him was Priest Orvis, his whole body pale. Marck remembered the images from earlier. He thought to himself, "It seems like we fell at the same time." Knowing that the enemy was no longer alive, Marck silently prayed, "Please rest in peace. O corrupt mother, I ask for holy magic from this man. Just as he was absorbing holy magic, the demon suddenly opened his mouth and roared. It breathes red fire, burning any obstacle it encounters. Marck turned his head slightly to look over. He frowned and said, "That's strange." The people who caused the demon's anger were the teaching church priests. But even when the priests were all dead, the demon was still crazy for some reason. Very quickly, Marck received 1,000 holy magic. He looked towards the crazy demon and said softly, "I thought demons were not creatures that acted on instinct like animals." Saying this, Marck suddenly opened his eyes wide. The hand of the corrupted mother in her chest was constantly shaking. Marck softly called out, "Mother." Right after that, the green totem of the word corruption appeared on his face. He curled his mouth and said, "The road will be a bit bumpy, please keep it tight in your pocket." Having finished speaking, Marck immediately flew towards the demon. Where he landed on the broken ground, totems of corrupted letters began to spread throughout the Marck's body. The demon's blood-red pupils flashed once. It screamed for a long time. Marck continued to put all his strength into jumping up. Realizing that someone was attacking him, the demon whipped his tail hard. Marck quickly turned around to avoid the tail. The demon's tail hit the ground hard. He bent his legs and ran forward. Seeing the image of a sword in the distance, Marck was satisfied and uttered these two words. The white sword was neatly stuck straight into the ground. A layer of bright light flashed around its body. Marck flew quickly in that direction. He cautiously turned his head and looked back, seeing the demon behind him stretching his body. Marck thought to himself, "It seems like today I have to experience a few more rolls." Thinking of this, Marck leaned forward and slid a distance. This is exactly what you want. The demon on the other side was running. Marck lowered his body to the ground, standing firmly on both feet. In just a blink of an eye, the demon rushed towards the place. Marck leaned over and crawled under its body. He curled his mouth and thought, "The same things. Can't use it on me twice." In just a blink of an eye, there was a loud explosion and a hot fire flared up fiercely. The strong fire spread to the houses on the street. The windows of those houses were shattered by the impact. Marck covered his mouth with his hand and spat out a mouthful of hot blood. Looking at his bloody hand, Marck exclaimed, it seemed like the process was faster than he thought. On the opposite side, the demon threatened to continue attacking. Marck stomped his foot. He thought, when I used the word corruption, my body also started to rot from the inside. If the demon continues like this, the collapse will gradually spread outside my body, and then I won't be able to do anything anymore. There's no time. Thinking so, Marck immediately ran under the demon's body and rushed towards the white sword. He reached out and grabbed the hilt of the sword. This is the white sword that Priest Orvis stabbed into the demon's head. If you can take that sword and pierce it deep into its brain, the demon will die. Marck raised the corner of his mouth into a smile. It was slow to say, but it happened fast. Right when the demon ran over, Marck stabbed the sword firmly into its brain. Right after that, he pulled the sword from the demon's head and said in a cold voice, "Awakening." A stream of blue air flew out from the hole in the demon's head. Marck opened his mouth and called, "Sir Triton." As soon as these words ended, the demon's red eyes were gradually replaced by blue. Its whole body trembled. It opened its big mouth and let out a long scream. At the place where the demon was standing, a blinding blue light flared up. The people here who witnessed this scene were all extremely frightened. Erin, who was taking care of Pierre in the house connected to the tunnel, also felt these things and turned her head to look outside. Outside on the street, that light did not decrease but became increasingly brighter. I don't know how long it took. The light faded, the demon disappeared, replaced by Triton's tattered body lying there. Marck walked over and smiled and asked, "Are you awake yet?" Triton raised his eyes to look at the other person, smiled and replied, "Honestly, meeting you is truly the best blessing I have ever received." Hearing that, Marck immediately raised the white sword in his hand and said, "No need to do that, it's all because this sword has power beyond your thoughts." Pausing for a moment, he opened his hand and said, "What do you think, the value of giving away 2 gold coins?" Triton grabbed Marck's hand and used his strength to sit up. He smiled and replied, "It was definitely worth a lot more." A blue flame flared up in the palm of his hand. This hand belongs to the girl with blue hair. She waved her hand and flicked the fire out. In the middle of the cold snowy forest, blue flames began to spread around. A man was standing next to her, observing for a moment and then silently said, "I know. Every time I see it. Once again we have to be amazed by this wonderful power. But there's no one here. I'm sure I slit that boy's throat here. this man is the one who beheaded Marck and took his holy cup. Recalling what happened then, he firmly said, it must have been so long ago that some monster or animal must have eaten its body. Hearing these words, the girl with blue hair exclaimed, wow, that's possible. Thank you for bringing me here, but I want to ask you one last thing. Nearby cities. Can you tell me their names? At Guise, the road surface after the battle was completely broken. Marck walked down the street with one of Lord Treden's servants. The two entered a room. The waiter took a few steps forward to open the door for him. Marck smiled and walked inside. Immediately, Treden with a cloth covering one eye opened his two hands and smiled brightly to welcome, welcome priest, I am waiting for you to come. Why does it feel like you're much more handsome than the last time we met, ha ha ha. Hearing this, Marck immediately responded, thanking him for his compliment. Treden smiled and continued, Demon Slayer, I don't know how to show all my respect for you, Priest Marck. Marck placed his hand on one side of his chest and replied, but aren't demons still living and breathing? Treden didn't pay much attention to this and continued to say, demons like me also need to live, I don't believe that any creature is born to die, right? That's right, Marck replied with narrowed eyes. He thought to himself, after everything was resolved, Treden told the people that he was the one who defeated that demon, and that he was also the one who saved him. As a result, even though it wasn't very suitable, I was called a demon slayer. And maybe it's because Erin likes that name a little too much, so she keeps calling herself Mr. Demon Slayer when she's out, causing everyone to pay attention. When passing by a certain group of people, Marck often hears whispers, that's the famous demon-slaying priest, right? I heard he's quite strong, even though he doesn't look like it, he even managed to behead 7 robbers by himself. He even defeated demons, so what's the point of 7 robbers, but I still can't, I'm afraid that another monster like that will appear again. Getting out of his thoughts, Marck sat down on the side facing Lord Treden. He said, besides, looking at his artificial wooden arm and leg moving so smoothly, it felt somehow strange. Treden's limbs were all broken after the battle. He smiled and replied, I can only do this for your eyes. But when there's someone else, you wouldn't dare, and let it move naturally like this. We also have to pay the price, it's expensive. Feeling some murderous aura emitted from Treden's body, Marck immediately asked, what price are you talking about? Treden raised his cup of tea and took a sip, then said, sooner or later. Then all my hair will be like leaves blown by the wind, falling like yellow leaves in autumn. And if you meet me in a few months, what will greet you will be my bald ball. Hearing him say that, Marck imagined the image of him later. He silently shed tears. Now he heard Treden say, we can talk about that later. You have about a week, take it easy, Marck replied with a smile. Hearing that, Treden leaned back in his chair with satisfaction and said, perfect, there is a job that I just accepted, and the requester is specifically asking about you. Receiving this information, Marck asked quite interestedly, they want me? Treden nodded and said, it seemed like they thought he would be the perfect choice for this job after hearing stories about demon slayers. It seems to be related to the relics in the ancient country. The reward will be 5 pure gold pieces. It will be paid in advance too, and if they acknowledge your great help in exploring the ruins. They said they would give you one of the discovered relics. Hearing these words, Marck thought to himself, just like his mother had said. Seeing and hearing would be better, right? Thinking so, Marck happily agreed, I would like to accept the job. On the way, Marck silently pondered, once upon a time, there was an ancient empire, they ended the era of mad magicians and unified the continent. And in the present era, their technology has been recreated, the relics are considered priceless treasures containing powerful abilities. In other words, most of the items considered high-level items in this world were relics of the ancient country. Arriving at the meeting place with the tenant, looking at the 3 people in front of him, Marck came forward to say hello, I am a priest under the goddess of protection, my name is Marck. A leader took a step forward, clasped his hands in response, nice to meet you, priest. This person opened his hand and introduced himself, I am the one who requested this quest, Carmen Valtis. Valtis, Marck thought, but he still reached out to shake hands with him. Noticing the doubt in the other person's eyes, Valtis scratched his head shyly and said, you guessed right, the Black Wolf's Anthony Valtis is my father. Well, in case you misunderstand, I'm his stepson. Marck smiled without saying anything. He thought, stepchild. That rigid, conservative man actually has a child of his own, but I thought he would be alone after losing his wife. It seems that rumors and reality are completely different. But digging deeper into this issue is a bit not good. Not wanting to think too much, Marck looked at the two remaining people behind Voltus and asked curiously, I wonder who the two people behind him are. Voltus then remembered and introduced, the magician wearing a hooded cloak is Tunisia, she is the one who will lead us to the ancient relics. And this is Suku's, as you can see he is a person of the One Sense clan, he is quite good, you can count on Alpha Nu Eta Tau Alpha. Suku's had a horn on his head, he smiled kindly, shook Marnick's hand and said, nice to meet you, Demon Slayer Marnick. Marnick replied a bit shyly, that nickname is actually a bit embarrassing. Just call me Marnick. Suku's doesn't think so, he smiled and said, the name is recognition for what you have achieved, there is nothing to be ashamed of. After the greetings were finished, Voltus immediately spoke up and said, okay, now that we have finished the introduction, let's go, it will take about 2 days of walking to get there. On the way we will walk and talk. 2 days later, night fell in the snowy forest, the Marnick group found an open space to light a fire to rest. The warm fire dispels the cold of winter. Looking at the teenager next to him, Voltus asked suspiciously, aren't you sleeping? It would be better to sleep for a while. Hearing that, Marnick immediately replied, I've had enough sleep so it's okay. Seeing you say that, Voltus sighed softly, what a different young man. There's still plenty of time until sunrise. Do you have any good stories? I bet someone like you must have met some suitable woman. Speaking of this issue, Marnick stammered a little embarrassedly, I'm still just a young bamboo shoot that has just grown. Oh, that's surprising, Voltus exclaimed. Then he asked again, is there any type of person that you like? Hearing this question, Marnick's head immediately appeared the image of the hand of the corrupted mother. He slightly closed his eyes and replied, I think I like the type of woman who wants to be with me. A silence covers the surrounding area. A moment later, Voltus agreed, it was true, every time he woke up and saw his woman sleeping peacefully next to him, there really was nothing more. I personally believe that a woman's heart is the most important thing. The hand of the corrupted mother in Marnick's chest silently gave a thumbs up. Voltus continued speaking, although this sounded obvious. Because your heart is in your chest, for your heart to be welcomed, your chest must be wide enough to accept it. Voltus talked a lot, it seemed like he was in a quite comfortable mood right now, he smiled softly and called, Priest Marnick. Stopping for a moment, Voltus exclaimed excitedly, he really likes women with big breasts. Marnick smiled, his face blushed slightly and replied, having a clear view of what you like is not bad, I think it will help you a lot on your journey. However, if I were to give you some advice, I would advise you not to talk about this in front of women. Voltus put his hands behind his back and nodded, I don't go around talking about these things, I just dare to tell you. Whenever I talk to you, I feel like I'm talking to an old friend. Me too, Marnick continued with narrowed eyes. The two of them just laughed at each other, the atmosphere at this time was very comfortable. The cold night, thanks to these laughs, became much warmer. The next morning, walking next to Voltus, Marnick thought, I still remember Mom telling me to know how to choose friends to play with. But now I'm married to this guy. Going a little further, Tunisia stopped walking and said, here it is. Her face hidden in the cloak gave off a cold look. She said, now I will open the gate to the ruins. Tunisia's face hidden in her cloak gave off a cold look. She said, now I will open the gate to the ruins. Entering the ruins of the ancient empire was quite easy. First we have to find the key. Then move to the coordinates written on the key. Next, we read the ancient text written on the key. And finally, insert the key clockwise or counterclockwise. Turn the key, however, because only a magician can read the runes written on the key. The role of the shaman in explorations like this is irreplaceable. The only exception to this is the players. That's right, as a player, Marnick can read runes. But of course he will hide the fact that he can read ancient texts. In front of the group of people there was a vortex that was constantly rotating. Voltus turned around and said, let's go inside. Looking towards him, Marnick thought to himself, in a world where I don't have anyone trustworthy enough to rely on. The key is too difficult to get just by yourself. The four people quickly went inside. In front of them was an extremely majestic ancient ruin. Voltus raised his head and looked up and exclaimed, compared to all the ruins I've been to, this is the best preserved place. Why don't we start exploring? I'm pretty sure there will be quite a few relics around here. Hearing him say that, Marnick smiled and thought, he couldn't believe he had a chance to be able to see ruins that previously could only be seen through pictures. I feel like my heart jumped out of my chest. Next to her, after walking a little further, Tunisia suddenly stopped, her eyebrows slightly furrowed. The group continued to advance deep into the ruins, the torches were lit. The space inside becomes much brighter thanks to the firelight. The four of them went a little deeper and a giant door appeared in front of them, with ancient texts written on the door. The content of the text is, "Prove that you have the blood of the Empire in you." Standing next to her, Tunisia had finished reading the ancient text when she suddenly opened her mouth and said the word blood. Her face was a bit tense, telling the people around her that if they didn't have imperial blood in them, it's best to prepare for battle. As he finished speaking, the door in front of him opened and the four Marck and Voltus walked inside. As soon as they entered, four people were attacked. From the surrounding corners, monsters with strange shapes rushed out. Sukuz drew his sword and prepared to attack. Sukuz's sword slashed away several monsters that were approaching. Next to her, Tunisia also raised her staff and started chanting. The floor underfoot quickly cracked, and between the cracks, a blinding light emanated. Soon, the ground cracked and a rumble rang out. A giant fire shot out from underground, blowing away the monsters, sending dirt, rocks, and sand flying everywhere. Marck clenched his fists and stood still. He pulled out the white sword on his back. Sharp slashes slashed out, killing the newly appearing monsters. At that moment, there was a dry, skeletal hand behind him slowly approaching. The corrupted mother in Marnick's chest moved to remind him. Marck was extremely alert and immediately turned around. The two sharp blades collided with each other, emitting sparks. Marck put all his strength to resist the sharp blade in the monster's hand. He took one look at it, thinking to himself, "It seems like there's still one more, I'd better kill this guy before I kill him." Just thinking this, the monster's head suddenly exploded, hot blood splashing. Marck smirked and looked at the arrow stuck in the monster's head. It could no longer stand and immediately fell to the ground. Not far away, Voltus let go of the bowstring and smiled. He gave Marck a thumbs up. Marck smiled and said, "Thank you." At this moment Sukuz's voice rang out again. "Why do you keep pushing the enemy into the middle of our front line, Marck, or I could get hurt?" Hearing that, Tunisia immediately objected, "That is the fastest way to eliminate our enemies. And anyway, we were able to take them all down, so if you could stop complaining for me, it would be better." Hearing these words, Sukuz immediately pointed his finger and shouted, "Ha, what did you say? If you want to say something." Before the words were finished, Voltus's voice rang out. He quickly interrupted, "Stop there, Sukuz, Tunisia." Hearing the reminder, Sukuz didn't say anything anymore. He suppressed his anger and clenched his teeth. Sukuz bent down and picked up the weapon. The four people rested in place, and Voltus's voice rang out in Marnick's ears, "But to be honest, Priest Marck, your nickname of Demon Slayer is not an untrue name." Hearing that, Marck smiled and replied, "I'm embarrassed to have to show everyone this unholy scene as a priest." Voltus right behind shrugged and said, "I will admit that what you said is not wrong, but this is the time to fight." Marck now opened his eyes wide in admiration and said, "After all, your ability to use a bow just now was really great." Voltus smiled and replied, "I have been used to using bows since I was a child. I practiced archery as much as possible." "So when can we leave for the next place?" Tunisia's voice suddenly rang out, interrupting the conversation. She said very firmly, "I feel fine with moving now. I still have quite a bit of mana left." Sukuz was still upset about what happened earlier. He turned his head and shouted, "Why do you keep urging us to keep moving when we haven't had any rest yet? I don't know anything about people like you who always talk about spells, but people who need to use physical strength and always have to move like me and Marck, we need a break." Tunisia is much calmer. She turned around and said, "But I believe everyone here now agrees with me, because other than the Sukuz, everyone is fine. Wouldn't it be better if we got to the center of this ruin as quickly as possible, instead of wasting time here?" To be honest, I think at this point he's just playing around and nothing more. This statement caused Sukuz to explode. He gritted his teeth and shouted, "What did you say?" Seeing that the two of them were arguing again, Voltus coldly advised them to rest a bit before continuing to move. This was the end of the conversation. Tunisia heard that and clenched her teeth. She bowed her head slightly but did not say anything more. Seeing this scene, Marck was silent. He felt a little embarrassed and secretly laughed a few times. Marck thought to himself, in this world, people have the profession of magicians. Usually people with inflated egos, and most of them are jerks. Here, becoming a magician is very easy, and that is through being born with a talent destined for this profession. Chosen to be a magician since birth. Although there are some differences between people, those born with mana already in their bodies, it will awaken when they reach a certain age. And when that happens, knowledge of ancient languages will flood their minds. And because you don't have to pay any price to do so. They learn ancient magic. Using mana has the ability to bend or even break the laws of this world. Then they are reincarnated as a magician. However, due to the vast amount of knowledge flooding their minds, they, naturally, hate learning new things. As a result, most magicians became stubborn, ignorant, uneducated people. Most of them think only about themselves and don't care about the people around them. She is exactly like other magicians I have met. But to be honest, among magicians, she is actually considered one of the best behaved. On Tunisa's side, she still didn't speak, she lowered her head slightly, not knowing what she was thinking. Rest for a while, Voltus smiled and said, now that you have rested enough. Let's go to the next area. As soon as these words ended, a strange noise came from a place not far away, making all four people jump. In the distance, a terrifyingly strong force seemed about to rush in. The ground began to explode, smoke and dust filled the air. Voltus said in horror, it can't be, the door is closed behind us. As he finished speaking, a red halo of light shone on the faces of the four people. The next second, the surrounding stones began to gather together, soon assembling into a giant stone man. This giant stone man bent down and stomped his foot, causing the ground to shake violently. One of its eyes flashed a strange blue light. Seeing that, Marck thought to himself, I immediately knew there was something wrong here, the enemy we encountered before was too weak for a ruin like this. It seems like this monster is the real deal here. The metal giant's eyes flashed with a strange green light. Marck thought to himself, this guy is the real deal. Next to him, Sukus gritted his teeth and clutched the weapon in his hand. Tunisia came from behind and said, get out of the way. After saying that, she took a step forward and raised the staff in her hand. Tunisia opened her mouth and recited a few ancient incantations. She waved her staff, a powerful stream of energy shot straight towards the metal monster, causing it to shatter. But just a split second later, the broken metal blocks were once again firmly attached to each other, and the monster was gradually formed. Its eyes flashed again. Voltus frowned tightly, he felt something was wrong. He quickly shouted, Tunisia, it's very dangerous, quickly chant the spell and get out of there. As soon as these words rang out, the monster's eyes flashed a dazzling light. Bright light rushed straight up. When the people around saw this, they were all scared and sweating. With a bang, on top of where Tunisia was standing, an explosion erupted. She froze on the spot, her eyes wide open and looking upward. Not knowing when the giant metal monster had approached, it swung its metal fist up and down. The ground immediately crumbled and blood splattered everywhere. Hot blood shot straight into the face of Sukus standing nearby. The giant metal monster crushed Tunisia, its next target was him. Seeing this, Marck quickly shouted, Sukus, lie down. In just a blink of an eye, a line of light flashed across the surface of the Sukus. The ground where he was standing exploded again, filling the air with smoke and dust. Suku's whole body was covered in blood and was thrown to one side. The monster didn't pay any attention and continued to advance in front of the two people, Marck and Voltus. Marck calmly asked, do you want to live? Ha, Voltus asked in confusion, hearing Marck repeat again, I asked if you wanted to live. Yes, Voltus immediately replied without thinking much. Hearing that, Marck immediately clenched his fist and said seriously, then be quiet. What? Voltus asked a puzzled question. But before receiving an answer, he was punched straight in the face by Marck's punch. Marck quickly picked up Voltus's limp body, he looked at the metal monster warily and told it in a cold voice, I also happen to have a giant, Mom, I need it urgently so I don't have time to pray. I need you to send it to me immediately. As soon as these words were finished, the corrupt giant of Marck appeared in the blink of an eye. Its eyes opened wide, staring at its opponent. The corrupted giant clasped its two hands together. It used all its strength to jump high and then gave a strong blow to the metal monster's body. Taking this opportunity, Marck also quickly rushed over. He glanced at his corrupt giant and said softly, he is always trustworthy, Mother thinks so too. Marck walked to the position of Tunisia's staff, he absorbed 1000 holy magic. Running to the location where Sukus died, he absorbed 100 holy magic. Voltus, who was still fainting, was placed against the wall by Marck. Marck stepped forward, he turned his head slightly to look behind him and then softly scolded him. Not far away, the revived metal monster was continuing to fight the corrupt giant. Marck said, it seemed like it would take them quite a while to finish this battle. The corrupted mother's hand in Marck's chest slightly tightened and grabbed his shirt. Understanding the mother's intention, Marck curled his lips and replied, obeying the mother's command. Having finished speaking, Marnick's body quickly transformed, the blue totem slowly spread on his face. This was the side effect of the word corruption. Marck raised a hand with a dangerous smile. He stomped his foot and said, stop joking around and let's help. Marnick's target now is the giant metal monster. He rushed towards it. The monster was made of white metal, and to be more precise, his target was what was on its head. That is a sparkling blue stone that occasionally flashes. Sensing Marnick's intentions, the corrupt giant lowered one of its hands. Marck followed his arm upward, realizing that only the blue stone on the giant metal monster's head was the most different and he had to destroy it. Holding his sword tightly and rushing upward, Marck firmly believed that after destroying the blue stone, something would definitely happen. While thinking, Marck jumped up on top of the corrupt giant's head. Borrowing his strength to jump into the air, he swung his sword and shouted loudly, I'm coming. A sharp sword with amazing power that Marck slashed broke the blue stone into pieces. Marck quickly lowered himself to the ground. The giant metal monster's body now revealed a deep hole, which was the location of the shattered blue stone. Successfully breaking the blue stone, the corrupt giant of Marck clenched his hands and shouted loudly with joy. Marck looked up, smiled and said, thank you for your help. While talking about this, the hand of the corrupted mother suddenly stuck out and pointed in one direction. Marck asked suspiciously, what's wrong, Mom? Looking up from the other hand, I saw 3 red swirls forming on top of my head. I don't know when, 3 giant metal monsters crawled out from that swirl. Seeing this scene, Marnick's eyes widened. 3 metal monsters thundered down to the ground. They stood tall on one side facing the Marck and the corrupt giant. Marck exclaimed with a black face, in the end, how many of them are left? Not knowing what method Marck used to finish dealing with those metal monsters, he quickly walked to where Voltus was sitting. He had woken up, a bit bewildered and asked, are Sukus and Tunisia dead? Marck nodded and replied, yes, that's a pity. If I had the chance, I would really like to save them, but everything happened so fast that I couldn't do that. Voltus' eyebrows furrowed tightly. He said softly, the moment the giant metal monster appeared from the air, we should activate the key. The 2 of them were just people I had just met because I had just been hired not long ago, but both of them were killed by my greed. Hearing him say that, Marck was silent for a moment and then consoled, they were all hired for the same purpose. Surely the 2 of them knew this could happen, so don't blame yourself too much. Voltus remained silent and said nothing. He pondered for a moment and then asked, where exactly was that place? Outside the black door, Marck replied. Hearing that, Voltus exclaimed in shock, but how is that possible? Halfway through speaking, he closed his eyes tightly. After a while, he slowly continued, saying that it would not be very polite for me to ask about what happened while you knocked me unconscious to prevent me from witnessing it. After all, you are the one who saved my life, right, Monk Marck? In the name of Voltus, I will definitely return this favor. Seeing the other person so serious, Marck laughed and said, I will definitely wait for you. Hearing that, Voltus immediately said, you really don't miss any opportunity. Marck shrugged and smiled and replied, ha ha, I'm just not in the habit of refusing other people's offers. If you feel better then I think we should start moving. I haven't defeated those giant metal monsters yet, I just ran away from them. Okay, let's go. Voltus stabilized his emotions and quickly stood up. Walking side by side with the enemy, Marck thought to himself, I was not lying, after defeating a giant metal monster with the help of a corrupt giant. 3 more appeared from above. And I left the corrupt giant behind as a punching bag for them to beat. After a long time of almost not being able to open the door, I kicked Voltus into the room. I told the corrupt giant to come back when his mission is finished, so he will probably return soon. I hope he won't be angry with me. The 2 continued to walk forward, not knowing how long they walked, when suddenly a snowflake fell on the tip of Marnick's shoe. He raised his head and looked up, smiling with relief. Marck looked at the huge door in front of him and said, it seems we have reached the end of the ruins. Feel free to watch. The door to the room opened loudly. Inside, a blue light flashed and crept out. The 2 went into the room, only to see on a metal shelf, a sword with a serrated blade and a bracelet hanging there. Seeing these 2 things, Marck thought to himself, the story written in the books is true. Standing at the side, Voltus held out his hand and said, Priest Marck, I know I have no right to ask, but can I ask for a favor? Can you give me this necklace? In return I will definitely reward you handsomely. Hearing that, Marck laughed and asked, what exactly is this bracelet? It's called a fake bloodline search. Valtis explains, if you drop a little blood into this bracelet and think about the particular bloodline you're looking for, then it will use your blood as a price to point in the direction of the bloodline you are thinking about. Hearing these words, Marck thought to himself, he's talking about bloodline, I understand the general idea. Not seeing what Marck said, Valtis scratched his head and continued, I'm sure you already know about my plan, right now I'm still looking for my mother. The mother I have never met. Having said that, he was extremely looking forward to seeing Marck's reaction. Marck walked up and pointed at the sword and said, is it okay if I take this sword? Leaving the relic, the two returned to the forest to find a place to make a fire to rest. Looking up at the bright moon above his head, Valtis smiled and said, from now on I think I should probably avoid all the giant metal blocks. Sitting next to Marck, hearing that, he agreed and replied, me too. If we were even 1 second late at that time, something bad would have happened to us. Valtis took off his coat, took off the necklace around his neck and said, I thought we were dead. Stop for a moment, he called again, Priest Marck. Can you bless me? Of course, Marck replied cheerfully. Hearing that, Valtis was extremely happy and smiled with his eyes wide open. Valtis took out a needle and stuck it in the tip of his finger. A drop of blood flowed out. He said, thank you, hoping that the guardian goddess will bless you. Having said that, Valtis immediately dripped blood from his fingertips onto the pendant. The drop of blood comes into contact with the mirror surface above. Immediately a stream of red air shot out and flew straight up. Valtis's eyes glowed with anticipation. He looked at the pendant on his hand and said softly, Mom, I know you're still alive. Marck placed a hand on his chest and bowed his head sincerely and said, I'm glad the necklace works as expected. Valtis nodded. He put the necklace around his neck and said, it's all thanks to you, I don't know how I can repay this debt. Hearing that, Marck immediately said, I can always repay him, as long as I have sincerity, I'm always ready to accept. Reaching out to take the pendant around his neck to observe further, Valtis suddenly called out, Priest Marck, can you listen to my last request? Of course, Marck replied. Hearing that, Valtis immediately said, I want to cooperate with you longer, Priest Marck, just until I find my mother. Since you're going west anyway, we can stop by the capital and there I'll reward you for this quest. Of course, I will definitely pay all travel expenses. I have enough money to pay for that. Hearing him say that, Marck didn't say anything right away but smiled. He thought to himself, although I quite like this proposal, I can't let him see through my intentions right away. The fire in front is burning, making the surrounding space quite warm. Valtis sat aside silently, waiting for Marck's answer. Waiting for a long time without seeing what the other person said, Valtis was a little impatient and softly called out, Priest Marck. Hearing that, Marck curled his lips and thought, if I do that, he can no longer consider me a shallow person. Thinking about it, he stood up and reached out to shake Valtis's hand. He said, if you're okay with me helping you find your mother, then I will definitely try my best to support you on this journey. Receiving the desired answer, Valtis happily exclaimed, thank you. The two rested for a night in the forest, and the next day they returned to the guild in Guise City. Erin looked at the person in front of her and frowned and said, so you're going to leave now, is that all, after everything I've done for you? I can't believe it. Marck smiled rather helplessly, and heard Erin's request, show me your hand. Hearing that, Marck immediately refused. Forgive me, Erin did not give up but seriously repeated, just give me your hand. Marck didn't want to make things difficult for her, so she opened her hand. Erin immediately placed her hand on his hand. She said, I don't usually deliver this so quickly, I did everything I could to get it in time, do you understand? This is a silver mercenary card. Again, I did everything to prepare it as soon as possible, I'm sure you know what you should say to me. After saying these words, Erin immediately withdrew her hand, and a sparkling silver badge appeared on Marck's hand. Marck smiled and put the badge away. He narrowed his eyes and asked, thank you. Hearing this question, Erin replied a little angrily, no, see you later, it's like a promise to come back to visit me. That's what you should say. Hearing her say that, Marck remained silent and did not respond. He bowed his head a little apologetically and thought to himself, I'm sorry, Erin. Because I'm living the life of a wanderer, if that promise is something I can hardly keep. Not seeing what the other person said, Erin sighed a little disappointedly and said, Priest Marck, if you continue living your life like that you won't be able to date anyone and will die alone. That's why I'll be the one to tell you this. See you later, Erin said with a smirk. Hearing this sentence, Marck suddenly exclaimed, what? Erin says it again, let's meet again if we have a chance. We have to admit that the opportunity will come much faster than we imagine, Priest Marck. It's a bit confusing to hear these things, Marck asked curiously, what do you mean? Erin put a finger next to Marnick's mouth. She smiled and said, you don't need to know, just think about it. This is the last thing I give you, a punishment. Leaving the guild, Marnick went to see Lord Treaton. As soon as he saw him, he couldn't help but exclaim, side effects, it seems like the effect time has become much faster. Treaton smiled and said, not everyone is born with hair. I have truly reached my natural human form, the hair on my head has fallen out, revealing a shiny head. He glanced at Marnick and asked, returning to the main topic, I heard that you were planning to go to the capital. I prepared everything after hearing the news. After saying that, he immediately took out an envelope and gave it to Marnick. Receiving the letter, Marnick asked suspiciously, what is this? Treaton replied, a letter of recommendation. Having said that, he opened his money bag and turned it upside down. The money bag was empty. He shyly said, although I want to repay you in cash, you see, I have used up all my assets to repair damaged things, so now I have no money left. And that's why, since you're coming to the capital, I've written a letter of recommendation for you. If anything happens, I'm sure you'll get help from my friends. However, since they are quite difficult to entertain, I recommend that you only go to see them when absolutely necessary, ha. Hearing his explanation, Marnick smiled and replied, thanking him for the gift. Treaton nodded and said, consider it a thank you from a friend of yours. I hope that you will have a beautiful life. After all, life is inherently very short. Marnick and Valtis quickly packed their luggage and left the Guise citadel. Both of them slowly walked on the snowy road. Behind them were their footprints deeply engraved in the snow. Valtis turned and said, it's been a few days since we left the Guise. Looks like we have half a day left until we reach the next town, Kelton Town. Feeling the hand of the corrupt mother in her uneasy chest, Marnick smiled and thought to herself, it seems that mother still doesn't like Valtis very much. However, that is the only reason she allowed herself to travel with him. It's because Valtis is a person rated 3.5 fingers. If I can subdue him, then I will have 10,000 holy magic, worth the same as 1 power. Has the potential to develop into a person worth 4 fingers. Well, as for my personal thoughts, I quite like his cheerful personality and really want to keep him alive. While thinking endlessly, Marnick suddenly sensed danger was about to strike. He immediately pulled out the sword he took from the relic. Valtis saw this suspiciously and asked, what's going on, priest? You're making me worried. Marnick opened his mouth and said the word blood. Valtis was confused and didn't know what he was talking about. Marnick took a stance preparing to attack. His eyes flashed blue light. He said, it's very close. And coming straight towards us. As soon as these words ended, the snow below his feet exploded loudly. Valtis reacted quickly, leaned over and jumped to the side. A giant spider emerged from under the snow. It didn't stop for long but jumped straight to the top of a tree at the edge of the forest. Seeing this scene, Valtis immediately asked, what is it? Looking at the giant spider on the top of the tree, he was silent for a moment and then confirmed, a snow spider. The snow chub on the tree slightly lowered its head to look at the bones of the 2 humans below. It opened its mouth and shot out something to attack. Seeing that, Valtis immediately took out his bow and arrow and aimed to shoot. Marnick also did not stand still. He put strength into his legs, then jumped up high and rushed towards the top of the tree. The blade was as fast as the wind, cutting off one of the snow core's fangs. The spider cried out in pain, and a blood-red murderous aura flowed around its body. It immediately turned around and jumped off the top of the tree and landed on the ground. The Marnick also quickly landed on one side. He stood up and retreated to one side in a defensive stance. His face was covered in blood and snow. He smirked and said, next time I will use this sword. I have to choose a suitable location before taking action. Around Marnick was covered with the blood-red murderous aura of the snow chew. It had put Marnick in its sights. Marnick, full of hate, tilted left and right to avoid it. Because this snow chew has spilled too much of its flesh and blood. At Guise Castle, the Lord's current residence, Treaton spoke up, thanking him for visiting Guise. In front of him was a girl with blue hair. He smiled and continued to speak, allowing me to apologize that we had to talk in the office like this, but it was unavoidable because the reception room had been destroyed and with my current state. The girl with blue hair shook her head and replied, no need to worry about me. Hearing that, Treaton didn't care anymore and raised his mouth to ask, so what wind brought you here? I never thought that I would be honored to welcome the blue fire of the giant fire sect on a pilgrimage like this. The girl with blue hair heard that and immediately put a piece of paper on the table and said, take a look at this. Treaton picked up the paper and looked at it. then heard the girl with blue hair continue, "Have you ever met the man on the painting?" On the paper was drawn the face of a teenager. Triton observed it for a few seconds before realizing it. He suddenly thought to himself, "Priest." Raising his hand to stroke his chin thoughtfully, Triton asked, "May I take the liberty to ask, who is he that Mr. Lam Hoa himself has to look for?" "It's a personal matter," the girl with blue hair replied. Hearing that, Triton immediately blurted out a sentence, "Is that so?" Then he calmly said, "Sorry, but I don't remember meeting this person. If that's all, I advise you to go back. I really don't have much time at times like these." Hearing him say that, the girl with blue hair was not angry but smiled and replied, "Of course." After speaking, she stood up and left, sitting on the chair, silently watching the other person's back. Waiting for the person to leave, he stroked his chin and silently thought, it seemed like she wasn't looking for him for any good reason. "I'm sure he'll be fine," but right now, in the forest where the fight just took place, Marck is standing to the side observing Vultus's actions. He asked doubtfully, "What are you doing?" Vultus did not stop, but spoke with two glowing eyes, extracting the venom sac from the snow chew. Hearing that, Marck immediately asked, "Venom sac?" Vultus nodded and replied, "Its anesthetic ability is extremely useful for many different cases." He pulled out a bag of venom still covered in spider blood and continued to explain that we could apply it to the arrowhead or just sell it to make money. Hearing that, Marck laughed teasingly, "You seem to be knowledgeable about these things, quite unusual for a young master." Vultus put away the snow venom bag. His brother covered in spider blood turned around and replied, "I have experienced many monster hunting trips. There is no better teacher than practical experience, right?" Seeing Vultus continue to reach out to take another bag of snow chew's venom, Marck immediately said, "It's a bit messy, I think. Anyway, my body is full of blood. Let me help an NH, show me where the venom bag is." Hearing that, Vultus winked and smiled and said, "We're only half a day's walk from Kelton. Let me show you how to extract it. The two of us will do it together and we'll be done in no time. Then we can enter the city and take a shower later." Hearing these words, Marck laughed and exclaimed, "That sounds great." Late in the afternoon, in front of the city gate, two gatekeepers looked into the distance and then pointed in surprise. In the distance, Marck and Vultus stopped tiredly before the city gate. Everyone's clothes were stained with blood and dust. A gatekeeper hurriedly ran towards the two people. This person was sweating unbelievably and asked, "How did you guys get here?" Hearing that, Marck was puzzled and asked again, "Let's just walk, what do you mean?" The gatekeeper hastily explained that Kelton had been blocked for the past 3 days, all because of those monsters. Hearing this person say that, Marck seriously asked, "Can you elaborate more?" The gatekeeper nodded and began to explain, "As I just said, lately monsters have been attacking more and more frequently. However, when we went to investigate the attack area, not to mention the corpses, not even a single fragment remained." "You're talking about the corpses of victims attacked by snow chews, right?" Vultus frowned and asked, "If so, that's quite unusual. Snow chew attack their prey by sucking their blood, so they will usually leave quite a bit behind." While talking about this, the remaining gatekeeper ran from afar and shouted, "You too. Lord Stren is requesting a meeting with you too. Let me guide you to. Go to the Lord's mansion." Arriving at the mansion, Lord Stren said with tears of joy, "You are the demon slayer, Priest Marck, right? You don't know how happy I was when I heard that you had visited this city." Marck sat on the opposite side of the long table and frowned and asked, "I heard about the current monster situation from your soldiers." Lord Stren nodded and replied, "Yes, it has something to do with the reason I called you two here. I'm sure you understand, but our current situation is not simply caused by monsters. It was a plan organized by an evil spirit worshipper." Hearing these words, Marck was silent for a moment, then raised his eyes and said, "But if so, it wouldn't be like banning the entire city. Isn't this a bit too much for a mere worshipper?" Lord Stren replied helplessly, cautiously, "Well, according to what the priest said, there are at least 4 sects involved in this incident, all of which are working together to completely isolate Kelton from the other cities." Pausing for a moment, Lord Stren looked at the plate of food in front of him, thoughtfully continued, "No matter how I think about it, Kelton is still a fairly normal city, nothing outstanding. I really don't understand why something like this happened right after I was appointed Lord. If my father were still alive, I'm sure he would immediately find a solution to save us from this situation." Having said this, Lord Stren immediately raised his hand to wipe away his tears. He felt sad, at least we still had enough food to hold on. The soldiers' morale was also good, so things weren't all that bad. But because we were cut off from other cities so suddenly, no one in the outside world knew about this incident. That's why we need someone to overcome the monsters and pass this information on to the surrounding cities. A suicide squad, basically. Having finished speaking, Lord Stren looked expectantly at Marck and Voltus. Marck did not answer immediately but closed his eyes. Looking at the afternoon sunlight shining in through the window, Marck slowly replied, I will do what I can on this matter. Leaving Lord Stren's mansion, Marck returned to the room prepared to rest. Seeing the corrupted mother's hand was a bit angry, Marck immediately reassured him. He should have slapped him and left. What do you mean? You've gone a bit too far. Marck narrowed his eyes and lifted a metal pot. He said, at least we got this from them. Looking at the water pouring out from the basin, Marck explained, since it is an item that can only be found in the western desert, I was quite surprised when we found one here. Now you don't have to worry about cleaning up after using the killer. Marck took out the sword, he put it in the pot and said, it was Mother who said it would be sharper if put in like this. As soon as the sword was placed, the water carried the sword with it and disappeared. Marck quickly picked up the pot. Put it away, he said, well, isn't living a carefree life the best thing a person can do? Having said that, he opened his current item list again. A basin appeared inside. The corrupted mother's hand tightly grasped Marck's shoulder. The sounds of killing continued to ring out. Hearing that, Marck immediately smiled and said, I'm talking nonsense, don't pay attention. Reassuring the corrupt mother with one sentence, Marck thought to himself, the reason why I accepted the Lord's offer was not because I liked him or anything, but because I thought that this was a sign that the main quest was about to begin. The reason why I came to this conclusion is only one. It's because the other four sects are cooperating with each other. Although the label of evil spirit sounds a bit scary, in this game it actually doesn't mean much. It is simply a title that the main gods assign to other gods to create bad reputation for them, accompanied by oppression. However, one thing is certain among those who worship evil spirits, almost no one has a normal mind. Therefore, it is not like sects that worship righteous gods cooperate with each other to deal with evil spirits. Cults that worship evil spirits almost never cooperate with each other. That's why I have a hunch that something is going on for the evil cults to cooperate together and surround Kelton. This doesn't make sense at all. After a short rest, Marck and Voltus immediately set out with Lord Stren's suicide squad. They were whipping their horses to run away when Voltus sensed danger behind them. That's right, behind them, snow monkeys along with countless monsters were roaring towards them. Marck thought to himself, it's time. Thinking so, he immediately turned around and said to Voltus, I will attract their attention. Hearing these words, Voltus exclaimed in confusion, what the hell are you talking about? Even if it were you, there would still be too many of them. Not wanting to say too much, Marck hurriedly urged, if this continues they will catch up with us. At this speed there is no way we can run faster than them. Reinforcements. In a moment of danger, Voltus heard these three words come out of Marck's mouth. Marck advised, remember to bring them here. After saying that, he turned around and jumped off the horse's back. Seeing this scene, Voltus cried out in horror, Priest Marck. The corrupted mother's hand clung to Marck's shoulder. He narrowed his eyes and asked, Mom, did you think I was cool just now? After saying that, he immediately landed on the snowy ground, white snow splashing up. Spurring his horse in the distance, Voltus did not dare turn around but closed his eyes tightly. The group of Suicide Squad members also sweated and looked back warily. The monsters and the snow chew are quickly chasing after them. But Marck's landing created a counterattack to stop them. In the snow, Marck sat cross-legged and asked in a low voice, I couldn't believe you said that, Mom. He smirked and said, your acting is very interesting, what do you mean? Pausing for a moment, Marck pulled out the sword he took from the ruins, then he continued in a cold voice, I'll take it as a compliment. Why don't we start looking for them? Cowardly evil spirit worshippers are hiding around this place. Marck held the sword tightly in his hand. He stood still in a defensive position. In the distance was a group of monsters rushing towards him. Marck swung his sword. The sharp sword energy slashed straight at the monsters, blood splashing everywhere. The sword in Marck's hand was suddenly stained with blood. His eyes shone with a cold blue light. The blade continued to slash out and sweep the monsters in front of him. The monsters were divided 5-7. Their bodies separated. Marck took his sword back. He stood there with his mouth curled into a smile. His clothes were stained with fresh blood. Marck put on a kind face and smiled, saying, if every day is like this, I'll probably have to take the bathtub with me too. The corrupt mother's hand in Marck's chest sounded a murderous sound. Marck stomped his feet and walked forward and said, let's think about it later. Looking around in all four directions, there was no one in sight. He muttered, knowing that he was coming, but these guys didn't come out to say hello. Wow, why am I being treated like this? On the extremely wild road, a few wheels and wooden crates were thrown all over the road. Marck looked around for a bit, then frowned and said, I remember they said that the attacked carriage was empty, maybe because the monsters had robbed all the things. The sound of the corrupted mother's murder rang out in Marck's ears again. He suddenly stopped walking and looked down at his hand, which was just skin and bones, curled up on the ground. Marck looked for a while, then frowned and said, this is it. It's the corpses of the snow chew that have been sucked dry. I can understand how they eat and drink. But if you leave leftovers as decorations, to be honest, I find their aesthetics a bit ugly. The corrupted mother uttered the word kill again. Marck heard that and lowered his head slightly and said in a low voice, Mom, don't worry, you don't have to worry about my subjective matters. After saying that, he continued to walk forward. As he walked, he said, but how many people do you think they have eaten? They can't eat this many corpses in 3 days, are they giving birth to more? After saying that, Marck continued walking. Not knowing how long he walked, in front of him was a tunnel. He stopped and said softly, this tunnel is really wide, like a place for many giants to live together. Halfway through speaking, Marck suddenly showed a cold smile. He thought to himself, with all the holy magic constantly following him. Without giving the opponent time to react, Marck raised his voice and shouted, why don't you leave? As soon as these words ended, a blood-red light appeared in front of Marck. Right after that, a giant snow monkey appeared in front of him. He was not surprised but curled his mouth and said, I knew you were here. The snow chew bared its teeth, preparing to attack Marck. He was not weak and immediately pulled out the sword strapped to his back. A powerful beam of light hit the ground, causing the cave to immediately explode. After hitting this move, Marck curled his mouth and said, Mom, can you draw a straight line to corrupt me? As soon as these words ended, the corrupted line was immediately drawn forward by the corrupted male mother. Marck looked at this scene and immediately grinned with pleasure. He looked at the giant snow monkey that was approaching right in front of him and said, I need your power. Tonight, I will make a sacrifice. The head of that man-eating spider is for you, Mom. As soon as these words ended, the Marck's corrupt giant immediately appeared. It raised its fist and punched straight into the snow chew's body. The extremely powerful punch shook the entire cave. Marck stood to one side, frowning, observing this scene. The snow chew that was hit with a punch was not harmed at all but immediately rose up. It used its legs to stab straight at the corrupt giant that had just appeared. The two sides fought non-stop. Standing to one side, observing, Marck thought to himself, its size seems to be twice that of a giant. As soon as these words finished, the snow monkey suddenly opened its mouth and roared. Marck bent down slightly, curled his mouth and calculated, I have to find a way to help him. Saying that, he immediately swung his sword and slashed at the snow monkey. Without giving it time to react, Marck's movements quickly slashed 3 or 4 more swords in succession. The snow monkey's black blood splashed out from its legs. Looking at this scene, Marck thought, I can feel the energy deposited in the Spider King's body. That's why I don't hurt it. At this moment, the sound of the corrupted mother's killing rang again in Marck's ears. He nodded slightly and said, yes, maybe it has a weakness somewhere. At this moment, the snow chew suddenly jumped high and pounced towards where Marck was standing. Marck reacted very quickly and immediately raised his sword, his blood rushing out in a warm salute. His sharp blade cut off several of its legs. Marck's face was covered in spider blood. He observed for a moment and then curled his mouth and said, I see. Holy power in its body. I just need to cut off all its legs. Having said that, he immediately ordered the corrupted giant to run forward. I will support you. Make it stop moving. The corrupt giant heard the command and immediately opened its mouth and roared. His hand reached out and grabbed Snow Chew's paw. Chew couldn't move, so he was extremely angry and roared loudly. Marck looked at this scene and thought to himself, no matter how big it is. Well, it's just a spider. I just need to slash the thinnest part of its body. Marck held the sword tightly in his hand, his eyes shining a cold blue. A sword slash with amazing power slashed straight towards the snow monkey. The spider's red eyes suddenly widened. Marck did not stop but continued to raise his sword. Countless sharp sword slashes were slashed by him, and the rock and earth in the cave exploded, creating a cloud of smoke and dust. Hot blood began to splash in the air. Chew was in constant pain but could not move. Marck continued to attack its body. The corrupt giant did not let go but held the snow tightly in one place. Having been beaten painfully, this snow monkey tried with all its might to escape the giant's control. At this time, Marck had finished fighting. The swordsman stood down to one side, bowing his head and panting. Seeing that the corrupt giant approaching him seemed angry, Marck slightly raised his head and looked up. Then he smiled and said, "I'm sorry for running away." Receiving this apology, the corrupt giant raised his head and screamed loudly and disappeared. At this moment, the word bastard suddenly rang in Marck's ear. He cautiously turned his head to look at the source of the sound, only to see a person who was extremely angry, gritting his teeth and cursing, "Damn it." This person was a woman. She crawled out from the snow mouth and continued to scold him again. Seeing that, Marck narrowed his eyes and smiled, immediately knowing it was him. The woman's blood-red eyes gritted her teeth and continued to curse, "You bastard. Who do you think you are, ruining my plans like that? Damn, you are also a follower of the evil god like me. Do you know how long it took me to control this queen spider?" Hearing this question, Marck slowly asked again, "Why are you besieging Kelton?" Hearing that, the woman rolled her eyes and shouted, "Why should I talk to a bastard like you?" As soon as these words finished, the sword in Marck's hand pierced the woman's shoulder blade. She let out a pitiful cry, then suppressed her anger and said, "That hurts, you bastard." Marck stood high above, looked down at the woman and said in a cold voice, "Telling me why you surrounded Kelton." The woman did not respond but continued to scold, "You bastard." She screamed indignantly, "It hurts so much, it hurts so much." Hearing that, Marck did not get angry but continued to repeat the question, "What is the reason you besieged Kelton?" The woman still did not answer but bared her teeth with a strange smile. Laughing for a moment, she stood up slightly and cruelly said, "I won't tell you even if I die. What are you planning to do?" Hearing this, Marck curled his lips and replied, "I understand." Hearing that, the woman was confused and opened her bloodshot eyes wide. Before she could say anything more, the sword in Marck's hand slashed at her, cutting off her head. Marck withdrew his sword and looked at the body of the headless woman. The next second, the game notification immediately sounds, "You have received 1000 holy magic." Receiving this notice, Marck sheathed his sword and said, "I wonder how many believers will tell the truth behind everything." Hearing the corrupted mother say the word kill, Marck immediately smiled and said, "Mother speaks more than father." After saying that, he bowed his head slightly, the smile still remained on his face. Immediately the snow chew behind Marck burst into a blue flame. He turned around and walked in the opposite direction, smirking as he walked and said, "Then I'll bet on 4." Marck's footsteps slowly went outside. Suddenly his eyebrows furrowed together. Looking at Kelton Castle at the foot of the burning mountain, Marck softly exclaimed, "Oh my God, they caught me." In Kelton Castle, Lord Stren lay dead and without eyes closed on the ground. A voice full of hate rang out next to him, "This pig ran away really fast. Is it a pig rabbit or something?" Around Lord Stren's corpse, there were 3 people, 2 women and 1 man, standing. A woman named Parna put her hands on her hips and said, "Just because he was a lord, those bastards trying to protect him wasted so much of my time." The only man raised his eyebrows slightly and asked, "What about the incarnation of God? It's unstable." The other woman said, "Withdrawing holy magic from a living person is not that easy. Also, even though we don't want to say it, we still lost a few mice because of someone else." Hearing this, Parna angrily exclaimed, "What?" The other woman did not answer but continued to say, "Not only do we have to proceed with the plan now, but the success rate is also low." As soon as these words finished, Parna raised her middle finger and replied coldly, as if she thought I did it on purpose or something. "I didn't want to. But those 2 muscular bastards and that teaching god keep bothering me. Did that Layla girl send some spiders to me or not? And that bastard who shot arrows escaped at the end. We could have caught him." The woman from earlier had a black bandage on her face covering one eye. She raised a finger and said leisurely, now she saw that Layla hadn't come yet. Hearing that, Parna immediately said, "Is this the first time that bitch has wasted time playing with spiders? Even if she brought spiders, she would only play with the corpses." The man who had been silent until then spoke up and reminded him, "That's enough, arguing all the time won't do anything. And since that guy escaped, they will definitely send troops to hunt us down. Don't forget how many years we spent implementing this plan." Parna heard that and pointed at the man and said, "Have you forgotten that I spent 3 years of my life on him? And why do you keep acting like you are the leader? I will never let you scold me. Do you think I want to let him go? I don't understand why you keep screaming at me because that rat ran away. And why does this woman seem so upset today? Did you two not work late last night?" "Lately, I've seen two very close people. The woman wearing a blindfold clenched her fists. She didn't want to listen anymore and turned away and said, I'll go out to check the situation first. Parna heard that and opened her mouth to scream, do you think we can't do our job without you? Seeing that the story was going further and further, the man gritted his teeth and said, stop it, Parna, Layla will be responsible for that mouse running away. Hearing that, Parna curled her mouth into a smile. She raised a hand and said faintly, if that's the case then I can stay quiet for as long as I want. While talking about this, Parna suddenly stopped, her pupils opened wide and looked into the distance, seeing a person rushing towards this direction. The person who rushed forward was none other than Marck. In just a blink of an eye, he swung his sword and cut off the neck of the blindfolded woman. Fresh blood splattered along the blade. The man frowned, his face covered in drops of red blood. Marck continued to raise his hand and slash straight at him. Looking at the scene in front of her, Parna was frightened and cried out. What? Marck stood on the opposite side, curled his mouth and said, kill the third child without asking anything. What you say makes sense, it's a bit unfair, I know, mother. The corrupt mother's voice rang out in Marnick's ears again. It was still just one word, kill. He reached out and patted the arm on his chest, continuing to smirk and say, but these guys can manipulate holy magic, they can hurt me, Mom, I'm sure you don't want me to get hurt just to win your bet. Hearing the other person keep muttering, Parna sweated and thought, why is this guy talking alone? At this moment, Marck suddenly raised his head and looked in the opposite direction. He let out a loud gasp. Parna saw his cold eyes and cried out slightly in fear. Marck said nothing, the corner of his mouth slightly raised into a smile. Then he faintly said, you, follower of evil spirits, heard this. Parna panicked and exclaimed again. At this time, Marck smiled brightly and narrowed his eyes, asking, what is the reason for you besieging Kelton? Parna didn't dare to resist and said everything. After hearing it, Marck exclaimed, that's really impressive. Hearing that, Parna continued, of course, we spent 3 years of our lives planning this. Why would we waste so much time if we didn't get to this point? While listening to the other person speak, Marck thought to himself, this woman answered my question right away, as if she was waiting for me. She told me everything I knew. It's very simple. They want to sacrifice everyone in the city. To create a ball of holy magic called the Incarnation of God. To carry out this plan, they hid in the city for 3 years, although it still takes 5 more days to prepare. But they had no choice but to speed up the process, which led to the recent events, because they failed to capture the Carmen. Thinking so, Marck immediately pulled out his sword. Seeing the sharp sword in front of him, Parna asked in panic, what are you doing? Marck faintly asked, what do you think, I have to kill that flesh-eating and blood-drinking monster before it awakens. Hearing this, Parna quickly waved his hand and said, don't. Not bothering to listen to her advice, the blade in Marnick's hand stabbed into the monster's red body. Parna saw that and immediately shouted the word don't. Marck quickly pulled out his sword, then slashed again. Parna opened her mouth to scream loudly, if that thing was in danger. It will awaken in an unstable state. As soon as these words finished, on the opposite side, the monster began to rise. It opened its mouth and cried out in pain. One of this monster's eyes bulged out and was filled with blood, and painful groans continued to ring out. 1 second later, the monster screamed loudly. It swung its arms up and tore off the wrinkled skin on the outside, revealing a body with strong muscles inside. The sound of the Virgin Mary's killing continued to echo at the Marnick's hand. Seeing that the hand in his chest was constantly moving as if it wanted to jump out, Marck quickly reached in and grabbed it and said in a low voice, I know there is a sacred object in that monster, Mother. I will use my new power. And sacrifice that meat to Mom. On the side, Parna suddenly widened her eyes and shouted, what are you doing? It won't work. Marck didn't say much but just leisurely swung his sword and slashed straight at Parna's body. Then he didn't bother to turn around and left behind a sentence, this is your punishment, Parna. As soon as these words finished, the game notification rang, you have received 1000 achievements. After hearing this announcement, Marck thought, adding this much, my total holy power is 8592. Except for the evil spirit believers, I can still draw the Lord's holy power. To gain new powers, I need about 10,000 holy magic. Even if I use a killer to cut it, it will heal right away. But if I keep getting attacked by it, I'll soon lose. And since it's just a lump of flesh, it doesn't have obvious weaknesses like the queen spider. Then I only have one choice left. Thinking like that, the hand holding the hilt of Marnick's sword unconsciously tightened. The corrupted mother uttered a murderous sound. Marck quickly sheathed his sword, his last choice was to run. The monster's single eye saw this scene and suddenly opened wide in surprise. The next second, it opened its mouth full of teeth and screamed so loudly it was so painful. The game notification sounds again, you have received 1 holy magic. Hearing this announcement, Marck turned his head slightly and glanced back. He thought to himself, I just need a little more holy magic for the next power. The notification that you have received 1 success continuously rings continuously. Marck put all his strength into running forward. As he ran, he thought to himself, I will run until I have enough holy magic. The monster in the back started chasing after Marck. Its mouth kept moaning a few times, it hurts so much. Hearing these moans echoing behind, Marck thought again, let's see if that thing catches me first. Or if I get new powers first. Let's see who will win. The one-eyed monster opened its mouth wide and roared. Marck continued to put all his strength into running forward. The monster jumped up and roared loudly while chasing the Marck behind. Marck heard the sound the monster emitted and quickly covered his ears. He thought, even the sound was so terrible, it was truly a moving disaster. Behind the one-eyed monster there were countless tentacles. It launched its tentacles to attack the Marck. The corrupted mother continued to say the word kill. Marck cautiously turned his head and looked back. At that moment, the one-eyed monster's tentacle thundered down onto the ground, causing the ground to crumble. Marck quickly curled his legs and ran forward. He shouted, Mother, save me. The one-eyed monster ran behind and continued to groan several times in pain. The monster's eyeballs were wide open. Inside the eyeballs was the image of a giant monster rushing towards it. Its fists carried terrifying power. The punch was so strong that it crushed the one-eyed monster to the ground. A rumbling sound echoed throughout the space here. Seeing this scene, Marck curled his mouth and said, I knew it. On the other side, the one-eyed monster was beaten and began to protest. The giant monster immediately swung his fist at his only eye. Observing from afar, Marck thought to himself, 1 corrupt giant is not enough. Thinking so, he immediately reminded him, don't try too hard, I will come back later. After saying that, Marck immediately raised his head and looked in one direction. Kelton City was still burning hotly. He rushed towards the fire, thinking to himself, he needed more bodies. It had to be the body of a superior soldier or at least a knight. Bright red flames surrounded Kelton Citadel. The bodies are surrounded by fire and burned. Marck observed for a moment and then said, I know it will take a long time for Mother to absorb these bodies. If you know in advance. I took their holy power while searching for evil spirit believers. After saying that, Marck thought to himself, the amount of holy power I have accumulated so far is 9,237. Just a little more. Add a little more. Marck was still running forward, when suddenly he stopped and looked into the distance. Something was exploding over there, creating a giant fireball. Marck quickly pulled out his sword to protect himself. The wind-cutting sword swung forward. From within the fireball, several tentacles rushed quickly to attack the Marck. He immediately slashed the sword hard into the tentacle's body. The monster's tentacles did not stop but continued to surround and attack the Marck. The one-eyed monster was still alive. It opened its mouth full of sharp teeth and roared in pain. Standing on the ground, Marck held the sword tightly in his hand and looked towards the monster. The next second, a loud explosion rang out again, sending dust flying into the air. The one-eyed monster has transformed into human form. It bared its teeth and uttered the word pain. Marck raised the tip of his sword and pointed it straight at the monster with a cold voice. It seems you have grown up. Looking at the muscular monster in front of him, Marck thought to himself, as he fought the corrupt giants. Halfway through his thoughts, Marck stopped to observe the monster in front of him. The monster with only one eye on its face raised one hand. His mouth slightly curled up into a faint smile. Then it slowly uttered the word pain and controlled its tentacles to attack the opponent. Marck's eyes flashed a cold blue light. He swung his sword and cut one of the monster's tentacles in half. Marck did not stop but continued to swing his sword, blood suddenly splashing in the sky. The monster saw its tentacles being cut off and opened its eyes wide, looking like it couldn't believe what was happening in front of it. It seemed like it didn't know what to say other than the word pain. Marck didn't bother to pay attention and jumped up high and swung his sword to slash. But before he could lower his sword, Marck suddenly became highly alert and let out a loud gasp. On the opposite side, the one-eyed monster smirked and raised his fist to punch at the Marck. This was just its fake move. Marck didn't have time to prepare and was tightly wrapped around his body by several tentacles behind him. After controlling him, the one-eyed monster yanked its tentacles back. The tentacle carrying the Marck rushed away. Wrapped tightly inside, Marck still smiled with delight. Immediately afterwards, a loud noise rang out, the ground under his feet crumbled, and sand and dust flew. Marck lay sprawled on the broken ground, the cold killing sound of the corrupted mother resounded in his ears. Marck smiled back, "I'm fine, Mom, I'm truly a lucky person." "Do you still remember what the evil spirit believer said?" The person mentioned by Marck was Parna. At that time he heard her say, "Just because he is considered a god, these bastards protecting this pig are just wasting our precious time." Remembering these words, Marck immediately stood up with his sword. He looked at the corpses around him, then said with great certainty, "I think that place is here." Not far away, the footsteps of a one-eyed monster are slowly walking towards this side. He raised one hand and clenched it tightly. Hearing the movement, Marck immediately raised his head and looked up, only to see the monster standing on a ruined roof, a layer of golden light emitting around its body. Marck put his hand behind his head, curled his mouth and said, "Mom, take them." As soon as these words ended, a stream of blue light began to creep around. The blue light turned into a roaring fire that burned fiercely. The game announcement immediately rang out, "Holy Magic 9357, Holy Magic 9467. Holy Power 9488, Holy Power 9639, Holy Power 9897. The Holy Power is constantly increasing, soon reaching the level of 10 million Holy Power. The one-eyed monster stood on one side, wincing slightly and screaming in pain. Standing in the blue flame, Marck said softly, "Mother, is a son. You should give me 10,000 Holy Powers. Please give me a new power." Seeing the scene in front of him, the one-eyed monster stared extremely vigilantly. It looked down at the Marck standing alone below. The monster's single eye flashed blood-red light, it opened its mouth and let out a cry of pain. Looking below, a one-eyed monster that looked like a Marck was slowly walking this way with a sword. His blue eyes carried a cold light, his lips curled into a faint smile. The blade in his hand flashed sharp silver light. He narrowed his eyes and slowly said, "You will have to endure 100,000 times more pain and suffering than I am now." Hearing these words, the monster's eyes suddenly widened, carrying a bit of fear. Marck's face began to show some strange green totems. He raised his sword, pointed the tip of the sword straight at the monster and said coldly, "Listen clearly, you damn monster." The one-eyed monster sensed danger and immediately clenched its fists, mouth continuing to scream in pain. "Marck hasn't attacked yet," he thought to himself. "This new power is called the Pit of Corruption. It can decompose all living creatures that enter. Of course I am no exception." Seeing this, the one-eyed monster suddenly flashed a dangerous smile. Marck continued with his own line of thought, "I could use the word corruption. To choose the part you don't need to use in battle will decompose first." As soon as this sentence ended, on the opposite side, the monster that had been caught suddenly cried out in pain. It looked down in horror at its half-disappearing hand. Marck smirked and said, "To see your rebirth. Or maybe the decomposition speed of this hole is faster." As he finished speaking, Marck immediately swung his sword, and the monster immediately punched out a fist. I don't know how much time passed, but the monster's face was covered in blood. It cried out in pain, then opened its mouth and said a word. At this time, the sword in Marck's hand had pierced the monster's body. He softly said, "Mom, I did it." As he finished speaking, Marck's wrist moved slightly and slashed the monster away. Marck bent down and held a small sphere in his hand, the hand of the corrupted mother placed above. At this time, Marck continued to say, "This is the relic of this body. I dedicate this sacred object to my mother. Please remove the shell, mother." As soon as these words ended, the hand of the corrupted mother immediately removed the cover surrounding the monster's relic, and a blinding light flared up in the dark space. The next morning, the warm sunlight shone down. Looking at the relic ball in his hand, Marck was a little suspicious and called out for mother. After calling, he immediately stopped, his eyes widened and he looked to one side. All I saw in front of me was a small little girl standing silently on the deserted street. Seeing this girl, Marck slightly frowned and hesitantly said, "Could it be?" Not daring to believe his eyes, Marck focused on observing the person in front of him. The girl had long black hair, her wrists and ankles were wrapped in cloth bandages exactly like the arms of the corrupted mother. Marck couldn't believe it and called out for Mom. Marck stood still and looked at the girl opposite. Seeing this girl, Marck slightly frowned and hesitantly said, "Could it be?" Not daring to believe his eyes, Marck focused on observing the person in front of him. The girl had long black hair, her wrists and ankles were wrapped in cloth bandages exactly like the arms of the corrupted mother. Marck couldn't believe it and called out for Mom. After calling this sentence, both were silent and no one said anything else. Knowing that his guess was correct, Marck immediately stepped forward and raised his hand to rub the corrupted mother's face. He smiled and said, "I know it's Mom. But why do you ask me why you're in a child's body? Don't you already know? Now can I ask Mom something?" Pausing for a moment, Marck looked at the corpse of the one-eyed monster before continuing, "There is another God's holy power existing in that dead incarnation. Is there any way to absorb it? It would be a waste to leave it like that." The corrupted mother said nothing but opened her tiny hand. The corrupted mother in the child's body concentrated her strength and wrinkled her face. It seemed like the corpse of the one-eyed monster was intact, and the angry girl suddenly burst into tears. Seeing that, Marck immediately laughed and said, "Mom, if it doesn't work, you don't need to try, just leave it alone." Hearing that, the corrupted mother immediately stopped and rushed into Marck's arms. Marck smiled and explained, because the holy power had been mixed together, it seemed impossible to get it out now. Raising his hand to pat the corrupted mother's head, Marck said again, "It's a waste but we can't do anything." He took out the holy magic ball and said, "Now we have removed Mother's seal on this holy object with tens of thousands of holy magic. Mother, please give it to me. New powers." As soon as these words ended, the bright sky immediately darkened, a dazzling light with Marck as the center flared up to form a sphere. From the sphere, a powerful ray of light shot straight into the sky. A moment later, Marck lowered his head slightly and curiously asked, "Mother, what is the power you gave me this time?" The corrupted mother did not speak, her blushing cheeks raised her two small hands and clenched them tightly. Seeing that, Marck immediately guessed, "What did you mean, use as much as you like? Isn't that too strong?" After talking for a while, they both lifted their feet and walked forward. Marck thought as he walked, the corrupting curse he had just received. A power very close to the power of evil. With this curse, every living creature within its area of influence, the size of a small city, will gradually corrode and rot. If there were only criminals or people near death, then I'd feel fine, but killing innocent people to gain holy magic, that's not what I want to do. Anyway, why is your sacred object with sealed divine power inside that avatar? Isn't that a coincidence, if Mother's holy power? How about being the catalyst to create that? Thinking about it gives me a headache. There are bigger problems at hand. I received too many attacks that contained a lot of holy magic. Thinking of this, Marck's body seemed to have completely lost its strength and fell straight to the cold ground. The corrupted mother saw this and quickly rushed forward to shake him. Her face was wet with tears. Marck could not get up. He looked at the corrupted mother. His mind continued with the flow of thoughts, so his body was exhausted. Halfway through thinking, Marck felt hot tears falling down his face. The 3 words limit were his last thoughts before falling into a coma. Not knowing how long he was in a coma, Marck suddenly opened his eyes wide. Seeing that, Voltus cried out happily, he was awake. As if Marck remembered something, he raised his hand to touch his chest. Feeling empty, his face changed color. He sat up and asked Voltus, "Where are my things?" Hearing that, Voltus smiled and replied, "Please calm down, Priest Marck, I will explain." Before you finished your sentence, Marck quickly interrupted, "Where are my things?" He looked like he was going crazy right now and roared, "Immediately!" Screaming loudly, Marck's pupils shrank again. Voltus let out a long breath and lowered his head to search. Very quickly he took out a hand and brought it to Marck's face. Marck took the corrupted mother's hand and held it in his hand. Now he was calmer and said in a low voice, "I thought I lost it." Hearing that, Voltus immediately said, "I think it has some deep meaning to you. Others said this is something you shouldn't bring and were about to throw it away, but I kept it." Hearing these words, Marck narrowed his eyes and smiled and said, "Thank you very much, I don't know what else to say." Voltus shyly scratched his head and replied, "Nothing." Pausing for a moment, he said, "If it weren't for your sacrifice, I would have died before leaving Kelton." Marck smiled in response, then he raised his eyes and looked around the room, a little curious and asked, "But where are we?" Voltus replied, "It's where I live, we're still in Kelton." Hearing that, Marck asked again, "How long have I been in a coma?" 10 days, Voltus replied. Marck continued to say, "Is there anyone left alive?" As soon as this sentence came out, the atmosphere in the room suddenly became silent. I don't know how long it took Voltus to slowly speak, the only person still breathing in Kelton Center. It's you. In a certain forest covered with white snow, a blade came from afar and stabbed into a man's leg. This person cried out in pain, the teeth in his mouth were missing several teeth and were covered in fresh blood. Not being able to resist for long, this man staggered a few steps and fell face down on the ground. A person wearing white shoes slowly walked up from behind. Behind this person was a group of people on the same team as the person who had just died. Everyone's faces were extremely scared. The woman with blue hair slowly passed through this group of people as if threatening. In the distance, the injured man was trembling in fear and calling out, "Please, spare me." The blue-haired woman did not bother to smirk but kept a cold face. The man continued to beg for his life. At this point, the green-haired woman said faintly, "You won't be able to leave anymore."
Hearing that, the man quickly replied, I won't try to run away anymore.
"Please don't kill me." Before the last word could be said, the blue-haired woman swung her sword and chopped off the man's head. After finishing, she retracted her hand and said in a cold voice, "Oh sacred fire! Burn it down." As soon as these words ended, a blue flame immediately flared up around the man's corpse. Looking at the burning fire, the blue-haired woman continued to speak, "This person's sin." The group of people behind looked at this scene and everyone cowered in fear. The woman turned her head to look behind and coldly ordered to leave. No one in the group dared to disobey her, so they immediately started walking forward. Their hands were tied tightly with rope. The blue-haired woman walked in the back, sharp sword held tightly in her hand. A desolate mountainous area, the cold snow wind blew non-stop. Soon it was dark. A guard at the gate looked at the group behind him and asked the blue-haired woman, "Are you really giving us these bandits?" A man in the group cried out loudly, "We are the White Hero Bandits." After saying that, he immediately knelt down on the ground and begged, "I beg you, please put us in jail." The blue-haired woman standing to one side said leisurely, "That's what they want." The gate guard heard that and nodded and said, "Okay, but City Lord Kelton, who gave the reward? Having died by the evil spirit followers, I think it will take you about 11 days to receive your reward." What happened there, including the monsters the cultists created, but the Marck priest killed them all. He slept for about 10 days after the battle, but he just woke up this morning. After hearing these words, the blue-haired woman's thin lips slightly curled up. She said, "Marck, Gui's demon slayer. The Marck priest you just talked about. Must be the sworn enemy of the evil spirit believers." Pausing for a moment, the blue-haired woman's voice became somewhat colder. She gritted her teeth and asked, "May I know if he is still in Kelton?" In a brightly lit room, a group of people were drinking together. Suddenly someone asked, "By the way, this evil spirit believer, do you know where Priest Marck is right now?" Hearing this name, the person in question immediately put the wine glass down on the table and asked again, "Marck?" The person who asked was the blue-haired woman. She waited forever but did not receive an answer. On the opposite side, this group of people continued to raise their glasses for an hour and then continued drinking. After drinking this batch of wine, the whole group went crazy and shouted the name Marck. Who shouted, "The mortal enemy of evil spirits, Marck, do." The sound of raising wine glasses rang out continuously in the room. The woman stood silently in place. But at this time outside, the sound of horse hooves echoed on the snow-covered brick floor. 2 horses were galloping on the road. The people sitting on the horse were Marck and Valtis. Marck rode his horse and remembered the words that Lord Treaton once told him, "Priest Marck, I have something to tell you." The priest with blue hair, typical of the Sacred Fire sect. "She's still looking for you right now." Then when he heard these words, Marck was a bit surprised and asked, "Did she know that I was still alive?" Lord Treaton frowned and said, "From what I see, it seems like she wasn't quite sure yet. And of course, when it comes to finding you, she certainly has no intention of giving up." Recalling a previous conversation, Marck galloped his horse while gritting his teeth. The sound of the corrupted mother's murder rang out in my ears again. Marck immediately said, "I've noticed, Mother. You'd be crazy to want to stay in Kelton. I should have realized that among them. Of all the people I've ever known, that woman is the strongest, the one my mother measured with 4 fingers." As he rushed away like the wind, Marck turned around and said to Valtis, thanking him for notifying me so quickly and still agreeing to go with me. Hearing the other person say that, Valtis immediately replied, "It's nothing, compared to staying here and attracting the attention of the whole city. I'd rather leave whenever possible." Hearing these words, Marck suddenly smiled. He thought to himself, "I really like this guy. 2 weeks later, Marck and Voltus were walking on the deep snow. Behind them was a row of footprints. Voltus turned around and called softly, "Hey Marck. Maybe I'm wrong, but the feathers on the helmet seem to belong to the Irmal family." Following Voltus's gaze, Marck saw a group of horses and carriages coming. He asked suspiciously, "Irmal? You mean the Irmal family, the Southern Lord?" Voltus nodded in response. He then explained that the white camellia-shaped seal was the symbol of the Irmal family. At this time Marck said again, "They are coming to us, should we say hello?" Hearing that, Voltus hesitantly asked again, "Should we?" because he did not see the entourage raising the Lord's flag. "So I'm pretty sure that the person sitting in the car is either his child or relative, so just wait quietly for them to pass." The two people, Marck and Voltus, quickly encountered the carriage. They silently passed each other. Suddenly Marck felt something was wrong, his heart skipped a beat. Voltus saw Marck pause and turned his head slightly to look. He only heard Marck say, "There was someone tied up in the carriage." As soon as these words ended, the guards walking next to the carriage brandished their swords, preparing to rush towards the two men, Marck and Voltus, to attack. The person in front had a bald head. He held a sharp axe in his hand and curled his mouth and said, "TSK TSK, if you guys kept pretending to be blind and deaf, we would have let you go." Speaking of this person grinned dangerously. The next second he ordered, "All of them, to kill them." The group of people immediately rushed into each other. A loud explosion rang out, causing sand and dust on the side of the road to scatter. A severed head flew high into the air. The sharp blade was stained with fresh blood. Hot blood splattered with this movement. The bald guy standing in the back saw this scene and couldn't believe it, and his eyes widened and he exclaimed, "What?" Marck didn't pay any attention. He continued to slash and then coldly said, "How dare you swing your sword so loudly? We know you are a kidnapper." After saying that, Marck immediately turned towards Voltus and said, "There are 8 people left." Seeing that his subordinates were fighting endlessly, the bald man angrily stomped his foot on the ground and scolded him. He shouted loudly, "What the hell are you doing? Hurry up and get it over with. There are 2 brats and you guys are so scared. I don't have time anymore, hurry up." The bald man scolded and urged his subordinates to quickly deal with the 2 people, Marck and Voltus. He rolled his eyes and shouted the words "death." As soon as these words ended, an arrow came from afar, cutting through the wind, hitting this guy's forehead, leaving him without time to say anything more. On the opposite side, Voltus was still maintaining the posture of shooting arrows. He withdrew his hand and stared at the bald man's corpse in front of him. The sound of vomiting rang out in his ear. Voltus turned his head to look over and saw Marck patting the back of a girl with white hair. He immediately asked, "Have you asked her name yet?" Hearing the question, Marck immediately raised his head and said guiltily, "Well, you see, in a situation like this, how could I ask any questions? I don't know if they gave her any medicine or not, but she still hasn't been able to walk properly." Voltus looked at the corpses of the robbers lying on the ground and asked, "Are her eyes yellow?" "Yes," Marck replied, "probably the lady from the Irmal family." The lady of the Irmal family had just finished vomiting and weakly said to Marck, "Stop patting my back, the more you pat me, the more nauseous I will become." After saying that, she raised her head and stood straight and walked a few steps. Seeing the girl's face, Voltus felt a bit shy and blushed slightly. The girl pointed at herself, then said softly, "Thank you for saving your lives. I am the eldest daughter of young Master Kalto Irmal. The name is Decay Irmal." After listening to her, Voltus muttered, "If she is really Decay, the daughter of young Master Laughing, then she must be a magician." Hearing these words, Marck thought to himself, both noble and magician. It's 100% certain that she speaks extremely rudely. Thinking so, Marck immediately smiled and said softly, "Okay, let's figure that out later." Voltus then turned around and said, "Hey, she seems so kind." Marck nodded in acknowledgement. At this moment, the corrupted mother said the word "kill." Decay put her hand to her mouth and coughed several times. She turned to Marck and said cautiously, "Can I ask your name? The person who saved me, although based on your clothes, it seems different, you are probably a priest." Marck nodded slightly and narrowed his eyes and replied, "I am a priest who worships the goddess of protection, you can just call me Marck." "Marck," Decay smiled and praised, "it's such a pleasant name." She stopped for a moment and said again, "By the way, the situation is that I can't walk very well right now, so can you ask 2 people to help me at the same time?" The paralyzing gas I was forced to inhale still hadn't worn off. After she finished speaking, her legs began to tremble and she couldn't stand. Seeing that, Valtis immediately opened his hands and said, "Lady Decay, let me help you, I am the son of Inthes Valtis, Carmen Valtis." Valtis, Decay's yellow eyes opened wide and looked at the other person. She asked again, "Are you sure you want to help me? What if someone saw that the Black Wolf of the Valtis family was guiding me very intimately, and if that was unlucky, that rumor would spread all the way to the capital? You'll definitely be in trouble in the capital, so I think I'll at least be more cautious with you." "Is that so, Priest Marck?" After hearing these words, both Marck and Valtis were frightened. Without appointment they had the same thought, she was a noble. Also a magician. Yet you know how to think so thoughtfully of others. Thinking for a moment, Valtis spoke first, "Let's change the subject, can we ask you why you got involved with these kidnappers?" Decay pondered for a moment and then said, "Although there is no definite evidence about the culprit, I have a hunch." Hearing her say that, Marck frowned slightly as if thinking about something. At this moment, he heard Decay continue to say, "No, it was certain that in this kidnapping, the mastermind was his younger brother who always despised me. A kidnapping was planned by Derso Iramal." Decay's yellow eyes flashed with a sharp look. She said, "This kidnapping was the plan of my younger brother who always hated me. Derso Iramal." Hearing that, Valtis exclaimed in surprise, "Your brother?" Decay nodded and replied, "I just received a marriage proposal from the Dragon Nation. Because I am the next heir to the position of homeowner, he wants to use that proposal to deal with me." Hearing the other person say that, Marck thought to himself, how to deal with her, that's probably the same reason. But in the nobility, mages are not welcome. Nobles often hate magicians. More precisely, noble families hate giving birth to magicians. The first obvious reason is the magician's characteristics. It is difficult to teach mages basic manners, they are also very egotistical, and the power they gain as nobles can lead to serious incidents. The second reason magicians should not hold power in Tau Alpha Upsilon is because of an old folk tale. This story begins before the ancient empire, a tale passed down through generations of a chaotic age of magicians. Because they believe in this story, most creatures in the world do not let magicians have power. That's why she said she wanted to rise to one of the 4 great lord positions in the northern country. Unless she plans to personally kill her brother to take that position, I'm curious how she wants to accomplish such an impossible task. Of course. That would be my thinking if she only told this story once. Seeing that the 2 people in front of him seemed distracted, Decay immediately said, "Seriously, are you 2 paying attention to what I'm saying?" The 3 were resting in a forest. In front of them was a small pile of firewood burning to warm the dark night. Valtis raised his head and said, "Let's see," using the engagement contract as a reason. She suspected that the people around her wanted to sell her to the Dragon Nation, right? "That's right," Decay said. Marck immediately continued, "We tried our best to listen to her story. But you've already mentioned it 3 times, so I hope you understand if we're not paying enough attention." But while she was busy talking, the meat burned. Putting a skewer of meat in front of Decay, Marck smiled and said, "Eat this, I'll eat the burnt meat." Seeing the fragrant meat skewer, Decay's yellow eyes sparkled. She happily exclaimed, thanking him. Marck nodded and said, "Next time she will grill the meat better. Of course, it would only be better if you talked less when cooking again." Hearing these words, Decay's chewing motion suddenly stopped. She turned and glared at Marck. The night sky is vast, the full moon hangs high above. After eating and resting for a while, Decay said again, "If possible, may I suggest this?" Hearing that, Marck thought to himself while drinking water. He finally proposed. Now he heard Decay say again, "Please take me to Beatus located in the Iramal family's territory." Hearing these words, Marck was not surprised and thought, just as he thought. Decay's voice continued to echo, "If you can do it, I will pay. The amount of gold is equal to your weight." Hearing her say that, Marck's eyes suddenly opened wide. He tried to suppress his excitement, gritted his teeth and thought, he knew right away that the Great Lord's family would be different, how generous. But my current customer is Valtis. To escort this girl, his journey to find his mother would be postponed. He saved my mother's hand from being burned. If he chooses to continue west, then I will respect that decision and give up the gold. The mother's hand corrupted Marck's chest and the sound of killing sounded again. Marck pressed his hand to his chest and said in a small voice, he couldn't believe it, "Mom told me to eat more and gain weight." Mom likes gold, I know, but how can she let her son become obese? At this moment, Valtis's arm suddenly rose high. He looked at the 2 people in front of him, filled with courage and said, "I understand. Once we participate, we will take responsibility to the end, only then will we be worthy of this Valtis family. Having decided so, the next day two people, Marck and Valtis, immediately set out to escort Decay to Beatus. Going a long way on the snowy road, Marck suddenly pointed to the distance and said, "There is a village there." Decay walked behind, stretched his arms and asked again, "Really? I hope we can take a warm bath." The three quickly entered the village and found an inn. Valtis went to book a room and Marck and Decay took their luggage and brought them in. After booking, Valtis came over and said, "Our room is at the end of the 3rd floor, I also asked them to prepare bath water. Quickly take a shower and eat." After showering, in the dining room, exclamations of joy rang out. Looking at the full table of food in front of him, Decay exclaimed, "It looks so delicious, the cooking here is really delicious." Marck thought sadly, "At times like this I wish I still had taste buds." Thinking so, he still picked up his fork to eat a piece of food. In the middle of chewing, a quarrel was heard not far away. "Please don't do that, your hands are too soft." At a nearby table, a waitress was being bullied by a man. The waitress said in fear, "I have to serve another customer." The man grabbed the girl's hand tightly and didn't let go. He didn't pay any attention and said, "Wait a minute, why don't you sit here for a bit?" At this moment, a man who seemed to be the owner of the restaurant stepped forward. With a beard on his face, he looked at the customer and said, "Sir, please don't cause trouble at our place." The man who bullied women heard that and raised his head defiantly and asked again, "What's wrong, causing trouble? Did I humiliate her or something? I just asked her to pour wine and listen to us talk, is that too much?" Valtis observed while eating and said, "It looks like we're about to fight, should we intervene?" Marck laughed and said, "It's already going up, I guess we should." At this moment, I only saw that on the opposite side, the man who bullied the woman was punched in the face by a fist. And the person who just raised his fist was Decay, who was sitting at the table on this side. Her blow was quite strong and knocked the other man to the ground. The two people at the table with the man saw this and immediately stood up and exclaimed, "Damn, what is that, what the devil? Who is this child?" As soon as these words finished, Marck rushed forward and pressed the head of the person who had just spoken to the ground. The impact was so strong that blood flowed from his nose like a stream, and his whole face was swollen. Marck opened his hand and flicked it as if he was afraid of getting his hands dirty. The shop owner and the waitress applauded. Decay turned around and smiled and said, "Thank you." Marck nodded slightly and replied, "No need to be polite." At this moment Valtis also walked over and twisted the other guy's neck and winked and said, "You should at least talk to us before acting. We are a team." Decay scratched her head, her face slightly pink and shyly explained, "Since I was little, whenever something happened, I couldn't control it." Hearing this, Marck frowned slightly. He looked at Decay's back, thinking to himself, she wasn't unable to control her anger, but she couldn't control her righteousness. Valtis bent down to rummage through the thug's clothes, then took out a bag of money and threw it at Marck. Marck took it. Marck quickly grabbed the bag of money. He gave the bag of money to the shop owner and said, "You can use this to repair and replace damaged items." Hearing that, the shop owner was extremely grateful and said, "Thank you for helping us." Marck shook his head and replied, "It's all money from those idiots." Night came, the inn was lit. The sound of knocking sounded outside. Decay heard it and immediately asked, "Who is that?" "It's me," a gentle voice replied. Decay opened the door, she looked at Marck and asked, "What's going on?" As soon as these words finished, Marck raised his hand to cover Decay's mouth and pressed it hard against the wall. In his other hand, he brandished a small, sharp knife and stuck it next to him. He leaned close to Decay's ear and said in a cold voice, "From now on I want you to listen and be quiet to avoid waking Valtis." After saying this sentence, Marck's eyes flashed a cold blue color. He reminded him harshly, "Understand?" Marck's eyes flashed a cold blue color. He spoke in a harsh voice. She said that she couldn't ignore it when encountering grievances, right? But next time you have to ignore it because we are being chased. We have to avoid attracting attention. If you do this again, I will have no choice but to injure you and give you to those pursuers. Isn't that very sad? I believe that from now on you will always discuss with me in advance and behave wisely. If you understand, please slowly nod. Decay's mouth was gagged, and when she heard these words, her yellow eyes were extremely scared and filled with tears. Marck silently looked at her, smiled slightly but did not say anything more. Seeing the other person nod, he let go of his hand, turned to the door and said, "Good night." Waiting for the door to close tightly, Decay regained her composure and let out a breath. Outside, Marck walked slowly and said softly, I understand that you think I'm being too hasty. But you have to do this before something big happens. And now we will know. Is Decay irremal? Is there really a syndrome of righteous phobia or not? In another place, in a large castle, an angry voice rang out, Ha, can't you catch Decay? A man lowered his head and reported in a low voice, I don't know what to say, but there are many unexpected variables. I think to complete this mission we need more money. What, more money? The person sitting on the chair shouted. This person is the third prince of the dragon nation Vatus Draco. He said extremely annoyed, I have given you a lot. Stop for a moment. Draco stretched out his hand and waved to the person in front of him and said, Come here. The man who came to report quickly approached. Immediately, a heavy punch hit him in the face. This person belongs to the underworld organization Elay, Eastern Branch, managing Hilden. After fighting one battle, Draco waved his hand and said, explaining in detail why you guys need more money. If you dare say it's because the damage is too much, then you will definitely die. Hearing these words, Hilden pursed her lips tightly. He thought to himself, if I don't pass this level, I will die, because my wife and children are waiting for me at home. Thinking like that, Hilden immediately bent down and bowed her head. Then he maintained his posture and began to speak, the priest serves the guardian goddess. It's because of that Marck. Hearing this name, Draco widened his eyes and exclaimed, What, a priest? You mean just because of a priest? Seeing that the other person seemed very angry, Hilden quickly said, Please listen to me. Marck is not an ordinary priest. Rumor has it that he defeated a giant monster transformed from a devil in Greece with just one sword. And not long ago, in Kelton, he killed the monster created by the evil spirit apostle by sacrificing everyone there. He alone did it and earned the title of archenemy of evil spirits. Hearing these words, Draco immediately fell silent. Then he said again, So that priest and the eldest son of the Vultus family. Are you holding Decay? Yes, Hilden replied nodding. Hearing that, Draco calmed down a bit and said, Okay, I will pay more. But next time you will definitely succeed. When Hilden heard this sentence, he breathed a sigh of relief. He thought to himself, it was successful. My dear, my children. But now in the motel room, in his room, Marck said softly, Now that I think about it, I feel so regretful. The corrupted mother turned into a little girl sitting on the bed. Marck asked her while feeding her, Should I be more gentle? She seems like an easy person to talk to. The corrupted mother opened her mouth to eat a piece of food and raised a finger. Seeing that, Marck suddenly laughed and said, What do you mean? Why should I be wary of her? She is still my customer. While talking about this, there was a knock on the door outside, and both the corrupted mother and the Marck looked over cautiously. The corrupted mother immediately turned back into a hand and entered Marck's chest. Only then did Marck ask in his voice, Who is that? Decay outside answered neither quickly nor slowly, It was me. Marck frowned slightly and said, Come in. Okay, Decay said, then pushed the door open and entered. She did not go further inside but stood with her back against the door. Yellow eyes looked straight at the person sitting on the bed. Decay glanced at the plate of food next to her and asked in a low voice, Are you late for eating? Marck nodded and replied, Yes, I'm a little hungry. After saying that, he stood up and put the plate of food on the cabinet. Decay behind him cautiously asked, Can I sit down? I have something to tell you. The two sat on the bed silently, not saying anything. I don't know how long it took Decay to speak first. The reason he warned me was because. Am I a magician? Hearing this, Marck remained silent and said nothing. Outside, the snow began to fall. Marck thought for a while before nodding and saying yes. Hearing this, Decay raised her hand and scratched her head and said, I knew right away. The way he looked at me. I'm very familiar with that look. Most people have been hurt by magicians. They all looked at me with such eyes. But this is still the first time. His eyes were filled with hate for me, but his words spoke. Again, I have to do better because from now on we are each other's companions. Marck sat quietly beside him, listening. Decay continued to say, Most people who look at me with those eyes want to cause me harm. Honestly, if I see another unpleasant incident, I don't think I can easily ignore it. But from now on I will definitely discuss it with you in advance like you said, because we are both companions. Talking for a long time, Decay stood up. She looked at Marck and said, I came here to tell you that. Then I'll go. Good night, Priest Marck. Marck had been silent all this time, but when Decay was about to step out, he called out. Decay stopped and turned around for an hour. Marck stood up and scratched his head and said, I was a bit harsh. And rude too. Hearing these words, Decay immediately smiled brightly. She walked closer to Marck, narrowed her eyes and said, This is the first time you look directly at me, I'm very happy. Is that so? Marck replied with a smile. Decay immediately said, Then let's be even, no more anger. Marck did not refuse but said yes. Then he said, I'm not angry. Hearing that, Decay winked once, then clasped her hands in front of her chest and replied, I'm looking forward to going with you. Waiting for Decay to leave, the corrupt mother turned into a child sitting on the bed. Marck fed the mother food while raising his head to look at the falling snow outside the window. He thought to himself, in the end, perhaps the magician is also human. My stupid son. Finally facing the truth I've always been avoiding. Enough talking about that, let me feed you some more. At this time outside the inn, a group of mercenaries were silently surrounding the outside. Waiting for the formation to be distributed, a bald leader raised his foot and kicked the door of the inn, then rolled his eyes and shouted, That Marck bastard is here, bring him out here immediately. The bearded shop owner who was cleaning up tables and chairs heard this and immediately looked up. Now I hear the leader gritting his teeth and threatening, Otherwise I will kill all of you. One person held a letter in his hand. After reading it, he said, It's really troublesome. The man sat in a makeshift tent in the snow, reading the letter and muttering, skipping the task of capturing a young woman from the Irmal family, who had silver hair and golden eyes. What's the matter with this priest? Looking at the portrait of Marck on the paper, he asked doubtfully, the evil spirit of the corrupted goddess. So he's a Marck priest, huh? As soon as these words ended, a call was heard outside. Sajida. The man named Sajida turned his head to look over. People outside shouted in panic, the priest was here, but the woman next to him could not be seen. Hearing this, Sajida stood up and said, What, where is he? He didn't come to fight, right? As soon as I said this, there was a scream from outside, Let me go. The bald guy who broke into the inn the night before was now being held high by the Marck's neck. He gritted his teeth and shouted, I said let me go. Seeing this scene, Sajida quickly ordered, Hey, you guys put down your weapons. Seeing that his subordinates did not listen, Sajida shouted angrily and immediately put down his weapon. At this point, the people surrounding the Marck reluctantly took back their weapons. Sajida gritted his teeth and thought to himself, not expecting them to let their guard down while he was thinking about the mission. We're in trouble. On the opposite side, Marck with a cold face looked straight at Sajida. This look made him a little panicked and he pursed his lips tightly. Realizing something was wrong, Sajida immediately raised his hands, smiled and said, Excuse me, are you Marck? Yes, Marck replied. At this point Sajida continued to speak, Priest Marck, that thing you are holding in your hand, can you put it down? Hearing him say that, Marck did not make it difficult to swing his hand and throw the bald man to the ground. Seeing his subordinates being thrown down, Sajida remained silent and said nothing. Only then did Marck speak up, It seems you are the leader of this mercenary team. Looking at his smiling face, Sajida quietly said yes. Then he said again, The leader of the Red Hero mercenary team is honored to serve you. My name is Sajida. At the dining table, looking at the cup of wine in front of him, Marck said, Thank you, I really appreciate your hospitality, but I would like to decline because I can't drink wine. Hearing that, Sajida immediately exclaimed two words. He raised the glass of wine and took a sip, thinking to himself, I'm the same, I just hope the conversation will be easier. It seems I have no choice but to give up. While thinking about this, Sajida heard Marck say again, As you see, I heard some things from my comrades. The person who came looking for me early this morning. He said you want to see us. Can you explain about the fight that happened yesterday? Hearing the other person say this, Sajida silently smiled. He closed his eyes slightly and thought, What should I do? Should I get straight to the point or probe a bit? The implication was that my target was a young girl with silver hair and yellow eyes, that we were like that because of a curse from the Elay organization. While thinking about this, Sajida felt a murderous intent emanating from the Marck. He frowned slightly and thought, this priest according to rumors is very terrible, I don't want to think about having to fight with him at all. Above all, this is the fault of Deputy Leader Pelguin. Sajida silently cursed, You idiot, he didn't know someone was coming outside the tent. The door guard saw someone coming and immediately greeted him, Deputy Leader Pelguin. Pelguin with a bearded face that looked like he was drunk groaned once and said, I feel so bad. He approached and pushed the door guard aside, walking inside and talking, You said the priest came here alone, he wanted to die. Marck was sitting in the tent and suddenly heard a voice calling, "Over there, brother priest." Pelguin slowly walked to the front of the table and asked, "Are you Marck?" "Yes," Marck replied. Hearing that, Pelguin said again, "Are there any whores with silver hair and golden eyes in your group?" Hearing this, Marck slightly lowered his head and said faintly, "You were right about that too." "Great," Pelguin exclaimed, "listen here, brother priest. Give that woman to us and go away, unless you, brother priest." I really wanted to die. As soon as these words finished, Marck pulled out his sword and slashed once, blood suddenly splattered out. Sajida widened his eyes and shouted twice to be careful. It was too late, one of Pelguin's arms was cut off by Marnick's sharp sword. The severed hand quickly corroded. From the tent came a pitiful scream. Retrieving the sword, Marck said coldly, "Interesting, I saw something very strange. I don't remember telling you my name. But you guys talked like you were very familiar." Standing on one side, Pelguin held one shoulder that was bleeding profusely and shouted 2 times, "Help me." Marck didn't pay any attention. He pointed the sword straight at him and gritted his teeth and asked, "Who, is it you? Do you want to arrest us?" Hearing this, Sajida suddenly hit him, silently screaming in his heart. But at this time outside, there was a subordinate who opened his mouth and shouted loudly, Pelguin's hand had just been slashed. Everyone gather at Sajida's tent immediately. This priest, he doesn't understand the consequences of his actions. Tearing his body apart, before the last sentence could finish, fresh blood spewed out again. The people around cried out in horror, "Damn, what the hell is going on?" At this time Marck was standing at the tent door. His subordinates immediately shouted, "Kill him," before he could do anything, "This dog." Sajida had been sweating all over his face, when he heard someone calling him. Turning his head to look back, the person calling was Pelguin. He miserably groaned the words, save me, Sajida." Marck turned his head to look at Pelguin lying on the ground. His eyes flashed blue. He raised his sword high, thinking to himself, "It seems he has no intention of answering my question. If so, there is no need to spare his life." Feeling Marnick's killing intent, Pelguin shouted Sajida again. At the same time, a cold spear rushed forward. This spear uses strong speed to block Marnick's sword. Seeing this situation, Marck immediately glanced over and said, "Surprising, I didn't think you would stop me." Sajida clutched the spear in his hand and replied, "You see, I don't want to stop you, but our relationship cannot just be left alone. We have known each other for 15 years, and after saying these words, Sajida put all his strength into creating a small explosion. Marck immediately took back his sword. Sajida's spear was launched to attack. Marck leaned back, a few rumbling sounds rang out in the tent, and smoke and dust filled the tent. Sajida quickly took a stance and retreated to one side. He swung his hand and threw out the spear. Then he grabbed the curtain and pulled it down. Sajida swung the curtains to attack the Marck. His eyes flashed sharply and he retreated a bit. Taking this opportunity, Sajida rushed out and ran and gave orders. Everyone ran away. Seeing no one react, he turned around and rolled his eyes and shouted, "I said, run now." Before the subordinates had time to react, a stream of cold sword energy slashed across his neck. Immediately the head and neck were severed. In the space of white snow stained with red blood, everyone's faces looked extremely scared. This group of mercenaries did not think much and ran away. After not running a few steps, another round of bloody killing took place. The white snow under his feet was now stained red. Sajida looked at this scene and held the spear tightly in his hand. He gritted his teeth and cursed 2 damn words. After finishing killing the group of mercenaries, Marck stepped forward and stood opposite Sajida. The corrupted mother in his chest let out a kill sound. Marck heard that and immediately replied, "I know, mother, I will do it at any cost. I will bring you. Wanted us. Out into the light." Sajida's eyes shone with a blood-red light. He raised his spear, its sharp tip pointing straight ahead. As he was about to attack, Marck immediately grabbed the collar of one of Sajida's subordinates who was still breathing. His other hand raised the sword high. Seeing this scene, Sajida's eyebrows furrowed tightly, trying to suppress his anger. On the opposite side, a dark red killing intent suddenly flared around Marnick's body. He swung his sword high. The sword's energy slashed with amazing power, cutting off the tip of Sajida's spear. He immediately retreated a distance. Sajida quickly picked up his teammate's spear on the ground as a new weapon. He shouted once, then swung his spear high. The spear and sword blades collided with each other, creating a sky-shattering explosion. Sajida gritted his teeth and maintained his attacking posture. He held the spear tightly, then gave an order. Pelguin was in the tent. While we're dealing with the priest. Then go treat him. When Marck heard that, his pupils flashed a little blue light. He used all his strength to fight back, causing Sajida to bite his lips and use all his strength. Marck said nothing but raised his fist. The punch hit Sajida hard like heaven. A blue light flared up and the ground rumbled. Marck maintained his posture and glanced at Sajida. He curled his lips into a smile. The fist stopped on Sajida's body, but he was still unharmed. Marck said slowly, "It's been quite a while. I just found someone at this level." When Sajida heard that, his teeth clenched even tighter. He looked ahead and shouted 2 times, "Shoot!" Hearing that, Marck thought to himself, "There are archers. It would be bad if the arrow hit one of my joints." The arrow had not yet been shot. The two, Marck and Sajida, stood silently facing each other. All around were corpses of this mercenary group. After waiting for a long time, no bow or arrow was fired. Sajida was a little angry. Blue veins appeared on his forehead. He shouted in a loud voice, "Damn people." Hearing that, Marck faintly asked, "Shall we continue?" Then he smiled harmlessly and said, "I think you've been abandoned." Hearing what the other person said, Sajida was silent for a moment, then immediately threw down the spear in his hand and said, "I surrender. I will tell you everything, so please spare my life." After giving a proper burial to the corpses of his comrades, Sajida exclaimed, "That damn Pelguin. I want to one day beat him to a pulp, but now that he's actually dead, I feel very strange." Seeing that the other person was confiding in him, Marck immediately asked, "Don't you hate me?" Hearing this question, Sajida immediately turned around and smiled and said, "If I say yes, will you kill me?" Marck slightly closed his eyes and replied, "Is there any reason to keep the life of someone who hates him?" As soon as this sentence ended, Sajida immediately smiled. He said comfortably, "He was right. I'm not good with words, so it's a bit difficult to explain. The job of a mercenary is to kill and be killed, so there have been many times in the past where I had to cooperate with people who had taken the lives of my comrades. Of course, that doesn't mean I'll be friendly with them, but I also won't rush at them with an axe in my hand. So I don't hate you, I just feel a little lonely. After all, this is just a failed mercenary team." After listening to him speak for a long time, Marck asked again, "What are you planning to do from now on?" Sajida shook her head and narrowed her eyes and replied, "I don't know. It's been 15 years since I've been this lonely, so I feel a bit lost. After all I know is fighting. Maybe I'll do mercenary work again." Hearing these shared words, Marck said nothing but just silently smiled. After a while, he opened his mouth to speak, "So this time, why don't you go meet an employer who is willing to pay handsomely?" "What?" Sajida exclaimed in surprise. At the inn, Decay was sitting uncomfortably with her arms folded on one side of the dining table. Next to her is Marck, opposite is Sajida. Seeing that the atmosphere was a bit tense, Marck immediately asked Decay, "Do I still have blood stains that haven't been washed off or something?" Decay heard that and frowned and said, "No, you washed it very, very clean." Hearing these words, Marck thought to herself, it felt like there was a thorn in her voice. Thinking so, Marck asked again, "Is it because I left without saying anything?" Decay put her hand on one cheek and replied faintly, "You understand. After last night's conversation, I thought our relationship had become stronger. Maybe I misunderstood. You said that I need to discuss with you before doing something, but Alpha Nu Eta is different." Without discussing anything, he left voluntarily. Hearing this, Marck suddenly smiled and exclaimed, "My lady, Decay, yes." At this time Marck continued to ask, had she ever killed someone? No. Decay bowed her head slightly and replied thoughtfully. Hearing that, Marck immediately said, "That's why I'm going alone. Regarding this matter, I think I cannot compromise. It is also a war that will not die." Listening to the other person's explanation, Decay still couldn't stop being angry and shouted, "But you should at least tell me. I slept very well and then got up for breakfast without knowing anything." Hearing these words, Marck thought to himself, "I'm going alone so you can be like that." After thinking like that, he said, "So from now on, no matter what happens, I will tell you." Receiving this statement, Decay replied with satisfaction, "Then let's make peace, because yesterday I also left without saying anything." Marck nodded and said, "Okay." While talking about this, the panicked voice of Valtis, Princess Decay, rang out in the distance. Marck has been negotiating with the mercenaries since yesterday. We also have to pick up our weapons and go help. He was only halfway through speaking when he suddenly stopped and looked at the three people sitting at the dining table, shyly saying, "Hello." Valtis was a little embarrassed and asked in a low voice towards Marck, "Are you back?" After saying that, he suddenly gasped. Valtis looked at Sajida and asked, "Who is this?" Marck smiled and introduced, "A mercenary that the princess had just hired." "Why don't everyone introduce themselves?" Hearing that, Sajida and Valtis immediately walked over and shook hands. Sajida said, "Priest Marck, you two must have a lot of trust in each other." Valtis heard that and said, "But I hope nothing bad happens between us." "Of course," Sajida replied, scratching his head. Valtis blinked once and then spoke again, "And I was also happy to have a strong teammate." After saying hello, Valtis turned around and walked out the door and said, "I'm coming to the blacksmith workshop in the village. I rushed here while choosing some arrowheads. The sun is already high, so we'll leave early tomorrow morning." A girl with purple hair frowned unhappily and shouted, Why? She looked at the two people sitting on the chair and continued to question, When Alpha Nu Eta Tau Alpha comes, say it." The man with blonde hair and a beard on his lips frowned and asked, "Is he really coming here? At least he should come before I go crazy because of your petty words." Hearing that, the purple-haired girl struggling with her arms and legs, continuing to scream, When? A woman with short red hair also spoke to comfort him, "He will come soon, I'm pretty sure because I often check his direction of movement." Hearing that, the purple-haired girl immediately smiled and said, "He will definitely come here, right? Come to this Eratico." The red-haired woman nodded firmly and replied, "I told you he would come." After saying that, she leaned back in her chair and said, "Trust me a little, girl." The purple-haired girl heard that and waved her arms and legs saying, "I believe it, completely believe it." Halfway through speaking, she gave a strange smile and said, "But if he doesn't come, you will die immediately, I will dismember and kill you." At this time outside, the snow continued to fall. On the forest path, footsteps quietly pounded the snow. Decay clenched her hands and said excitedly, "We have finally arrived at Eratico. Now I can soak in hot water." 4 people were standing in place when in the distance, a person came running from the edge of the forest. This person turned towards the Marck and raised his voice to shout, "That priest. You are a priest, right?" Marck took a step forward and nodded, "Yes, I am a priest." Hearing these words, the other person quickly grabbed Marck's hand and begged, Please tell that bastard, the Easter trumpeter, that he didn't listen to God's commandment, telling him to stop resurrecting the dead. There are too many now." Hearing the other person say that, Marck withdrew his hand and scratched his head and replied, "I don't think things will change just because I go talk to him." The other person was afraid that Marck would refuse, so he quickly said, "But you are a priest. It may not be very positive, but please try talking to him. My teammates and I were exhausted. Dead bodies roamed everywhere every night, and we were scared to death. I beg you." Seeing that the other person seemed extremely scared, Marck could not bear to refuse. He immediately held out his hand and said, "Don't expect too much." Hearing this sentence, the other person happily exclaimed, thank you very much." Marck nodded slightly, then turned back and said to the 3 people behind him, "Since things have turned out like this, I will go help them a bit. Everyone just go into the city and find a place to rest." Decay had no opinion, so she nodded and smiled and replied, "I know." Marck carried a torch and quickly entered the deep forest. As he walked, he thought, "Is the trumpeter resurrected? Among the priests of the saints, that is a very special profession. Other saints choose priests from among the flock to give them their strength." But suddenly one day, the trumpet of death and rest sounded, for no special reason or anything. That devil gave away his power to anyone he wanted. And then those who had that power became the trumpeters of the resurrection. And they will live a life for the dead. Why they live like that, no one knows. No one. They simply need to find places where large numbers of corpses gather and revive them. Blow silent trumpets and march with your army of corpses. Of course, the authorities don't like them at all. But no one dared to stand up against them. No one could touch the trumpeters' army of the dead. There is one obvious truth. Confronting a constantly growing army of the dead is something no one wants to encounter. So the trumpeter of the resurrection cannot get along with anyone, because they have to live with the dead for the rest of their lives. It was like a natural phenomenon. Thinking for a long time, Marck quickly walked in front of the Easter trumpeter, who was sitting on a rock, surrounded by countless corpses standing silently. Marck said, Hello there. The Easter trumpeter remained silent and did not respond. Marck smirked, didn't pay much attention and continued, "There must be many people who have come here to do this. They also asked me to do the same thing. I came here to talk. Don't you think it's time to leave here? You probably already know, for the common people. Those walking corpses are quite annoying to them. Are you here for any other purpose? You are not the type to stay in one place." After talking for a long time, the other person still didn't make a single move. On the face of the resurrected trumpeter, he wore a silver mask. Who knows how long it took for him to open his mouth to call out to the evil spirit worshipper. Marck nodded and said yes. Again, the Easter trumpeter raised his finger and pointed in one direction. Then he slowly said, "Those people will cause a lot of deaths." Hearing the other person say that, Marck turned his head to look in the direction the finger was pointing. Marck asked uncertainly, "In Erratico, are there people pursuing evil spirits here?" The Easter trumpeter was silent for a moment before opening his mouth. It had begun. As soon as these words ended, a column of dazzling red light shot straight up into the sky from behind the Marck. The killing sound of the corrupted mother rang in my ears again. Marck cautiously began to put strength into his feet, he thought, just like last time in Kelton. Marck's feet quickly ran out of the forest. As he ran, he thought, "This is not good." In another place, standing in the middle of a fire, a person stamped his feet and shouted, "No, no. This person is the purple-haired girl." She grimaced and shouted, "That's what she said." Hearing that, the red-haired woman's sweat dropped and replied, "I should have confirmed that that group of people had entered the city, right? Just wait there. We will meet them soon." Hearing the other person say that, the purple-haired girl pointed straight at the other person and angrily scolded, You lied, die." The blonde man didn't want to listen to the argument anymore, so he advised, "Wait, I think I'm about to meet him." Hearing that, the purple-haired girl quickly turned around and asked, "What? Where?" "There, Marck." The blonde man looked in one direction and spoke. From within the fire, a young man holding a sword slowly walked out. Marck's eyes flashed a blue light. The purple-haired girl happily shouted, "That's right, it's Marck, that's right." Hearing this call, Marck thought, "I didn't think we would meet in a place like this." The blonde man seemed to see something at this moment. His whole body suddenly stopped a bit. Only the sword in Marck's hand was seen covered in flames. The fire followed the Marck's sword movements and moved to form a vortex. Feeling the hand of the corrupted mother constantly moving, Marck said softly, "Calm down and stay calm, mother, I heard your mother's words. But this time I will ignore it, you know that too." Then Marck looked straight into the blonde man's eyes. The blue light in Marck's eyes flashed again. He gritted his teeth and said, "That damn magician, he is the target of the revenge plan. For the crime of killing my benefactor. And children in the past too." Marck remembered the things he had gone through. In the cold of winter, Marck was lying dazed under the white snow. His face turned completely red during that time. He was helpless, always sinking deep, because of useless worries and unable to do anything. Marck only had a small glimmer of hope for the life that God would give him. He always reassured himself of one more day of victory, one more day of living. One day, when he couldn't hold on anymore, he seemed to want to give up everything. Right at the moment Marck seemed to slowly die under this cold, suddenly a man accidentally came here and met him. Marck's whole body was covered in wounds, he was almost starving to death. And on that day, that same man gave him a chance to live. From afar, when he saw Marck lying motionless on the ground, he could not hold back his pity and rushed down to him. He used all his strength to help Marck stand up. There was a huge snowstorm sweeping across this place. And this man is also his benefactor. Just like that, he carried Marck a long way across the white snow. After that, he got to know Santos like that. It was a middle-aged man, he was not a stranger and could be seen anywhere. For several days, Marck was cared for very attentively by Santos. After a while he interacted with this person. Santos was a quite easygoing but also quite serious person. When you woke up, he didn't ask anything about your identity. Only he told him that he could feel free to stay or leave until he felt better. Later, he also learned that he was a priest serving the guardian goddess. And lives in a suburban cemetery. Marck regained his health and he repaid Santos by helping him with the housework. He asked tactfully while working, "Why did you save me?" At that moment Santos was a bit dazed for a moment, then he answered with a smile. A smile mixed with shyness, "I just want to do that." The smile he saw at that time was deposited deep in this heart. Santos always helps others without asking for anything in return. He keeps helping, helping again, helping again. Helping again, and helping again, he told Marck that to help someone, there is no need for a reason. Such an honest heart made Marck want to become like him. Just like that, a long year has passed, after a peaceful year, and then winter returns on its own trajectory. While Marck was outside working, he saved the life of a man who was unconscious in the snow. Just like the time he did, Marck was also saved by Santos. Recalling the past events, Marck was extremely regretful, but I should not have saved that damn mage. He was also kind and brought that man home to bandage his wound, but that magician, after he recovered, was helped by him. With a mysterious smile, he confessed that he was a worshipper of evil spirits. This made him feel dumbfounded. And he attacked you, with his magic. Until he woke up. Marnick's life was preserved thanks to the hand that awkwardly protected him. Somehow it got out, and gently stroked his cheek. He quickly ran home and found his life-saving benefactor, Santos. But when the door opened, a crisis hit him. Marck had to accept the consequences he had caused him. "You're a minute late, that damn magician killed Santos very brutally." Remembering the magician who killed Santos in cold blood caused a fire of anger to flare up deep in his heart. But he still showed off his thick face and smiled and said very calmly, "Yes, I remember." He looked at Marck and said, "You are a gravedigger." After seeing that you were still safe and sound, the magician was a bit confused, "But you're dead, it's obvious that I killed you myself." He kept babbling, "Okay, now that you're still alive, it doesn't mean anything anymore." Marck was now so angry that he was shaking. Every word he said was still ringing in his ears. "Now that I noticed, that outfit, are you going to become a priest now?" He looked at him and began to evaluate in a tone of voice, "That priest's robe, your teacher's arm, perhaps." At this point, he laughed loudly and said, "Thank you for saving me that time, but this time I will defeat you again." The anger in Marck could not give in for another moment and silently cursed this old bastard. Suddenly while speaking, Pearly shed tears and ran to shout, Marck, they say you are very strong." She excitedly ran to you, "I've been waiting for you for a long time." At the same time Marck was rushing towards the magician, and at the same time he was also rushing towards you from the opposite side. Marck held the saw and slashed at the magician, but he promptly blocked his attack. The two sides are confronting each other, neither side giving in to the other. He looked at you proudly and said you were very different from the rumors. Marck cleared his throat and shouted, shutting his mouth. Right at this moment his mother's voice commanded him again, to kill. The magician's face also lost the confidence he had just now. His expression suddenly changed and he exclaimed, "What?" Marnick's eyes were filled with murderous intent and he raised his saw high towards the magician. With one decisive blow, he cut off the magician's left arm. Suddenly, Pearly rushed up to him and whispered in his ear, "I like you," making Marck startled. But the next second Marck directly used the chainsaw in his hand to slash at her. Her head was also immediately severed, but Pearly's expression was extremely satisfied, and with a wow sound, the magician raised his foot and exclaimed, "The balance of punishment." Marck slightly looked up at him with a slightly worried expression. The mage's entire body was now surrounded by a powerful aura. His murderous eyes and sinister smile were fixed on Marnick's face. Seconds later, a loud explosion was heard. Benna closed his eyes tightly and shouted loudly. Everything was covered in flames, houses were turned into piles of ashes and ruins. Marck struggled to sit up on the ground. The magician slowly walked towards him and asked, "The holy power remaining in your body is not from the guardian goddess, right? However, since the blessing is in that priest's robe, it seems it is being used properly." At this point, the corner of his mouth lifted up to reveal a sinister smile and continued, "Meaning you are also a follower of evil spirits like me?" Marck suddenly shouted loudly and shut up. "He still keeps taunting you, have I hit the nail on the head?" Marnick's body burst into aura, behind him a giant appeared, he shouted, "I said shut up immediately." He smiled and said, "Look, your strength is interesting." He looked at Marck and said excitedly, "Okay, I'm also expecting something new from you, I hope you don't disappoint me." Marck did not answer him, but used the giant's power fist and rushed towards the magician. The next second, another earth-shattering explosion rang out. Marck clenched his teeth. The smoke and dust cleared, only to see the magician use his remaining arm to block his power. He smiled contemptuously at Marck. He lowered his face and placed the chainsaw on the ground. He thought to himself, "Tonight, I will kill you, Riverkill, I will." Marck regained his will to fight. As for Sajita's group, they were currently fighting the zombies. Sajida held the spear in his hand and stabbed hard at a zombie, causing him to fall to the ground. While fighting, someone's voice spoke up, "It's not dead yet, right?" Sajida heard the voice and immediately turned around to look. Then he looked down at the zombie lying on the ground and replied, "Yes." At this time, Valtis urged us to quickly move to the Lord's mansion. Decay now worriedly said, "Could it be that the priest was in trouble?" Hearing that, Sajida replied, "I don't think he will die that easily. First, we have to find shelter." On the ground, human corpses were lying everywhere. The body of a certain man lay cold on the ground with a fire burning all around. The fire burned fiercely inside the mansion, covering the upper floors as if it wanted to swallow the entire large mansion. This chaotic place was the Lord's mansion. Sajida and 2 others had just arrived here. Valtis said sadly, "It seems he is not the one who did this." Sajida softly called Miss. Decay hesitated then replied, "Yes." Sajida looked at her and said, "Now we have to kill them all." While speaking, a bloodthirsty zombie rushed in from nowhere and he immediately hit him with a stick. Blood shot out from the zombie's body along with Sajida's voice, "The problem here is kill or be killed." He loudly suggested, "If we want to get out of the city, if you want to live, just think of them as a piece of meat and skewer them." When Sajida saw the zombies coming in droves, he lost patience and told the 2 of them, "I'll go first, don't be left behind." Suddenly Decay showed a mysterious smile. Immediately after that, without hesitation, she pulled out the sword. Then swung his sword beautifully and slashed at the zombie. Valtis looked at her and then the corner of his mouth slightly raised. Sajida took the lead, followed by 2 people, he shouted loudly and advanced towards the city gate. Every single zombie was felled by the swords of the 3 of them. While rushing into the battle with the zombies, something suddenly caught Sajida's attention. Not only were there a large number of zombies moving towards them, but a giant as tall as the entire castle was walking step by step. On the giant's side, there was the appearance of a familiar figure, Marck. Sajida seemed to realize something and exclaimed in surprise, "That is." Pearly now appeared behind the Rivercall mage and said teasingly, "So hot-tempered, no one will love him like that." The magician who was confronting Marck's corrupt giant heard this and asked in confusion, "What are you planning to do next?" She casually replied, "I'm just curious, really." Benna in the back heard that and laughed helplessly, waving his hand and saying, "If you worship evil spirits so much, we will talk about it more often." "Okay." Pearly shook her head, "No, that's nothing." With an excited look on her face, she said, "Do you know how long I've been waiting for this opportunity?" Hearing them laugh and talk carelessly, Marck's face darkened even more. He frowned and ordered the giant to rush forward. The corrupted giant seemed to have prepared everything, just waiting for one command from him and it would immediately go into battle. It rushed forward and roared loudly. With just one attack, Marck's corrupted giant directly destroyed Rivercall's shield. The shield was broken and he was also affected and flew away. Marck started the chainsaw in his hand. He did not hesitate and rushed forward with the chainsaw. He also did not yield and rushed at Marck. He aimed at the magician and used the chainsaw to repeatedly slash him, but Rivercall easily dodged. He looked at you excitedly and laughed, "You don't have any new forms, this doesn't mean anything to me." At that moment, his mind echoed, "Kill." Marck's eyes were full of hatred looking at that shameless guy Rivercall. He performed magic and said, "I should probably cool your head a bit, you." It was too easy, but as soon as he finished speaking, something suddenly rushed past him. The deep wound caused a lot of blood to shoot out of his body. Marck was so surprised that his eyes widened. He looked at the spear that had just pierced the magician's body and exclaimed in surprise, "What the hell?" At this moment, Rivercall staggered and fell heavily to the ground. When he witnessed this scene with his own eyes, he was a bit stunned. From a distance, I could only see Sajida quickly running towards me. Seeing Mr. Marck's figure, Marck was surprised and thought, it was Sajida. And he is not at peace right now when he is facing dozens of zombies. He immediately turned on his heel and ran in the opposite direction from Marck. The zombie saw that and immediately chased after Sajida. Seeing his chivalrous actions, he felt a bit thoughtful. Marck thought, where did I read that revenge is meaningless? He came here and wondered again, but that didn't matter. Would it be okay if his soul remained empty like this? I don't want to be a hero, but still. Marck's mind was extremely confused at this time. I did not expect such a messy ending. He now told his mother, "Mom, please send me this body." As soon as the words ended, Rivercall's body suddenly emitted a dazzling light. Marck's mother urged him to kill, he thought in surprise, Suddenly his body was filled with holy magic. Marck raised the chainsaw again. Sure enough, he was still alive. He cut off his remaining arm, still thinking in his heart, first. You take Rivercle's arm, I'll get my right arm back. At this moment, someone behind him shouted loudly, failure, we have completely failed. I only saw Benna panicking and saying, no more fighting, instead we have to withdraw. In contrast to Benna's fear, Pearlie calmly said, what's wrong? I haven't seen much yet, what have you done that's so scary? Benna quickly grabbed her collar, while Pearlie was still excitedly saying, do it again, do it again. Benna quickly pulled her along and ran away quickly, constantly scolding him, wondering what else she wanted him to do. He has lost all humanity. Marck at this time ordered the corrupt giants, take me to stop them, you can return after this. The giant immediately obeyed the command and slowly lifted Marck up. Meanwhile, Pearlie kept shouting, let me down, I'll kill you now. Benna saw that and shouted loudly, shutting her mouth. She said angrily, you talk too much. While speaking, something suddenly exploded in front of them. Marck was now standing tall in front of them. When Benna saw him, he looked like he had seen a ghost, his face was pale and he was sweating profusely. Marck growled, your names are.
Seeing that, Pearlie excitedly said, let me tell you.
Then she happily introduced herself, my name is Pearlie, and her name is Benna. Benna was scared and trembling and shouted, shut up, please, just shut up, no one will die. Pearlie said darkly, we are from a secret society of those who worship evil spirits. Her expression was extremely sinister, saying it was the Liberatio group. Pearlie asked loudly, brother, do you remember the people you took down, in Kelton? He also frankly replied, yes. Hearing that, she continued, those people also belong to the Liberatio group. As she spoke, Pearlie smiled mysteriously, so we were curious about what kind of person he was. Marck slowly walked forward and asked, how many members does your association have? She said cheerfully, no matter what, Benna didn't even know, I came here simply because they told me to come. Pearlie laughed, but Rivercle probably knew. Speaking of this, she pointed to a place where people were floating in the air in front of an extremely chaotic space gate and continued, Jay was also sent here directly by Liberatio. Her words seemed to anger Marck. Now look, brother, look at what situation you are in. Marck questioned, Liberatio's purpose was not to obey the law. Benna had been silent until now, but now he opened his mouth and let me explain. Then she clasped her hands, closed her eyes, and slowly said, our purpose is very simple, anyone. While speaking normally, she suddenly smiled, her smile was full of magic, and as she continued what she was saying, she could worship any god they wanted. We will create a world free of oppression. Hearing that they were so proud of what they did made Marck angry. He cleared his throat and said loudly, everyone. Looking at the ruined place in front of him, he couldn't hide his frustration and told them, if they wanted to do that, would they have to wipe this place out? Benna calmly replied, I don't want it either, this is the consequence of Rivercle. I need to gather some items, you have something we're looking for. Marck looked at her warily. Marck heard that and immediately asked what she meant. She smiled and replied, it's a relic. Benna explains, it was once part of the god's body, a pearl. Hearing that, he thought to himself, his previous vague guesses turned out to be correct. He couldn't hide his doubts, they were planning to find the relic that once sealed his corrupted mother's power. What were they trying to do? Thinking about it, he spoke up and said, the pearl had broken. Hearing that, Benna could not hide his excitement and shouted loudly, lying, no one could break it. Marck said seriously, it's really broken, what's left? Already taken to Kelton. Then he asked them, it was the only thing on your collection list. Pearlie, who had been silent all this time, couldn't help but blurt out, there are 4 more. The voice of the corrupted mother now urged Marck to kill. He thought to himself, the female owner of the sealed power, mother is already angry. As soon as he heard what Pearlie said, Benna angrily shouted, after revealing so much, what business could she do? Pearlie calmly said, if he was on our side, he wouldn't know how stupid he was. Seeing their brazen faces, Marck couldn't hide his anger. He thought to himself, have you found 4 relics? He held out his hand and said, but, in this case. Marck smiled widely and continued, guessing who had the ability to resolve the matter smoothly. Pearlie laughed excitedly, it's not me, I don't have that ability. Unlike Pearlie's excited face, Benna was panicked, her face covered in cold sweat and shouted, why are you still there? Following him, As soon as the words finished, Marck immediately cut off her head with his own saw blade. Looking at his eyes full of murderous intent, Pearlie stood still, stuttering, not speaking. Benna's blood splattered onto Marnick's face. Looking at Benna dying tragically in front of her, Pearlie's face turned pale and she couldn't believe her eyes. She immediately ran away. "Don't forget to drop a question to Marck, see you later." Marck did not like to beat around the bush, so he immediately gave her a blow and returned to visit the King of Hell with his beloved teammate Benna. He said, "For you, mother." The corrupted mother absorbed the holy magic of the two corpses, but only Benna's body began to disperse. The system reported a holy magic plus 3023. Seeing that, he looked at Pearlie's corpse on the side. He thought to himself, as expected, she is not dead yet, although I am not sure what you are capable of. Marck muttered, "Forget it," after defeating that damn murderer. He could now breathe a sigh of relief. It was true, his soul had calmed down, the sound of his mother's death still echoing in his head. While standing, someone called from afar, "Marck was here," attracting his attention. He turned around and saw in the distance Sajida and Voltus along with Decay approaching. Voltus spoke up and the zombies suddenly collapsed, probably because of him. Marck smiled and replied, "Yes." Sajida smiled and said, "My skills are quite useful," he said proudly, "you saved my life." Remembering his brother's classy spear at that time, he immediately praised him to the point that I couldn't believe it. Hearing that, Sajida said, "Very happy to have helped him." When Marck came here, he suddenly felt a little worried, but maybe his forehead was sweating profusely. It was not by chance that he saw his corrupt giant. Then Marck said to everyone, "By the way, we have to go. For some reason I have a bad feeling about this place." After hearing this, all three were a bit confused. Voltus smiled and said, "What could possibly happen?" But right at this moment, something suddenly alarmed the three of them. All they saw behind them was a monster with hundreds of eyes and an extremely dirty appearance. On its body, there are countless faces with their big mouths wide open. As soon as it opens its mouth, hands like wriggling lizards emerge from inside its mouth. The monster seemed to have thousands or dozens of zombies gathered together. Voltus couldn't hide his horrified expression and exclaimed, "That thing looks like it's stuck together over there." His face turned pale and he couldn't believe his eyes. "Was it a corpse?" Marck calmly said, "Yes." He still calmly told everyone, "It was coming." Marck frowned and thought angrily, even the filthiest rats did not have such evil intentions to kill. He hated the mage Riverkel so much, even when he was dead, he still dragged corpses. Turned them into that pile of rags. He hated it so much. What a despicable power, his corrupt mother was constantly asking him to kill. Marck turned to look at Decay's frightened face and said to her, "Lady Decay, I understand that you hate bloody hands." He assured her, "Once this is over, I will help you feel better, now first you need to calm down." Decay curled her lips slightly. Then asked, "How are you going to make me feel better?" Marck smiled and replied, "I'll think about it later." He took a few steps then turned around and told everyone, "First, if we want to rescue the survivors, we need to buy time." Voltus opened his eyes wide in surprise and asked, "Is someone coming?" He nodded and replied, "Yes." Marck told everyone, "I'm sure that person will come." Suddenly Sajida noticed something. He suddenly spoke up, "The priest." Sajida looked at a bright trumpet and continued, "It seems we have a guest." In front of him, a mysterious person was blowing a trumpet. The sound emitted caused the tamed zombies to obediently stand in a straight line. That mysterious person blew a long trumpet. Right at this moment, a giant foot thundered forward from somewhere. Along with the sound of the trumpet, the zombies rushed to the giant monster. The zombies came rushing in like they were fighting for sale items. They roared and competed to bite the monster. The monster screamed in pain. All four people stared intently at the monster who was being miserably tormented by zombies. Decay said in confusion, "Priest Marck." She pointed at the trumpeter, then turned around to look at Marck and said worriedly, "That person is coming towards us." He replied in a low voice, "It seems so." The trumpeter went up to the four of them and spoke, "Among the four of you." He took out a spear, his whole body radiated strong pressure. The mysterious person continued, hoping. Someone with outstanding physical strength. He now suggested to the four people, "Take this spear, and stab it into the heart of that hideous creature." Everyone was silent for a while. Marck thought, "A spear." Then he also stepped forward and took the spear from the mysterious person's hand and smiled and asked, "Did his brother happen to bring any more swords?" The trumpeter did not answer him. He didn't say anything but then complied with his request and took out a sword. Marck was a little surprised and thought, oh. The trumpeter gave him the sword again. Marck stared at the sword with bright eyes and thought, well, it's true that you have many different choices. At this point, he was still not satisfied and asked more for the trumpet player. By the way, can you, brother, produce 2 swords and a bow and arrow? The trumpet player looked blank and said nothing. But when he saw that the zombies behind him were about to be unable to hold back the monster any longer, he also made a decision in his mind. The trumpeter pointed his finger into the air. In the middle of the air, a hole appeared in space and from there many arrows fell down below along with a bow and arrow. The trumpeter complied with his wishes and said, give it all to you. After having everything Marck also prepared. He divided the trumpeter's weapons among everyone. Decay received the sword. She lightly swung her sword a few times, unable to hide her excitement and shouted, they were light. Sajida received a spear and Vultus received a bow and arrow. Marck held the weapon in his hand and secretly rejoiced, yes, these are all good things. He assessed, very sharply, and at the same time, he also gave the Holy Spirit of Resurrection to them. At this point, he looked at the monster again and thought to himself, it seems like this weapon was born to deal with those piles of corpses. The trumpeter now speaks, I will block the giant's path for a moment. He did not forget to remind him, take this opportunity, take the spear, and bury it deep in that giant's heart. If these weapons are useful, I will give them to you. Marck smiled and replied, I'm fine. The trumpeter now begins to raise the trumpet high. Then he blew a long trumpet. The 4 of them were now ready to fight. The sound of trumpet music immediately startled the monster, causing it to roar fiercely. The zombies all became scared at the same time. The next second, they were all deformed and exploded. The rough skin on the monster's body now began to be patchy and streaks of sprayed water appeared. Decay witnessed this scene and exclaimed with some fear, Priest Marck, why? She screamed in alarm, the corpses, they were decomposing. Seeing that, Marck was also surprised and looked at the monster. The corpses were decomposing, causing the monster to stagger on the ground in pain. The monster let out painful screams. Water continued to flow down its body. Marck thought to himself, after those disgusting things had decomposed. At this time, the monster was lying on the ground. He thought again, it would have to find more corpses to regenerate its body. It turns out there is still something more disgusting than the zombie army, the trumpeter said at this time, I can only deal with the outer layer of corpses. He told Marck, you don't need to know where its heart is, the spear will guide you. Without further delay, the trumpeter urged him, now go. He thought to himself, it's true that the mouth harms the body, even though I still want to say more. He ordered everyone to rush forward. Marck followed the direction the spear pointed. He silently thought that if he left it like that, it would probably escape. The decomposing corpse on the monster's body is constantly tormenting it. Decay saw this and excitedly said, this monster can barely move normally. Suddenly, a zombie rushed towards Decay from behind. Not just one but many zombies stacked on top of each other rushed towards her like lightning. Decay quickly discovered them. Right when she turned around before she could attack, many arrows shot at the zombies from nowhere. And the person who just shot these arrows was none other than Vultus. Decay said loudly, I'm with Carmen, and she killed a few zombies and loudly told Marck that they would find a way to hold back the giant. Hearing that, he immediately said, okay, thanks to you. Then Marck called his name, Sajida. He heard him calling him and turned to answer, it's me. Marck asked if it was up to you to defeat the monster. After saying that, he quickly ran in another direction and said, I will distract it. Sajida heard that and nodded and said, understood. When he was done he left Sajida there and told him, well then, I believe you. Marck launched himself past the undead men rushing towards him. Wherever Marck went, he swung his sword in his hand to cut down these zombies. The corrupted mother told him the familiar word, kill. Marck's eyes were full of determination. He thought to himself, I have a reason to aim at its head. He clasped the sword in his hand, right in the middle of its head, mother. Marck was now close to the monster's head. He kept thinking, that must be the reason my mother told me this information. At this point, he suddenly smiled slightly, more than that. What he was aiming for now was the monster's head. Marck had a clear look of hatred on his face. That monster's face reminds him of the name Rivercall. Sajida was exterminating the zombies when suddenly something distracted him and made him huff. Marck looked at the monster and told himself, this time for sure. His eyes clearly showed determination. with these very hands. He held the sword tightly and slashed hard at the monster, Marck thought, aiming straight for its head. He cut off one of its eyes. Marck kept slashing at the monster. Pieces of the monster's rotting flesh also slowly fell to the ground. At the same time, Marck stabbed the sword into the monster's head. He stabbed the sword deep into the middle of the top of its head. Marck thought to himself, I will destroy him, I will cut him into pieces. Meanwhile, Sajida was also standing in front of its heart. He spoke up, so this thing is its heart. Without any hesitation, he immediately used his spear to stab straight into the monster's heart. This causes it to suffer extreme pain. On Decay's side, the undead also died on the spot one after another. Seeing that, she also realized something and showed joy. Parts of the monster's body were falling like rain. Seeing that, Decay couldn't hide her surprise and shouted, "What?" On the ground, the corpses of the undead were lying everywhere. The defeated monster's plasma splashed out from its body, creating a large pool of blood. The trumpeter stood from the outside observing everything. Marck stepped into the pool of the monster's blood. He picked up the red ball mixed in the pool of blood. At this moment, Marck also smiled and breathed a sigh of relief, thinking, finally. He imagined Santas's happy face when he had avenged him. Marck sent a message to Santas in the golden stream, I have already avenged you, Santas. After the monster was defeated, Decay nervously walked up to him and asked, Priest Marck. You're not hurt, right? Marck looked at her softly. He did not answer her but asked instead, where is Sajida? Don't tell me. Before he finished speaking, Sajida's voice rang out, I'm here. He was still safe and did not forget to praise the trumpeter's spear. This thing's grip is good, it holds very firmly. Just as the four people were gathering together, the trumpeter slowly approached. He spoke and followed me. The trumpeter pointed at Marck and asked him, only you? Marck was a little nervous and followed the trumpeter. You followed behind him, filled with doubt, why did he call you out here? At this point, Marck's mind drew 7, 4, and 9 things. It was good that he had seen him take the pearl. Or perhaps he realized that he was a follower of the evil god. Had he been discovered, the more Marck thought, the more insecure he became. Suddenly, while walking, the trumpet player suddenly stopped walking. Marck seemed to have a bad premonition and immediately reached back to pull out the sword. The trumpeter suddenly announced that it was coming. He was also on high alert, thinking to himself, this presence. Marck closed his eyes to feel it, he knew what it was. Then he thought to himself, I know. It seemed like something with abundant energy was getting closer and closer to Marck, he thought, far beyond humanity, the pressure came from celestial bodies in outer space. A part of God is coming here. The trumpeter's entire body now radiated powerful streams of power. Marck also clearly felt this presence, the trumpeter of death and eternal rest. The trumpeter looked at Marck. Then he pointed his finger at Marck's face and said one sentence, capital city. He only said 2 words and then suddenly looked down. Standing before Marck, the trumpeter now knelt down before him. The trumpeter's mask suddenly cracked and broke into many pieces. Seeing that, he was surprised and thought, he just said that and then disappeared. He asked confused, so, do you have anything to say? The trumpeter remained silent and said nothing. The pieces that fell to the ground were also emitting black smoke. It was only later that he spoke up, no one knew, no one wanted to know. Hearing that, Marck smiled faintly and replied, is that so? He reached out to support the trumpet player and said, let's go back there. The two of them walked down the street again. Marck now spoke, actually. He asked, are you going to clean up Erratico? Can you help me? Using zombies would be great. Faced with his suggestion, the trumpeter flatly refused, helping the living is not my business. But as soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly felt a cold feeling run down his spine. The trumpeter froze for a few seconds, the broken pieces on the ground then flew up and floated in front of the trumpeter. He said hesitantly, but. Not understanding what happened, but the trumpeter changed his words and asked him, how can I help you? Marck heard that and calmly said, all you need to do is go find survivors. The trumpeter was a bit surprised, that's all, he continued, then brought them somewhere intact. Can you help me? Hearing that, the trumpeter raised his trumpet and blew the horn repeatedly. The surrounding zombies heard the sound of the trumpet and slowly stood up. Decay looked at the zombies a bit bewildered. The zombies pulled together to follow where they heard the trumpet sound. Marck smiled and said with satisfaction, okay. But he didn't stop here, he asked the trumpeter for help, If you see any food reserves or something like that, I would be very grateful if you would send them here. If they were left there, they would all burn." The trumpeter felt a bit bitter and picked up the trumpet again to blow. Having finished this, Marck spoke again. "Ah." He asked again, "By the way, can you put out the fire?" Seeing that, the trumpeter couldn't control his emotions and shouted angrily, saying it all at once, "Please." Having completed everything, it was already late afternoon. Marck held something in his hand, held it out in front of the trumpeter and said, "It's just the right arm." He begged, "Please, please fulfill my wish." The trumpeter held his right arm in his hand and thought for a moment. Then he turned and left with the zombies. At this moment, behind Marck, a voice rang out, receiving help from the trumpeter of death and eternal rest. Decay walked up and said, "How strange." Marck smiled and replied, "He is so kind." She walked next to him, laughing and talking happily, as expected, since Priest Marck asked for help. Everyone agreed, right? Marck said, scratching his head shyly, "I didn't think he would agree." Suddenly she grabbed his hand again and said, "Thank you." She looked at him with a radiant, captivating smile and said, "You are truly a savior." Hearing that, the corrupted mother became a little angry and said, "Kill." Late at night, the corrupt mother's words kept coming out, killing and killing. In the room, Marck's mother sat on one side impatiently throwing the ball up and down. Marck on one side was deep in thought. "He told me that there was a relic in the capital, right?" At this point he clenched his hands again. Then, he also realized the corruption. Coming here, he looked at his mother and smiled and said, "Mom, the God I met today." He seemed to ask himself an answer, "Mom, do you know, don't you know?" As he spoke, he remembered the time he helped the trumpeter and he told him that no one knew and no one wanted to know. Recalling those words, Marck seemed to be enlightened. He realized that his identity had not been revealed yet. While thinking about it, he saw his mother's upset face and was confused as to what the hell had happened. The corrupted mother was so angry that her face turned red and her ears turned red, venting her anger into the screaming ball, killing him to the point that even the boy was scared and shouted loudly, "Mother." She angrily pointed at the orb and looked at him with tears in her eyes. Seeing this, Marck gently said, "Can't you neutralize the holy magic still lingering on the pearl?" He smiled encouragingly, "Don't worry, Mom will definitely do it." Having said that, Marck did not forget to remind her, but no matter how angry she was, throwing things is still very bad. The corrupt mother lowered her head and faltered, "Killing." Marck punched and rubbed at the same time, even though I knew she was trying to help me. He reached out to her and said, "No matter how angry Mom is, don't throw away junk." Marck holds his mother up high, so she will be 3 times more lovable than she is now. "You talk nonstop, I'm asking if it makes me more attractive in your eyes." "No." As soon as he heard this, his corrupt mother immediately changed her face and looked at Marck as if she wanted to devour him. Seeing her angry, Marck quickly explained, "Please, listen to everything." Marck's mother was no different from a child who immediately burst into tears. Marck said sincerely, "Because I already love those lovely features of my mother." She listened to every word he said to her, whether it was 3 times or 100 times greater. Marck gently hugged her and patted her head, "It's still the same with me." For several hours he kept comforting her, so no matter how angry she is now, promise not to leave things lying around. Scene changed to a restaurant outside. In the restaurant there are 2 people talking to each other. "Do you know about this? What's going on?" One person said, "Nowadays there are people worshipping evil spirits everywhere." The other person heard that and was shocked and said, "What?" But these words reached the ears of the blue-haired girl sitting at the next table. They were constantly discussing, not only in our kingdom, but also in the Eastern Dragon Kingdom and the Western Desert Kingdom, from the Northern Empire down to the Southern Empire. The person next to him continued, "Yes, I heard that recently Kelton and Eratico both suffered a lot of damage. Will our town also be the same, this town?" Hearing that, the other man replied, "Don't worry, in Kelton and Eratico, it seems like someone killed all the evil spirit believers, right?" "Ah, it's him, Marck, the savior of Eratico." The man nodded and replied, "Yes, now I can drink beer comfortably like this. Isn't it all thanks to him?" The 2 happily poured beer and clinked glasses together, talking excitedly and applauding Marck. Cheers rang out throughout the inn, but upon hearing these words, the blue-haired girl looked not at all happy. She spoke in a low voice, "The savior of Eratico." Her expression seemed to contain something mysterious. The girl muttered, "Marck, huh?" Hilden walks in the palace saying, "These damned worshippers of evil spirits." He gradually walked towards a door and thought, to capture the princess, they even bribed the Lord of Eratico. Because of them, assassins and lords all died in that territory. He's clearly the prince of the Dragon Nation, but he's nothing more than a damn bastard. He'll probably be very angry. But if it's discovered that I'm just standing here, he'll be twice as angry. Then, he knocked on the door and said loudly, "Third Prince, this is Hilden." A voice called out from inside the room, "Come in." Hilden walked in and saw Prince Vadis Draco sitting in front of the window, under the bright moonlight, his face looking murderously at Hilden. The next morning, in a forest covered with white snow, Marck put his sword to a robber's neck and said, "What did you say just now? Will you hand over everything you have?" The robber clasped his hands and replied, "Just spare your life." Before he could finish his sentence, he was beheaded. He just quickly shouted for help. Decay Iramal, standing next to her, saw that scene and immediately averted her eyes, not daring to look directly. After killing the robber, Marck turned back and said to Decay Iramal, "I will go and be right back." At this time, Marck came to a grave and clasped his hands together and called, "Mother." He closed his eyes, a blue magic power radiated around him. He said, "I would like to dedicate their souls to you, Mother. Thanks to defeating the bandits several times, I have now gathered quite a few gods." After a while, Marck walked away and said, "Let's go back." At this time, the four people Marck, Iramal, Valtis and Sajida moved forward. Suddenly Iramal called, "Priest Marck." He turned back and asked, "What did she want to ask?" "So I hope you don't misunderstand." The look on his face agreed. Iramal asked, "Priest Marck never left any robbers alive, can you tell me why you did that? If you don't want to, then you don't have to say anything." Marck asked again, "Have you asked Carmen and Sajida about that before?" Iramal replied, "Yes." He continued, "Carmen, saying that he knew the bandits would attack weak people without strength so he couldn't let them live. Sajida said that as a mercenary, as long as he gets paid, he will try his best to do a job even if it means killing all the bandits. And I believe in human abilities." Iramal wondered, "Abilities?" Marck immediately asked, "Why?" Iramal continued asking, "Do you believe those robbers will be reincarnated in a different form?" Marck replied that, as the Duke had told me, he would repent and have a good life. Iramal asked again, "If it were the other way around, wouldn't it be a good idea not to kill him?" He replied to Iramal, "But Princess, the first time is always the hardest. I think there are many possibilities. That they will repeat their evil deeds more than they will repent, so I have to kill them. Death is just a new beginning." Iramal raised her hand to feel it, then thought and said, "But do we have the right to judge them as we please? Regarding this, no god has clearly stated that authority." Marck heard that and put his hand on his chest and thought to himself, "I know, Mom. Mom allowed me to do whatever I wanted." He said, "I don't kill them just to judge whether they were right or wrong, I just want to take responsibility for my choices." Iramal asked, "Responsibility?" He politely replied, "Yes. When those who do evil deeds that I forgive continue to commit crimes, causing others to shed blood and tears, I must be responsible for that. And among the responsibilities I had to bear in taking their lives, I chose to take responsibility for the karma I would have to bear in doing so. That's my choice. The price I have to pay for this killing, I don't know if it will come to me at some point. But no matter what responsibility I have to take, I still decide to live like this. The fact that the evil person whose life I spared, killed someone innocent. It was truly a terrible experience." He said as he clenched his fists and thought, "I promised myself that if I couldn't take responsibility to the end, I wouldn't let any evil people live in this world." Iramal caressed her hair and said, "Can you tell me a story about the past? If it's inconvenient, that's okay." Marck replied, "Nothing is impossible now, but I think next time." Having finished speaking, Marck pointed into the distance and said, "Look over there." At this time, the group of people advanced towards the Marck group. Sajida said, "So it's a merchant group, let's take a look." If it was a large-scale merchant group like that, there would be a lot of people, and it would be possible to sell the equipment we obtained from the bandits. Marck said, "Okay." Later, in the caravan, the old merchant received a metal plate from the Marck people and exclaimed, "What a wonderful metal, a rare alloy containing the quintessence of ancient imperial technology." Marck spoke up, "Hey." The old merchant realized something and immediately stopped speaking, then trembled as he held the sword and said, "I lost my composure for a moment because this was the first time I saw a sword using so much immortalium." After listening, Carmen asked, "If it was immortalium, could it be that he meant the legendary metal?" The old merchant said, "It is not ordinary immortalium, but immortalium with a pure flow more than double the amount I have collected in the past 120 years. This is truly such a precious object that I want to buy it at any price. Marck smiled and said, I have no intention of selling it. The old merchant replied, I see, if it were me, I wouldn't sell it either. After listening, Carmen immediately said, if so, there must be some reason why you invited us here. The merchant said, the reason is because I want to hire everyone as guards to escort us to the capital of the Northern Kingdom, if so, the evil butcher of Gwith. Enemy of the Keltan gods. He pointed at Marck and said loudly, and savior of Eratico. You are the hero, Priest Marck, are you sure about your abilities? We have heard a lot about your achievements, it would be an honor to cooperate with you. If you accompany us, you will be treated generously, and I also promise to treat the other mercenaries accompanying you with the utmost enthusiasm. After listening, Carmen replied, sorry but could you give us time to discuss? The old merchant said and left, please feel free and give me a satisfactory answer, I will wait for you. That night, everyone rested in their own tents. Marck was squeezing his corrupt mother's shoulder and saying, I have accepted the trade union's request, after being paid. We'll find a good inn in the capital. Suddenly there was a loud scream outside. The watchman outside spotted the monsters. The oldest person in the team shouted loudly, there was an attack. Marck immediately hugged his corrupt mother and thought, attack. At this time, the giant monster immediately flew towards the barracks with their accomplices. At this time, the Marck was also present outside the barracks. Then, with an extremely cool appearance, he swung his sword with the thought of killing him immediately cut off a part of the body of a mutant monster bat and sprayed out blood plasma. At this time Cayman did not sit still, he immediately pulled out his bow and arrow to fight with his cold face. Suddenly, Cayman shot an arrow at the monster, causing its head to be severed from its body along with a loud scream. At this time, Marck and Cayman coordinated extremely well to fight all the monsters in just a few moments. Suddenly, after defeating a monster, it collapsed. Marck stood to one side, intending to raise his sword and slash a fatal blow at the monster. The monster kept screaming. Immediately, without thinking much, Marck stabbed straight down on the monster's body, along with the plasma also splashing. On the other side, Decay was also cultivating a blast of power like a fireball. At this time, Decay was also trying extremely hard to practice her power like a fireball, getting bigger and bigger. At this time, on the other side, the people of the caravan were also being crushed by the monster right in front of Decay, but suddenly a spear was launched from somewhere and killed the monster. Surprised, Decay, who was training her strength, also turned around to look, and the monster in front had already fallen freely to the ground. At this time Decay also spoke up, Marck ran up and said, that's enough, teammates who can't control their magic are more terrifying than the enemy's spear. As soon as he finished speaking, the ball of power that Decay was practicing also disappeared into smoke. At this moment, Decay was extremely angry, red-faced and shouted loudly, it wasn't that bad. Then looking at the chaotic scene in front of him, Decay also spoke up and added, I can definitely aim for a bat that big. Hearing that, I just helplessly laughed and then complied with Decay's wishes and replied, yes, but the enemy's movements in the air are even more unpredictable than on the ground. Then, Marck very gently explained to Decay that if your hand slips, it cannot be guaranteed that our army will not be harmed, so I want you to stop that magic first. Hearing that, Decay still angrily replied, I know, I will do that. A moment later, after finishing killing the monsters, he walked into the barracks with his whole body covered in blood. Along with that, the Marck's ultimate weapon was also stained with a lot of blood. Blood flowed wherever the Marck went. Suddenly, Marck went into a private room with the old merchant leader. At this time, the two were face to face but did not say a word. Suddenly, the old merchant patriarch also spoke up and asked, are you going to put down that beautiful metal weapon that you left there? Hearing that, Marck with his cold expression also replied, that depends on your answer. The old head of the merchant group also responded, so I have to talk wisely. At this time, Marck with his cold expression lightly replied, yes, you should think carefully before answering. Marck grasped his weapon tightly in his hand and then spoke up to add, why do those who worship evil spirits? Suddenly, Marck thought of the enemies he had met, emphasized each sentence with his cold expression, and attacked his merchant guild. Hearing that, the old merchant group leader also spoke up and asked, would you believe me if I said I didn't know? But suddenly Marck couldn't hear anymore, so he turned on the switch for his weapon, causing the plasma in the weapon to splash everywhere. Seeing that, the old head of the merchant group was also a little scared and stammered, don't be, I will trust you because of your illustrious reputation. Hearing this, Marck also accepted and put his weapon away and replied, okay. At this time Marck spoke up and said more, I hope you won't hide anything anymore. Hearing that, the old merchant clan leader also spoke up and made a request, please keep it a secret. Hearing that, Marck now returned to his friendly appearance and replied, of course, I am here as a mercenary, I volunteer to keep this secret. Suddenly, the old merchant clan leader spoke up and ordered the subordinates next to him to bring that thing to me. Hearing that, the subordinate immediately brought something out and placed it on the table in the presence of the Marck and the caravan leader. At this time, the old head of the trading group held tightly the box that he had asked his subordinates to bring out, and then spoke up to explain, they started to attack us after we received this object. At this time, the old merchant clan leader also recounted that he had previously met another merchant group on the way and began to narrate that we were asked to bring that object to the capital. Hearing this from the old merchant clan leader, Marck also spoke up to comfort him and ask, you must have suffered a lot of damage if you were ambushed for such a long time, why didn't you give up? Hearing this, the old head of the trading group held the box in his hand even tighter and answered Marck's question, I have already been paid with that precious metal, they promised to pay me more when the job was done. Then at this time the old head of the trade group secretly looked at the box and then spoke up to say more, to be honest I don't know why they targeted this thing, I asked another priest but he also didn't know. Immediately after that, the old patriarch of the merchant group opened the box, and inside was a bright golden bracelet, then he spoke up and added, this is that item. Seeing this item, Marck seemed to stand still for a long moment and thought to himself with an extremely shocked expression, this is, killing. Just looking at Marck, he recognized this shiny gold bracelet and thought to himself, the sacred object carrying Mother's holy power corrupted. Then, without thinking too much, he placed his hand on his left chest and secretly thought, so this is the reason they are constantly ambushed by those who worship evil spirits. Then at this moment Marck quietly thought about a certain hand that had been severed, then silently thought to find the answer for himself, but how could he still have his mother's hand with him without them knowing, but how could they find the location of this sacred object? Suddenly, at this moment, the old merchant clan leader suddenly spoke up and asked, what do you think why they are looking for this thing? Hearing that, Marck sighed softly and replied, I don't understand that either. The merchant group leader didn't let him ask any more but immediately said, okay. At this time, Marck also spoke up and explained, I understand your situation but I think we have to discuss a few other things. It seemed that the old merchant leader also understood what Marck meant and asked again. What he meant was about conditions. True to his meaning, Marck quickly replied, yes. At this time Marck also spoke up and offered conditions. Since you have hidden this, I think the conditions must change a bit. Marck raised two fingers and smiled extremely satisfied, speaking, we want double the amount you initially promised. Hearing that, the elder of the merchant group also hesitated a bit and asked, is it double? Hearing that, Marck was motivated to say more, for everyone. Then, the old merchant also helplessly replied, okay. At this time, the elder of the merchant group spoke up and asked a few more questions. Do you intend to change your profession to become a merchant instead of a priest? Hearing that, Marck immediately laughed it off and replied, not at all. Hearing Marck's affirmation, the merchant leader also replied, very good. A while later, Marck also drove back to his barracks with his teammates. Suddenly, Sarita suddenly spoke up and voiced her doubts. In fact, there were traces of battle printed on the guards' equipment, they must have fought before being ambushed. Hearing Sajita say that, Decay also reminded him, he should have said it. At this time, Sajita with a helpless expression spoke up to explain, because the traitors hit us, we would go the same way anyway, I guarantee, if we refused him we would be ambushed. Hearing that, Cayman also spoke up and added a few words, and our priest had already stood up to demand double the reward. Hearing that he was being praised, Marck immediately suppressed his excitement and just smiled softly and replied, I only ask for what we deserve. Hearing that, Decay also secretly coughed and said, luckily everyone was okay. After talking, Cayman also clapped his hands twice and reminded him, so let's go to sleep, tomorrow we have to go a long way. Having said that, each person split into different directions and returned to their tents. Suddenly, a hand emerged from Marck's shirt, along with a whisper, kill. Seeing that, Marck immediately patted his left chest with his hand and spoke to comfort him, Mom, do you want me to steal the relic too? If I get caught, it will be very troublesome. But Marck's mother's arm also stuck out, accompanied by a familiar, murderous sound. Seeing that, Marck also spoke up and said a few more words of comfort to his mother. As long as there were no witnesses, this was the perfect crime. Why did she sound exactly like a killer? Then at this moment, Marck thought about his conversation with the old merchant and said, I shouldn't rush, at least until I know his abilities. While walking, Marck also spoke to his mother, who knew that metal cannot rot, but the word kill kept ringing in my ears. At this moment, Marck smiled softly and said with an extremely fierce look, I will let those who worship evil spirits steal it, and while fighting, I will take away the holy magic in it and return it. Hearing that, Marck's mother was extremely confused with this son of hers. Suddenly, Marck's mother's arm seemed to lose control, sticking out and repeatedly saying kill kill. At this moment, Marck's mother suddenly spoke up and said, ha ha, you've been hiding your talent for a while. Hearing that, Marck immediately responded to his mother's words. It was too much praise, but as soon as he finished speaking, the sound of people shouting loudly, there was an ambush. Marck immediately turned his head with an unhappy expression and complained, having just taken a shower. Without thinking much, Marck immediately pulled out his ultimate weapon and merged its power with the weapon that had just been activated. At this time, Marck also became frustrated and spoke up, he must quickly deal with it. At the same time, one of his subordinates saw the two-horned monster rushing towards him, so he also warned him to be careful of the monster's attack. Immediately, the subordinates were attacked by the monster and flew away, accompanied by a scream. Hearing this scream, Marck also looked with his sharp eyes and suddenly saw the monster moving at extremely fast speed rushing towards Marck. Marck also recognized this monster and secretly thought it was a carpal. Without thinking much, Marck immediately swung a blow at the monster. But the monster was extremely obedient, quickly backing away and avoiding with its growl echoing. But not letting the monster wait too long, Marck swung down again. At this point, Marck seemed to have achieved his goal, frowning slightly, gritting his teeth, and whispering. Marck immediately confronted the monster in front of him. At this time, Marck turned on his weapon and started sawing. Then I thought to myself, I will cut it. Immediately, the monster's horns fell off its head. At this point, it seemed like he had almost won. Marck silently admired its horns, now that he had the chance. Right after that, on one side was Marck with terrible strength, on the other side was the monster that was thrown out of the beam. At this time, Marck waved the blood on the weapon away, then gasped, but suddenly Marck saw something, slightly frowned, then snorted. At this moment, Marck saw something emitting light nearby. Suddenly, a large explosion came from the bushes. Immediately, a familiar figure appeared, none other than Pi, rushing towards Marck at extremely fast speed, with an extremely loud whooshing sound. At this moment, Marck saw it and opened his eyes wide in surprise. Pi suddenly licked his lips in disgust. Seeing that, at this moment Marck began to defend, then cried out, you suddenly worshipped the monk. The puppet suddenly laughed sinisterly, he. Then immediately Marck squeezed Pi's neck. Marck squeezed his neck tightly, and he happily spoke up, it's been a long time since we've seen him. At this moment he happily opened his arms and said, I've been thinking about you a lot, do you miss me? Hearing that, Marck replied coldly, but not at all. Hearing Marck's cold words, Pi was extremely excited and said, it's okay, let me remember you more to make up for it. Hearing that, Marck had to give up and let out a sigh. Suddenly, Marck suddenly asked very seriously, there is something I want to ask you. Hearing that, Pi giggled with excitement. Suddenly at this moment, Pi laughed with pleasure, then licked and grabbed Marck's arm and said, if I answer, what will you do for me? At this moment, suddenly, Marck did not say much, and immediately slashed a nearby monster without mercy. At this time, a monster was also put into the golden stream by Marck in just a moment. Suddenly, a demon appeared from nowhere and rushed towards Marck. But immediately this demon bat was rushed by a spear and stabbed, causing this demon bat extremely pain. It seemed that at this moment Marck also realized who had helped him, so he turned around and said, thanks. The person who saved Marck's life was none other than Sarita. Sarita also responded at this time, nothing. Suddenly, Cayman suddenly saw something and slightly frowned and looked at it. Cayman immediately pointed his finger behind Marck and loudly announced, it's running away. Hearing both Marck and Sajita turn to look behind Marck, at this moment it was the monster that was rushing towards them at extremely fast speed. Seeing this, Marck shouted loudly, I will handle it. At the same time, the demon continued to rush towards Marck. Marck also increased his speed and rushed towards the demon, but suddenly the demon turned and left, leaving Marck alone standing there. But without waiting long, Marck immediately prepared to throw his sword at the demon with extremely cold eyes, in just a moment. In just a blink of an eye, Marck acted extremely quickly, only passing by the demon, and right after that, the holy spear also stabbed straight into the demon's body. A moment later, the demon also collapsed onto the white snow that was tinged red with the demon's plasma. At this time, Marck was also extremely tired, so he put down his weapon. Then Marck was also extremely satisfied and passed by the corpse of the demon with his extremely cold look, and then Marck also turned to move in another direction. At this time, Marck also stood under the old tree that Pi was on, extremely angry and complaining, "You took too long, too long, too long." At this time, Pi also jumped to the ground and stood in front of Marck and said, "Can you now answer all my requests?" Hearing that, Marck was a little surprised and asked, "What are you talking about?" At this time, Marck also changed his face with a look of extreme excitement and asked again, "No." Hearing that, Marck immediately responded, "Not really." At this time, Marck also spoke up, answering my question first. Hearing that, Pi immediately responded, "Okay, okay." Then Marck became a little confused and asked, "How many evil spirit worshippers were ambushing us?" Pi replied, "No, how much is that, 1 or 2? Suddenly, Pi was extremely excited and laughed loudly, saying, "Dad included me." Suddenly, Pi pursed his lips and spoke up a bit angrily, "But they just acted like I wasn't here." Then at this time, Pi was extremely angry about something and said angrily, "To be honest, that was too much." Hearing and seeing Pi acting like that made Marck extremely defeated, thinking to herself that she just told the enemy all the information. If I were on her side, I would do the same. Thinking about it, Marck also spoke up after a moment of silence, "Oh, what a bunch of people." Hearing that was also correct, Pi replied, "Yes, that's right." Then Marck smiled slightly and asked, "What was the reason for attacking the merchant group?" Hearing that, Pi immediately replied, "Wearing a necklace." At this time, Pi was extremely excited thinking about the necklace and then said that the target was the necklace of the leader of that group of traitors. Hearing that, Marck pretended not to know and then replied, "How did you know the leader had that thing?" Hearing that, Pi also replied, "I don't know, but there is one thing I know. The person who wanted to take that merchant leader's necklace came from Liberatio." While saying Pi, he thought of the image of the old merchant patriarch and a mysterious person. Hearing this from Pi, Marck also spoke up and asked, again, "Liberatio, do you mean that mysterious evil spirit worship society?" Hearing that, it was exactly what Pi meant. Then Pi spoke up and said, "Yes, yes." Hearing that, Marck also spoke up and added, "But isn't she also a part of that group?" At this moment, it seemed that every word Marck said was correct. Then Pi also responded, "Right." Hearing Pi's assertion, Marck was a little confused at this time and asked more questions. Was there an internal dispute? Hearing that, Pi also spoke up to explain, "It wasn't really like that, it was just a small argument." As he said Pi, he showed obvious interest, but suddenly Marck chuckled and asked again, "What was the reason for the argument?" But because he didn't remember, he also replied, "I heard it, but I forgot it." Hearing this, Marck stammered and said, "Have you forgotten, or are you on the other side?" Hearing this, Pi replied with extreme pleasure, "I'm neutral, I only work for money or to be given something." Hearing that, Marck was a little confused and asked, What does that mean?" Hearing that, Pi immediately spoke up to explain, "It was the ingredients for my dolls." Suddenly, Pi clasped his hands together and spoke up, "Me." Suddenly, Pi showed an extremely sinister expression and introduced himself, as a monk who worships puppets. Hearing that, Marck didn't show any attitude at all, just silently thinking, "So the person standing in front of me here and the person before are both puppets." Suddenly, Pi spoke up again, "Oh, that's right." Suddenly, at this moment, Pi suddenly spoke up to remind Marck, "You should be careful, the people accompanying me are plotting something, targeting the trade group, but they won't let me join." Hearing that, Marck secretly laughed lightly after hearing what Pi said. Then Marck was a little suspicious and spoke up, asking why you are so good to me. Hearing that, Pi secretly laughed lightly and then asked Marck back, did he really ask that question? What was the reason for this kindness? Then suddenly, Pi showed his sinister attitude and smiled coldly as he explained, "This question is quite different from the questions just now." As soon as Pi finished speaking, both of them remained silent for a while without saying a word. Suddenly, Marck turned his head and spoke dejectedly and said, "Suddenly I'm not curious anymore." Hearing this from Marck, he immediately became angry and wondered why. Then suddenly, when he lay down, he had no choice but to whine, "Why, just keep asking." Then, Marck was not shaken at all and replied very coldly, "No, if you asked just now, don't answer." Suddenly, Marck silently gave in and sighed, then stood up and said, "Tell me what you want from me." When he heard that, he stood up, smiled happily and said, "What do I want? Next time I see you, I will tell you." Hearing that, Marck secretly smiled and said, "Is that so?" Suddenly at this moment Marck pulled out his sword and swung it towards Pi with an extremely cold tone. "Goodbye then, goodbye." At this time, even though Marck had cut off your head, you still did not forget to leave a smile for Marck, then spoke up and said the last words, "See you again." After that, time gradually passed, now at the barracks to rest. Now while Marck was about to go to the barracks to rest, someone suddenly called out, causing Marck to look at him with a questioning expression. Priest Marck, none other than Decay. Seeing this, Marck also responded, "What's the matter, princess?" Then Marck also spoke up with concern for Decay. "She should rest, we don't know that the evil spirit worshippers will attack at any time." Hearing that, Decay also responded, "I know." At this time, Decay didn't pay any attention to his health and happily asked, "I hadn't seen him before, where have you been?" Not thinking much, Marck also chuckled and explained to Decay, "I was chasing a carpal, I felt the presence of an evil spirit worshipper so I patrolled a little more." Hearing that, Decay was extremely surprised and opened her mouth and asked, did you fight with one of them?" Seeing that Decay had misunderstood what he meant, Marck also spoke up to dispel Decay's previous thoughts. "No, when they arrived, they were already gone." Suddenly, Decay walked up to Marck and said, "What a pity." Then suddenly, Decay held a handkerchief and brought it to Marck's cheek, but because of something Marck was extremely scared, his face turned blue and he moved his hand to avoid it. Then he spoke up and said, "Princess, your handkerchief will get dirty." Suddenly at this moment a line of thought appeared, "Kill." Hearing that, Decay secretly laughed and said, then gave the handkerchief to Marck. "Is this one? I brought this for you." Suddenly, Decay grabbed Marck's hand and very gracefully said, "Stop running so I can wipe your face." But while both Decay and Marck were expressing their feelings, suddenly a line of thoughts echoed, "Kill, kill, kill." Then, after finishing cleaning Marck, Decay was also extremely satisfied and said, "After that, you can rest." Then immediately gave the towel to Marck and said, "Here, take it." Seeing that, Marck also reached out to receive it and replied, "Yes." At this time, Decay also left without forgetting to say goodbye, "So good night, Priest Marck." Hearing that, Marck secretly smiled and replied, "You too." After a while, Marck was able to enter the barracks and was extremely tired. His face turned pale and he lamented that today was so tiring. But suddenly there was a series of lights coming from nowhere, making Marck extremely confused. At the same time, Marck's mother also stood in front of Marck with extremely cold eyes, a handkerchief in her hand and an echoing voice, "Kill." Seeing that, Marck also spoke up and explained, "I've already washed my face and you don't need to wash it for me." Hearing that, Marck's mother just silently looked and said to herself, "Kill." At this time, Marck also sat down on his mother's level so that his mother could wipe her face and then, extremely helpless, spoke up and said, "Mom, can you hear me? My face hurts." Hearing this, Marck's mother was extremely angry, but she only thought to herself, "Kill." After that, time gradually passed until the Marck group had to move their camp to another place, when suddenly Marck saw something and stood still in place, then secretly looked at it with a very puzzled look. Suddenly, Marck silently looked far away at the mountain in front of him and thought to himself, "What is this sound?" At this moment, Marck secretly thought about what Pi told him, he should be careful, then got a little worried and secretly thought of an ambush, but suddenly Marck realized something and frowned and thought, "Doesn't this sound?" Just as he finished speaking, suddenly there was an extremely loud explosion on the snowy mountain, looking at the scene of panic before his eyes. Marck was so scared that he was sweating and the sound he heard was, avalanche. He quickly turned around and ordered everyone to follow, leaving everything behind and running away quickly. Decay didn't care and walked forward to observe the falling snow. Decay thought for a long time, the snow passed so quickly, she had a little more time. Watching her leave, Marck immediately looked puzzled, he recognized a problem. At this moment, Decay was hit by a force behind her that made her unable to keep her balance. Startled, Marck grabbed her shoulder and quickly said, "I need the princess's help." She looked back, He immediately explained that the avalanche was so fast that there wasn't much time, if it kept going like this, no one would be able to survive. At the same time, everyone was running away in panic, looking at the increasingly urgent situation. He couldn't help but scream, with the help of the princess, everyone could be saved. Seeing Marck's pleading look towards her made her gently use me. Marck immediately pointed back, telling the princess to use her magic to hit the center of that avalanche. Decay was startled by his threat and asked in confusion, "Magic?" Marck admitted, yes, she was wanting a chance to use magic, now was that chance. This time her eyes showed helplessness, her voice trembled. Even so, but no matter what magic I used, I couldn't stop that avalanche. Even though Decay explained A to Z, Marck insisted, it doesn't have to be strong magic, it just needs enough time for everyone to avoid it. You should gather your magic power and hit the avalanche with one blow. She worriedly explained the reason, but while gathering magic power, I couldn't move, and by the time I finished fighting, I was exhausted. It seemed like she lacked confidence. Marck immediately squeezed her shoulder to comfort her. No matter what I did, he bowed slightly, placed his hand in front of his chest and repeated, I will protect the princess. She didn't expect him to be so dedicated, which made her a bit worried. Decay stopped, swallowed all the saliva in her mouth. It became dry. She turned and left. Her voice echoed, I'll try it once and see if it works. You must keep that promise. Decay's voice echoed, I believe you. Hearing her say that made him smile proudly. Decay began to summon magic. A stream of power surrounded her body. The stream of power gathered from everywhere to light up the entire sky. Decay reached out her hand to gently touch the glowing ball, then she coldly hit it forward. The stream of light passed by, causing the snow to suddenly freeze. Immediately, a loud explosion rang out, covering most of the sky, and the tremor spread. The avalanche condensed into a small puddle. Decay screamed loudly. Yes, her eyes were like blood. The screams grew louder and louder, dying. Right after that, a large hand appeared behind her, as if transmitting force to help her. The hand hidden under strong spiritual energy appeared with 4 fingers, then it gradually grew to the last finger. The familiar sound rang out, kill. Feeling the internal force from the back of her body made her stop. She was so exhausted that Decay fainted. Marck beside her panicked and called her name, Princess. One hand supported her body. Marck looked towards the avalanche. He spoke, this is enough. Decay whispered in his ear, really? The surrounding avalanche had been sealed by her magic, but showed signs of falling. His voice whispered, yes. Lying in his arms, Decay thought to herself, not to the point of fainting like this but too helpless. Marck screamed for help, Mother, help me, kill. Looking at his mother's figure, he quickly begged, there wasn't much time left, please quickly protect the child. Suddenly an avalanche fell. He didn't think much and used his body to protect her immediately. His mother's large hands appeared to cover him. Small pieces of debris fell and almost touched her face in the middle of the snow. The golem's shadow tried to protect the two of them. A moment later, heavy snow covered the ground. A roar rang out in the heavy snow. But the obedient figure ran out of the big snowstorm, leaving a wide hole hidden under a thick layer of snow. His footsteps echoed. Marck asked softly, if someone around found out, what would Mom do? Marck thought again, but first let's remove these snow spots from the body. Then he carried her away from this evil place. The pain came. Decay lost control and moaned, His eyes suddenly changed to coldness. The golem was removing large snowballs stuck to her skin. Then the golem ran into the time loop, leaving him and Decay behind. She tried to open her eyes to look at him. The voice whispered in her ear, Priest Marck, I'm still alive, right? Looking at Marck's pale face, she sighed, it seemed like I had completely missed something. We are still alive, Princess. Then he helped her down. She moved her body to see if it was okay. Her body seemed to have had all its positive energy sucked out of it. As weak as a piece of stale noodles, unable to stand, Decay quickly spoke up, no, I couldn't move. It seemed like I was exhausted from the attack just now. Marck smiled and comforted her, try little by little and it will be fine. Suddenly she stopped and said softly, but I've seen it all. Her words were like a thunderbolt striking his ears, causing Marck to break out in a cold sweat. Her voice was full of curiosity, Priest Marck. Her eyes gradually changed and she added softly, having met a sinister-looking giant. Marck felt dumbfounded as the sound rang out again, killing, seeing his expression. She silently guessed it, smiling secretly, it was indeed Priest Marck. The two looked up at each other. She asked curiously, was she not a priest serving the guardian goddess? He spoke carefully, sure enough she saw. She replied softly, yes that's right. Remembering the previous times Decay expressed, first of all, that person who saved me the other day was like Priest Marck, that person wielded a sword and defeated all the monsters. Marck meant to hide it, he tried to change it to something else, it was just the result of personal training, but she shook her head in denial, not only that. She hesitated, he talked a lot with that hand while carrying me. Decay tried to remember that time, maybe he would think that I was intentionally eavesdropping, but if he paid a little attention, he would realize it. After hearing that, he quickly turned around and patted his chest, despite his hand making a mess behind the cloth. Marck bent down to give an excuse. That's what I always pray for, supposedly so, but Decay did not accept it, angrily protested, but I saw it all. She recounted after Priest Marck shouted, "Mom, a giant with great power appeared out of nowhere." Decay commented eagerly, "Indeed the Priest Marck served the evil god." Before he could finish his sentence, Marck's finger stopped him. His voice rang out, "I will give the princess some advice." Marck seriously reminded her that silence is golden. The princess cannot see anything. Anything, he tried to explain to her until he was sweating because, the princess is a loyal and kind person, so she accepted my request to save her life. "It's okay." Decay helplessly lied down in the heavy snow and grumbled, "It doesn't matter whether it's the person you worship or whoever it is, that's what I was going to say." She added, "Priest Marck is a good man, but of course there are times when he is very cruel, and besides, I don't believe in any god." Hearing her speak made him stand still for 5 seconds, immersing himself in the soft snow. She did not hesitate to confide, like now when she could no longer keep it inside, "If I told her everything, would Priest Marck listen?" She told Marck about her past. "I was also born a magician. I was sick of the unjustified contempt and hateful looks." I could partly understand what Priest Marck said. "So even if Priest Marck is an evil god worshipper, I will still treat him as normal, afraid he doesn't understand her." Decay quickly spoke up and said, "Of course I'll keep it a secret." Marck pondered for a long time when suddenly a dark figure appeared in the distance. Sitting there, he smiled foolishly, then a small hand lightly punched him on the back and mouthed, "Killing, ah." She angrily vented all her anger at Decay, making her cry in pain, "Kill, kill, knock." Looking at the milk-scented figure that was punching him, Decay wondered, where did this child come from? "Priest Marck, please stop him." Marck quickly held her hand, "Mom, please calm down first, I think she seems really sincere." After being beaten to a pulp by her, Decay lay dizzy and crawled in the snow. She coldly said, "Kill him." Marck explained, "I know you're worried, but just like you trusted me, I also want to try trusting someone for once." Afraid that she wouldn't agree, he quickly proposed, "And because Decay is a magician, I will arrest her." Decay over here looked at him bewilderedly. Seeing her looking at her, she quickly pointed 2 fingers at her eyes, then coldly pointed them at her, as a warning, and when she finished, she turned around and left. Decay doesn't understand. What does it mean? Marck was scared and sweating and hesitantly said, "This is important, so be careful." Then he helped her sit up, so now she had to swear in the ancient language. Decay agreed, "Okay." She began to recite the oath in ancient language. Looking at the aura emitted when she recited the oath, he couldn't help but smile. Marck praised, "Very good, you swore. Now if you have any more questions, I will answer." Showing that he trusted him, Decay raised his face in wonder, "Weren't you afraid that I lied?" Marck laughed, "Although I am not a magician, I understand the ancient language." I didn't expect him to understand the ancient language. Decay sighed in relief. He was truly not a magician but still understood the ancient language. He confidently reminded her that if you have any questions, just ask me. Gaining momentum, Decay pursed her lips, "Well, there's one thing that makes me curious." Decay softly called Priest Marck. The call made his body pale. She mustered up the courage to use her flirtatious eyes to ask what kind of woman he liked. She stood between the 2 people, angrily pushed them away and screamed, "Kill." Marck shyly rubbed his head and smiled, saying, "Now we have to go." Hearing that, Decay laughed and suggested, "We will go find the holy objects that the evil god worshippers are targeting, right? I will also help." At this same time, the dead body lay miserably on the snow. The blue-haired woman was playing with a nondescript box, checking what was inside the box, and a dazzling bracelet appeared. The blue-haired female voice rang out, "Is this right, the artifact that the organization said?" I stood outside and thought, that priest must have been frozen by now. I had prepared a big avalanche. She turned around with a strange smile and said, "Let's go back there and see." Suddenly he glanced behind him. In the distance a tall figure appeared. The blue-haired woman exclaimed. Then the angry merchant appeared with a threat, "Those who worship the evil god, how dare you, my merchant?" Anger grew bigger and bigger. The owner of the puppy blood trade shouted, "Did you touch my things?" After hearing the merchant scolding for a long time, the blue-haired woman boldly rushed forward and used her hands to attack. What? A block of frozen ice fell straight in front of the merchant's owner. Looking at his back, behind the block of ice, 3 large light sources flashed. The block of ice gradually appeared with more and more cracks. Then the caravan leader stomped on the ice. Metal benders' entire bodies are made up of metal. They love minerals and can replace parts of their bodies with minerals, because they crave precious metals, and most of them choose to become traders so they can search for more precious metals. And time are the two things they need, that is, their race becomes increasingly stronger with time and the amount of money they have. As long as the core is safe, they will not stop. As expected, the merchant's owner seemed to hit the G-spot and immediately rushed to attack like a storm. A robot hand was gradually completed. His voice threatened, "Just those who worship evil spirits, how dare they attack our caravan?" Looking at the leader of the merchant company, who was transforming into a blue-haired woman, he scolded him and didn't stop. The blue-haired woman ordered a gang. Looking at the ice she was dealing with, the caravan leader, horse and weapon in hand, sneered, "With only this odd load." He alone rushed straight and broke the ice with curses, "Don't think you can stop me." I saw that the attacks she unleashed all backfired, causing the blue-haired woman to break out in a cold sweat. "If this continues, I will die." Once standing in the distance, the patriarch asked him to try to endure a little longer at all costs. After hearing that, the blue-haired woman scolded back, "It sounds easy." She helplessly looked at the merchant's owner and was angry. That guy was really crazy. He turned around too quickly. Observing him, the company commented, "A body made of icy steel covered with a silver alloy that was quite difficult to attack with magic." Seeing that they highly appreciated me, the merchant group's owner was called back. They couldn't do anything to me. He looked down on them. Pem glanced at the merchant group's owner. He rushed forward on all four legs to attack the three of them. A huge foot appeared as if it had been buffed with more strength under his foot. Pem activated the matrix. The power source then seemed to be unlocked. Then thousands of turbid spiritual energy entangled each other. It was like ropes, tightly grasping the steel body of the merchant's owner. He helplessly roared, "Yes." After that, the merchant's body seemed to be imprisoned and unable to move. The power of the matrix grew stronger and stronger, controlling the merchant's leader like a chicken with a neck stuck on its neck. Seeing the results before his eyes, the blue-haired woman quickly summoned magic. She did not forget to praise, "Very good, Pem. After this match I will give you a kiss." She clasped her hands together and gave a strange commanding smile, freezing immediately. Large rows of ice appeared and crashed around the merchant company like a birdcage, minimizing the goblin situation. The blue-haired woman used her ultimate ice attack like a hurricane, surrounding the merchant's leader in the middle. He was inside bracing himself to fight back, his tongue still molten and taunting. "I only have that one talent." The leader of the caravan trampled on the rock and slashed forward. He shouted loudly, "I will destroy them all." His attacks caused the blue-haired woman to break out in a cold sweat and only had time to say, "Yes." Once he saw a dangerous situation, he quickly warned Kirna, "Crouch down," and a giant creature summoned from the ground appeared in front of the merchant's owner. He was attacked suddenly. It couldn't be. Then the creature's huge nose released acid rain towards the merchant's owner. He was bewildered, even reaching out his iron hand to hold on. A large amount of acid seemed to wash his body. The corrosive power of the acid spread more and more, causing the merchant's owner to scream violently. Immediately after, a white curtain covered his vision. Lu Tum smirked and mocked him, "You look down on us too much. Do you think we are unprepared?" Lu Tum expressed, "Oh, I know you all. You are the leader of the merchant group, right?" The merchant's body was corroded to the bone, revealing the internal organs. All he could do was moan, "Uck, uck." Seeing that this method was effective, the blue-haired woman standing in the distance asked, "Tell that bug to spit more saliva." He gradually stopped moving, and quickly explained that what it spit out was not saliva but acid. "It's too cold here to spray anymore." Originally, intestinal tremors lived in warm places and couldn't release much acid. Luum has a suggestion: if you want to kill that golden man, it's better to take the core. Soon another giant green table appeared. The growling sound rang out, attracting everyone's attention. Looking at the golem rushing towards them, the blue-haired woman was so confused that she felt numb. What was next? The golem seemed to have lost control and rushed forward, making the blue-haired woman nervously ask for help from Lu Chum. "What should I do?" Lu Tum was so nervous that she broke out in a cold sweat and frowned, saying that to catch that guy, just trembling is not enough. The blue-haired woman said helplessly, calling everyone away, "Pearly, where did that crazy guy go again? Summon you too." The blue-haired female said sternly, "I'll stop him first, blem cover." Then she used her old trick again to freeze thousands of large layers of ice that stabbed straight up to hold the golem's feet. Looking at the large blocks of ice in front of his eyes, he angrily gritted his teeth and quickly jumped, stomping his feet to gain momentum and jumping high. The blue-haired woman saw it and exclaimed, "Oh," jumped up to avoid the move. Her eyes opened wider and her mouth kept screaming. That shadow locked her quickly. If she kept going like this she would die. Having heard her ranting for a long time, Plum appeared calm with bored eyes and said, I know. A moment later, the three of them were surrounded by a layer of black gas. The golem clenched his fist like a hammer immediately. Intestinal worms decompose immediately. The icebergs next to them also had the same fate and burst. After a while, Marck carried Decay into the forest, looking like the two of them were in a very bad mood. He smiled to ease the atmosphere and asked her with concern to see if she could move. Placing her body lightly against the big old tree, Marck said softly, try standing up again. Babbling Steps stood up. Decay looked better, spoke up, I'm okay now. Suddenly she got a little stuck and quickly turned back to verify, but it's okay to not need my help, right now I look a bit pitiful. Marck hesitated, I wanted the same, but afraid that she would feel sorry for herself, he quickly told her to look over there. Looking in the direction of his pointing, Decay exclaimed in surprise, ah, in the distance. The merchant's leader, as if resurrected, rode his lower body and ran forward in a confused manner. He threatens everyone who worships damned evil spirits. Even though his body was corroded by acid, his core still functioned normally. His sharp tongue threatened, I will destroy everything. The merchant's leader bluntly finished off every winged monster that attacked him. Marck stood in the distance and sighed and said, although Aurelius was doing well in his own way, he was too disadvantaged to confront them. Looking up at the sky, there were thousands of monsters with falling heads attacking in droves. He helplessly said that they were outnumbered. Even if he tried, he would. Suddenly Marck's attention was scattered to the side. What caught his eye was the image of a golem attacking the ice blocks ahead. Marck wondered why this direction. At that time, the golem clasped a miniature black figure in his hand and held it up high. He didn't understand what was happening when he saw the golem throw it thousands of miles away. It crashed straight into the thick layer of snow, whitening the entire sky. Its screams echoed. Marck curiously walked next to the giant animal thrown away by the golem. He was stunned. That was just a quick look at its appearance. Marck realized that the snow world was also dead. From his pocket his grandmother's hand appeared. The sound rang out, kill. Marck frowned angrily and said, why is it here? Decay appeared from behind and saw her pale blue face as if hit by the South Asian wind. She lowered her face and chose to stay silent. His bloody hands took the long chain from Snow's body. He quickly realized that the golem saw that and smiled slightly. At this moment, Marck's face changed as tense as a string. He said softly, Mom, a new source of spiritual energy has been added. Marck commented that this time I will enhance my existing power. He added, the power I will enhance is 13,379 holy power. Is a corrupt giant with the image of a golem alone bombarding wanderers under the blue light of aura. Followed by the pitiful cry of snowfall, haunting the whole sky. Each snowfall was beaten until blood flowed. Each in turn met a tragic end under Marck's sword. Then a ball of light appeared, with blood and snow falling as a sacrifice. As if Marck had turned black, his mouth smiled with delight, and the armored golem let out a long roar. The armored golem let out a long roar.